Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hadiah. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Kami akui, kami kalah. Tapi bukan berarti kami gagal. Bagi kami, gagal ketika kita menyerah. Tapi kalah kali ini bisa menjadi alasan kami untuk bisa naik kembali dari bawah. Waktu bersedih telah usai. Disinilah perjuangan akan kembali kami mulai. Kami memang pernah besar, bahkan yang terbesar. Tapi kali ini kita harus kembali belajar agar seluruh ketertinggalan bisa kita kejar, agar sekali lagi 1 dari 9 tim yang ada di sini bisa mendapatkan gelar. Semoga di season 14 seluruh harapan kami semua bisa terbayar.
Di mana ada harapan, pasti ada pintu yang terbuka. Mulai dari sini, awal mula kita kembali berjuang. Strategi harus kembali dirancang, meski kekalahan masih terbayang-bayang. Meski sulit, kami harus bangkit. Meski sakit, kami harus bangkit. Ini bukan sekedar macan, raja, banteng, robot, atau bahkan raja langit. Tapi menjawab harapan yang terjerit-jerit. Karena meski dalam sakit, meski dalam sulit, kami akan tetap solid.
Karena inilah wajah dari MPL Indonesia. Berbeda-beda, tetapi tetap satu jua. Satu tujuan untuk menjadi yang terbaik. Tak peduli seberapa kali pun kami terjatuh, kami akan mencoba untuk kembali naik. Bersatu dalam perbedaan, dan kita pun akan melangkah beriringan. Kami akan bangkit dengan penuh kebanggaan. Di season 14 ini, 9 tim terbaik Indonesia akan kembali hadir. Mereka akan berjuang, mereka akan bertarung, mereka akan mengalahkan satu sama lain. Inilah dia. Namun, pada akhirnya, siapapun yang berdiri di panggung ini, nama besar MPL Indonesia akan mereka tanggung. Maka, seberapa besar rivalitas kita gaungkan, pada akhirnya, siapapun pemenangnya, kita akan dukung. Karena MPL Indonesia, we own this!
It's not about losing, it's about mentality. A mentality of infinite struggle and consistency. In this season, they will all prove who will be worthy.
Sini bencana Atletico memastikan dirinya hingga pada
Prime mereka dulu yang ngebuat gue yakin ngejar impian ini. Tapi kenapa gue nggak bisa ngelanjutin masa itu?
Kenapa kita masih belum bisa dapat ya? Apa usaha kita belum cukup keras? Udahlah, Heng. Kayaknya emang belum rezeki kita aja. Tapi mesti sampai kapan kita nunggu, Mor? Setelah beberapa season ini, kita seperti kehilangan jati diri.
Iya sih.
Kan udah gue bilang, Gun, jangan dengerin kata netizen. Fokus.
Udah gue bilang, game ini mental. Mental lo harus kuat.
Jik Feb yang menang. Jik Feb yang menang. Anjir. Doang. Hifos dan Jik ya. Dan Jik Feb.
Victory!
Mak, kalau aku jadi pro player, aku pengen banggain mama.
Kita datang sejauh ini tidak sekadar untuk hancur dan kalah. Kekuatan, kepemimpinan, mentalitas, dan kesabaran adalah alasan atas kegigihan kita. Persaingan mungkin memisahkan kita di medan pertempuran. Tetapi di luar itu, kita bersatu sebagai kesatuan. Mari terus saling mendukung dan tumbuh bersama. Dengan kebersamaan, kita akan menjadi kuat. Dengan kebersamaan, kita akan menjadi hebat. We own this.
Bang, net bang.
Gila, udah kayak Thanos aja lu, Pi. Lah, yang jempol kemana, Pi?
Bentar. Nih, mau cari Bandung.
The covers drape, the curtains fall. A reality check, a wake-up call. Like Saturn slowly losing its rings, Indonesia also relinquishes its trophies. Once home to the silverwares of MSC and SPS, it is now all gone as our global presence fades.
Now is our time to fight back with no excuses. It all starts here at MPL ID Season 14. Alongside me, Realize, and my two amazing partners, Mirko and Arashi. How are you guys feeling for today's start of a new season?
Feeling motivated, great, especially after that VT and especially after those speeches given by Ranger Amas, a random dude, and Budekar Mongstar.
A random dude, he says.
Random dude, I mean, he looks familiar, but I really like the message, right?
Yeah.
For the longest time, we've been on top. It's about maintaining dominance, taking back what's ours, but now we are actually in the underdog spot. And it's been years since we've been in this like mindset almost.
Yeah, feels like we're in this gray area where other regions are catching up and we're falling short. We have seen back in MSC, Onyx and as well as EVOS faltering to reclaim that silverware that we were once in seas of. Once we were in that possession, but now of course it all starts today with no excuses given, especially in the season where we will be going back to the coveted M6 back in Malaysia, fighting for the ticket, as well as a playoff spot in Bandung later on, will be the name of the game for most of the players today.
The redemption arc is set in stone. It begins today for MPL Indonesia and all its teams. And funny that you say Fnatic Onyx and Evo's Glory, you know, had a bad performance at MSC because they get to try to at least recover from that here because they both will be playing today.
They have to. They have to come back. But of course, we will take a look at today's schedule because it is the start of a new dawn as well as new teams with their changes. The first match will see us fight against Fnatic Onyx against Team Liquid Indonesia. The new teams rebranding or rather merging into one. Meanwhile, for EVOS and Dewa will be the closure of today.
All right, two very intense matches. I think we're starting off with an absolute bang right here. Everyone wants to see how good is Fnatic Onyx, especially after the performance. And for Team Liquid, remember, last playoff at least, we were really expecting Team Liquid to pop off out of nowhere. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. And a lot of people are assuming that, considering that that is what happened, right now they are absolutely raring to go, man, to prove everyone wrong that they are absolutely up there when it comes to champion contenders.
Yeah, they were kind of like the Sky Kings, untouchable, but now they are touchable. You know, a lot of teams catching up to them, even falling short of that success in MSC. But now we'll talk about the adaptations, because talking about Fnatic Onyx with their new addition of Lutfi, who's able to win MPL ID Season 13, they don't really need to adapt, but rather they need to be adaptive of the meta. Meanwhile, for Team Liquid Indonesia, the addition of James, of Iron Shiki, and other players means that they have to adapt as well to the roster, Arashi.
JMZ, it's a very interesting addition right here. There are a lot of talks about this, especially amongst us talents, because he just comes in out of nowhere. He has a great track record, but he's also coming into the shot calling position. I think we're talking about this. So out of nowhere, coming in, a new addition, immediately becoming the shot caller. Usually, I feel like there's gonna be a bit of an adaptation period, but you know, with Team Liquid, who knows, right? Maybe they'll pull off the impossible, and if today they can just pull off a complete upset against Fnatic Onyx that people are still at least perceiving as one of the best teams in Indonesia. I think that's a great way to make a statement, right? To say that we are not the same as last season. We have changed.
Yeah, that changes as well. Kind of bruised against the rivalry, because if we talk about James, this guy was the runner-up of WCG 2023. That was kind of like a year ago, but he was able to show his class as this, you know, XP laner that plays pretty well. Meanwhile, for Lutfi, in his first ever debut in MPL Indonesia, he was able to clinch that trophy. So what does this bring, Mirko, towards your eyes? What kind of fight, a rivalry will we see today?
I think the rivalry is going to be great here. You know, rookie, technically up against a rookie as well, because James will be making his debut in the MPL stage here for MPL Indonesia. It's definitely a different stage. We've heard a lot of different players say it's completely different, even to their own MPLs. Whenever they come here, when they hear the crowd chant every single time with every single match, especially the Fnatic Onyx fans who have, you know, a very notorious line themselves. Di atas langit ada Onyx there. Above the skies is where the Sky King lie. That's the whole line there. So with the fan support, I'm going to really be expecting Yawi to already kind of build that mentality for the team here, because he has experience just last season. Kabuki is still here as well, and Gogun, a rookie last season, he's coming in here as more of a veteran compared to James, so he should be able to teach James the ropes as to how to handle the crowd. But really, if I go back to Fnatic Onyx, it's a bit of a rough season, a rough year for them here. Despite them being 4P champions, They were able to start the year really well, but a wise man once said, it's not about how hard you hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. So it's all about the adaptations that they can make here. We've seen a lot of mistakes, but I am pretty confident that Yeb and Adi will be able to, you know, bump out those mistakes.
And of course, as Captain Boots as well, the guy has been kind of like the mentor for the apprentice, which was, you know, Lutfi. Now he is nowhere to be seen anymore in that Onyx back room. What impact will this bring to Lutfi? Will Lutfi be able to be that independent XP laner that you know Onyx can rely on?
Part of me wants to believe that he's had a season, he's had time already, and by all means at this point, you know, we would say he was a rookie last season, but he has a whole season of experience, and he's been through, what, 3 international tournaments at this point? So, you know, I think mentally he should be prepared already, but I think regardless of how prepared he is as a player, as a person, right, as a human being, losing a close friend figure like Boots, you know, a mentor, like you said, Realize, I feel like it has to be a hard blow for anyone. So I think there's definitely going to be some recovery period. But on the other hand, for the coaching staff, I think Coach Yeb and Coach Adi has been speaking up very confidently about what they thought was the issue and how they feel like it's such a, what do you call it? It's like such a clear issue that they can fix, right? Coach Adi has mentioned that we can play Assassins, but we need to try and incorporate it better to a more solid game plan. It's not just about winning and making mechanical plays on the Assassins, because in ranked you can do that. It's about making sure that as a team overall, right, you have a great game plan that can enable that Assassin to really start to snowball, to really get those advantages. And I believe with that clear of a vision, I think Onyx is en route to a great improvement.
Yeah, and that was the elephant in the room we were talking about, that adaptability, that adaptiveness, versatility. Will they be able to, again, adjust to the meta? But I think the work is even double in the side of Team Liquid Indonesia, because they have to adapt to the new roster, they have to adapt to the new meta that will be, you know, evolving around MPL Indonesia again. But for now, let's talk about James as well, as we take a look at the lineup later on. For James, I feel like this is going to be a huge test of the waters for him, because Aran has been remaining immovable up in that XP lane. Now, what will James bring towards maybe just increasing that competition with Aran, or rather he will be that starting XP laner for Team Liquid?
Yeah, I would say for Aran, right, he's a really good XP laner. Again, a lot of potential, but unfortunately, there are a lot of really, really clear mistakes. Like Arashi was talking about, you know, for Fnatic on it, I would say it's the same thing for Liquid too here, especially for Aran, because he will go 6-0 in lane. He'll be able to participate in a lot of the team fights. But then you start to see a decline, a fall off, you could say, in the mid game all the way to the late stage. The decision making definitely could improve for Aran, and having another layer, someone as experienced as James, someone as skilled, and maybe even someone with more potential than Aran in James. I'm actually really looking forward to how James performs, because, like Rashi said, he's coming in not just as a new player in the team. We usually see imports come in and, you know, just take their first season a little bit more chill. They're there to learn, they're there to adapt. James is the captain. First season in MPL Indonesia, and he's the captain of the Cavalry.
Wow, and here we go as we take a look at the team lineup for Team Liquid Indonesia. James will start ahead of Aran in that XP lane. King Gugun, no longer a prince, now a king. And now Richie as well, the new iteration of the mid laner, replacing Yeskiel, Yawi, and Kabuki. Now, how do you kind of rate this lineup, you know, with the naked eye?
I think potential is definitely there, but love to see them on the stage right now.
Hear the charge of the spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalry will set forth on a conquest
to take down the Sky Kings like their sister organization in the Philippines did. But this time, it is a new lineup for them, with James in the XP, with Richie in the mid lane to strengthen the Cavalry. Let's welcome Team Liquid Indonesia.
The Cavalry is here. Leading the charge is King Gugun, as well as Yawi with him behind him. But of course, they're contenders. With the starting lineup here, Fnatic Onyx, I feel like, again, Lutfi, Kyrie, Sansky, Boy CW. We also have the iteration of Steph, but of course, you know, we are yet to see him play. Of course, they will be sticking along with CW as their goal later. He has been very stable in a few regards.
I mean, CW, no introduction needed for anyone on this team. Welcoming them to the stage right here, right now.
The same lineup for the Sky Kings. They have fallen from grace.
But in Indonesia, we only know one king. For the last 4 seasons, the defending champions of Indonesia. It is Fnatic Onyx.
The Sky Kings back to reclaim their thrones. Their thrones shook internationally, but now domestically, they will look to defend that throne.
It's gonna be a tall order, man, against an all-new roster with a different playstyle potentially. There's a lot to be dealt with by the players, but also for the coaching staff. Walking now to the stage, Coach Yap and Coach Adi with their confident solutions to the problems of last season. But up against them, Facehugger and St. DeLucas, as always, firm, consistent, looking to once again attempt a revolution.
A revolution. That is interesting to see because the coaching staff, I feel like for both teams, you know, for Team Liquid, it has been kind of an up and down draft. You could see sometimes they mispick, sometimes their drafts aren't as solid compared to Onyx. But how would you fare? How would you rate both coaching staffs? Let's just say, you know, SDL is kind of like that solid coach that they have, but for Coach Yeb and Coach Adi, they have been there since, you know, day one, I feel like, to kind of like draft that solid lineup for Fnatic Onyx. But of course, the rival showdown, the rising hero of MPL ID versus the rising star of MDLPH. Is there going to be kind of that discrepancy both coming in with the XP laners?
I think so. For Lukpi, you know, it's kind of strange to see Lukpi. He's taken a bit more of a different role to Boots, because obviously when Lukpi joined in, it almost felt like he was just Boots 2.0, playing a lot of the Terizlas, the enablers of the team. But now we're really seeing him transition into a carry, right? He's been playing a whole lot of the Arlet, and that as well is a playmaker, but for the most part, he actually tries to win out on the skirmishes, win out on the team fights, and in lane. So he's much more of a selfish XP lane compared to Boots. Not that's a bad thing. And I think it's a great matchup because James, he's a playmaker. He's a carry XP too. So the fact that we get to see Lukpi and James go at it in the first match of MPL ID, it definitely sets the stakes really high.
Watching carry XP laners are a treat for the eye. It's like an eye candy that we could see, especially for both XP laners coming up, rookies as well. But we want to see a video playing soon as we describe the empire of the Sky Kings. Fnatic Onyx against Team Liquid.
Jadi untuk sekarang kita akan melihat dulu Raja Galaksi kembali diamankan Fnatic Onyx.
Ya mungkin kayak banyak yang bilang kayak mending tim ini, mending tim itu. Ya buktiin aja dulu sih di MPL gitu.
Mungkin pada ketanam di mindset, nggak tahu ya tim-tim lain kayak gimana pas ngadepin Onyx ya, nganggep mereka tuh paling jago sih di Indo. Itu sih sebenarnya buat dia bisa korupit kayak gitu.
Ini dia serangan langit tingkat terkalahkan secara brutal rocker Forbid Champions is Fnatic Onyx.
Pastilah karena sebelum Coach Eb masuk ke Onyx kan emang udah kuat kan di lokal gitu. Tapi pas Coach Ebnya datang, dia bantuin mentalnya Onyx jadi kuat kan.
Gua cuman mau pesan game ini kita reset dan gak usah pikirin game tadi. Draftnya kalau bisa kasih sama gua mati biar kalian lebih fresh kan, gak pikir terus. Jadi ya jangan pikir banyak. Enjoy guys. Udah guys.
Kalau dari gua ya mungkin mental adalah kayak mental ada berbicara juga, paling experience sih, kayak ya mungkin kita berempat kayak experience yang udah lumayan banyak. Buat gua, buat MSC kemarin ya kita emang dibilang kecewa ya pasti kecewa lah. Maksudnya kita juga kecewa gitu dengan hasilnya, kayak nggak lolos group stage. Terus banyak juga yang kayak berharap sama kita. Tapi ya hasil adalah hasil gitu. Ya kita nggak lolos gitu. Ya soalnya ya mungkin kayak banyak yang bilang kayak mending tim ini, mending tim itu. Ya buktiin aja dulu sih di MPL gitu.
The Sky Kings forced to descend in the international stage. It was such a heartbreaking loss for them. And it feels like we're not watching the same Fnatic Onyx as we used to back a few seasons ago. What was their kind of weaknesses and their disadvantages that they have to kind of conquer now, Arashi?
It really just seems like a lot of teams just have the edge over them when it comes to strategizing, to planning ahead. It really seemed like they were doing the right things, just not good enough compared to the rest. And I think that is something that they kind of need to work on. It seems like they're like on the right path, but just not far along enough to really claim the kind of dominance. Which is why a lot of people are saying that they're not bad. They're not a bad team, but they just seem mortal now. And for the longest time, they've been the immortal Sky Kings, just flying, hovering way above us, untouchable. But now they're within reach. And I feel like that's a big problem for Onyx as well, because for a lot of teams, right, when they were asked about, what do you think about Onyx dominance last season? They say, I feel like we're good enough, technically. It seems like there's a mental game here, a mental block when we're up against Onyx. Now I don't think that's the case any longer. So this could either be a make or break moment here for Onyx.
Yeah, that's the question now, Mirko, because Onyx has been kind of relinquishing that international dominance again. Will this affect their approach and their performance in the MPL ID Season 14 locally?
Definitely, you know, the mentality of being an international champ, they were able to bring that over from MSC last year, from Snapdragon last year. And that just gives you such a boost in confidence. But after getting grouped at MSC, after losing to all the teams in the playoffs, not getting a single match victory in the playoffs of Snapdragon Pro Series, they definitely need to try to rebuild here. But also, I think a wise man that I once knew, that I know today as well, KB, he's no longer with us anymore.
Yeah.
He's still alive, but he's just not on the English desk.
Yeah.
He would say that the main problem for Fnatic Onyx is love. Love kills you, man.
Wow. Too much love kind of poisons you from the inside. But of course, we will take a look at the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Now, Arashi, of course, a lot of patch changes has been made to MLBB. Can you give us kind of like an insight on what meta is the most popular right now? What teams are supposed to draft in this drafting phase?
So this might be a personal opinion, but I feel like right now, of course, the assassins are coming up with the changes in the items, with the changes to the jungles. We know that there's going to be a bit of a shift towards the assassins. But I feel like because of the shift into the assassins, in all the other roles as well, you're seeing a bit more of a slide towards survivability, sustain. Right? In the mid lane, at least in the games I've been watching, there's a lot of Sushins, there's a lot of Zas ban out, or at least prioritized. And that's because they're great, they have great utility, they have great sustained damage, so they're not really burst reliant. And they're also, they have a lot of ways to really escape from a tough situation. Tushin with the ultimate, kind of a gap closer. The Domination Descent for the Zask allows you to kind of have a second chance at life.
Yep.
And of course, again, the crowd control. So I feel like that's the same thing for a lot of these different roles. With all the fights kind of prolonging due to the shift towards the flanks of the Oasis, the defensive and sustained approach here, I feel like that also it gives a lot of rise to a lot of the healing heroes, the utility heroes, and yeah, I feel like the assassins need to be enabled a bit more, right? Especially when it comes to the wave clear. That's also something that a lot of teams have been able to use, because now with the mid laners being a lot more utility heavy, they can actually make a lot of difference when it comes to those early game skirmishes, even more than the usual mid laners we've seen so far. So I think the mid lane clear and the mid lane sustain is something that's going to be prioritized for both teams.
Yeah, a lot of prioritizations, but as we take a look at the screens above the players, we have seen a Roger being picked up as well as the Valentina. And for Team Liquid ID, they have that Moskov, that Eve, and that Edith. Now, I want to get your 2 cents, Mirko. The assassin meta has been kind of like revitalized again, meaning that Fnatic Onyx can play to their strengths with Kyrie up in that assassin, but then there's this popularity in that mid lane where the mages are just so, so good at surviving. They're tanky like Zuxin, like the Zask that, Arashi has mentioned. Will this be kind of like a stone that will just step over Onyx later on?
I'm not sure, because yeah, like you said, the Assassin meta should favor Fnatic Onyx. I think we were coming into MSC even thinking that way, but unfortunately, they weren't able to fully adapt to the meta quick. And I think this might be a new strength and a new weakness for Fnatic Onyx. If you give them time, they'll be able to adapt, right? But they're no longer the same team that adapts to patches instantly anymore. Because I remember last year, whenever a patch drops, you just would expect Fnatic Onyx to be first into a lot of these picks.
Yeah.
I remember at MSC, they were probably the only team to actually bring out picks like the Melissa as well. Not a lot of people utilized that back in the day. So now they should be able to have a firm grasp on the meta, right? They've had a lot of time since MSC, even since Snapdragon, to come here and perform. But I would say Liquid has had more time to prepare. They've been able to watch Fnatic Onyx matches. They've been able to dissect exactly what mistakes they've been making. The miscommunications, the synergy issues. And this is just a fun fact.
Yeah.
Baldwin Winata. I just want to put it out there,
Baldwin Winata.
He's entering a new arc. This might be his prime.
Yes. It might be his prime. Sometimes ball players, they kind of have that buff like Saitama would get. But back to the drafting phase, a few interesting bans now on the second phase, that Joy and that X-Borg taken away. Basically just taking away, back then you would kind of like take away the X-Borg to just kind of deny a runoff of comfort pick, but now they take it away. So will James operate the same as Aran will?
I feel like it's possible. I feel like right now for Onyx, they're just looking at burst damage, right? Valentina, Roger, and Arlet. This is a very aggressive setup, and they're trying to eliminate all the frontliners that can kind of allow Team Liquid to try and open up the map and get information. The Hylas and X-Borg are notorious for this right now, especially with the, by the way, you have to remember the Thunderbelt has been very prolific right now.
Yeah.
A lot of people like abusing it, stacking it up all the way from the early game. But for Team Liquid, they're definitely looking for something more of a front to back. They have good sources of damage output, magical and physical, technically from the Primal Rat and Loyi as well. That is DPS still. So they're trying to limit the assassins here from Kyrie. So you're seeing already a different mindset coming in. But Fnatic Onyx bringing up the Cho.
They take away the Cho from Yawi. We have been talking about this. The Cho has been a comfort pick for Yawi. He's been very, very solid with this hero, and it kind of like just enables him to make the plays. But I feel like that's not going to only be Yawi's stick. There will be other heroes up for grabs, but of course, a little fact. Here last season, Team Liquid ID's first pick mid-hero had a win rate of 44.44%. So that's half of what you're supposed to get. I feel like that's kind of low. But we haven't really talked about Richie now. Mirko, what do you think Richie will be able to bring that Gaskill wasn't able to bring? Wait, what? Julian before that. Excuse me.
Yeah, the Julian and the Minotaur, really good way, by the way, for TLID to actually wrap up their draft, because I was thinking Fnatic Onyx have definitely kind of outplayed TLID in the first phase of the draft, picking up the Valentina, the Arlet, so they actually have a lot of ways to steal those ultimates. Back to the question that you asked earlier. Richie, I think he brings a lot of stability to TLID, where back in the day, or just last season, Yehezkiel, he's more of a flashy mid laner. He's a mid laner that actually tries to look to carry the team. But with a team like this, full of all-stars, full of teams, full of players that actually want to make plays, you really need a stable mid sometimes, right? And Richie, I think, brings that to the table for TLID. Just a bit of stability in the mid lane, especially now considering you got James too, and another playmaker. You need someone that just sits down, plays mid, someone like Arashi.
Who goes 0-7.
Wait, hey, hang on a minute.
Oh, shout out to KB for exposing it.
Shout out KB for that violation. But yeah, rounding out the draft, your thoughts, Arashi?
Again, Fnatic Onyx going for burst damage right here. And for Team Liquid, I thought that the Minotaur was going to come up personally, so not too surprised there. The Julian, I think, is a great option here. You can be aggressive. You're technically an assassin as well. You can help with the wave clear, which is so important in the active tempo gaming. And when you look at the Empower Chain as a crowd control tool, there are a lot of ways for Team Liquid to stop and stall out the attempts for Fnatic Onyx right here. So it comes down not to execution. For Team Liquid, it's all about playing the team fight, using that diversion. For Fnatic Onyx, it's about being aggressive.
They have to be aggressive, and they have to do it now. The Sky Kings against the Cavalry as the opening match of MPL ID Season 14. Into the Line of Dawn we go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first match of MPL Indonesia Season 14. Just from the crowd alone, maybe even from Papulung's voice, you know exactly the stakes at play here, the pressure that a lot of these players, especially for James, I wonder how he's going to actually going to survive this pressure, at least for their first game. His first game ever in MPL Indo.
Yeah.
Is he fully prepared for what's to come?
The preparation is something that is going to be very important because James, this stage is going to be very, very huge for him to make a statement, especially up against, you know, Lutpi, who has been able to prove himself in MPL ID Season 13. Of course, statement needs to be made by James.
For sure. Right now, of course, Fnatic Onyx with the stronger early game power spikes, they're going aggressive, but look at the gold lane, CW.
Oh, Spear of Misery too. Gugun will just walk down and pick up the pick. But the CW is way too aggressive. Loses his Purify too, and that's also the gold crab. So a lot of gold for TLID in the beginning of the game.
Overestimation there coming in from CW, and he gets punished for that. And here is now, of course, you want it to be kind of like Snowball because it is a lane bully, especially against a Moskov who doesn't really have the range but has that escape mechanism. Kairi though,
It'll be caught there, just a bit of damage with what Wolf usually calls the vacuum. That's a yin-yang reaction.
Right. Again, the emblems earlier, though, you saw that there was a basic emblem actually used by Kabuki here. He wants to sustain. He knows the lane can be difficult against Harith, so that's the option he went for. And for Team Liquid as well, Yawi went for the firmness and tenacity combo. So he's just purely looking to be more of a bit of a frontliner to ensure his team can make plays. But look at that.
James gonna be caught like it. Pounce coming down. Kairi picking up the kill down below to make it all but even again, right as a turtle spawns in the game.
Oh, this turtle will be up for the taking for Fnatic Onyx, especially James now having to walk back to his lane to defend this turtle. Will TLID, the Team Liquid Indonesia, just relinquish this, or will they fight for this? I feel like it's going to be very close now. Keyboy.
Oh, trying to go for the steal on the orange buff, forces Goku to use the retreat. Now they're going to go for the invade. Keyboy still has the ult. Lutpi, final stock. James back into the way of the dragon. Not able to pop in the primal rat. The minute's fury gets popped down, but it only knocks Lutpi up. Now with another knock up down. Lutpi still able to escape with the vengeance. Split back in with the vengeance. Getting to sustain. Goku unable to get the kill, and TLID get completely outplayed by Fnatic Onyx.
My goodness, Lutpi, Houdini, and Richie now under pressure as well. Keyboy just trying to make up even more space, zoning out that Luo Yi. A good turtle take coming in, and Lutpi just survives for so long.
I mean, he just made a play again and again, man, with the vengeance. That's Arlott gameplay for you. I think for Team Liquid, they gotta be a bit more careful about this. You're seeing the way Fnatic Onyx is playing the fights, man. They're going in and out, and they're very annoying with how they're positioning some of their heroes on the sides, right? Keyboy was just taking away so much attention that by the time Team Liquid can go for a play, they were the ones who were engaged on by Lutpi, even though they were the ones who originally were the ones walking towards the fight to begin with. With a 1.6k gold advantage right here, it's gonna be a bit difficult for Team Liquid to try and pull ahead. We talked about statements, right? As much as his statement is for Kairi, for Lutpi, it is for Gugun as well, because we've always seen him being mentioned as being good on Assassin, but he hasn't really pulled off or showed that performance just yet.
Yeah, talent predictions by Gope has seen a few talents up predicting towards Fnatic Onyx, but now, so take a look at the item being made here. No Thunderbelt for Kairi, he opts for the Wind Talker, which is kind of much more aggressive, and you get that attack speed and as well as that clear speed. Early damage in the few minutes of the first game.
On top of that, Lutpi has the Thunderbelt, a great synergy with the kit of the Arlott. But that means that on the Arlott here, he can itemize a bit more aggressively, just the way Lutpi likes it, and still be relatively tanky enough for that late game. So that's one more issue that Team Liquid has to keep in mind here. They do have the advantage still when it comes to the prolonged damage, when it comes to the long team fight. Look at Yawi, though, being set behind.
Diversion. Kairi spots him, though, this time. He walks into the right bush. Yawi is able to escape for a bit. Now flickers back towards the turtle. Now Minus Fury going to be popped in. Kairi still is able to out-retreat Gugun. Now gets brought back again by the way of the dragon, and Lutpi claims the kill.
There has been talks about Kairi's retribution not being on point, but he out-retries the Retrie King. Keyboy just looking to even exert more pressure. As a good zoning coming in from Yawi wasn't enough, and San's looking for even a play here.
Ooh, terrifying them now, man, and the layering of CC, by the way, for Fnatic Onyx has been absolutely phenomenal.
And look at the wave here they have at every single lane. They're always in the right place at the right time. There is a diversion available for Team Liquid ID, but they're just not allowed to actually make that play happen. The mid lane is completely controlled by the aggression, by Keyboy, just constantly being a nuisance, not recalling to the base, just standing around, recalling, as we see right here. And because of that, Team Liquid are always one step behind right here. Even if you look at the jungle, King Gugun hasn't been relatively invaded, but he is 2 levels below from Kyrie.
And Richie hasn't been able to kind of maximize this low E potential. As James looks for Keyboy.
Good onward to Sun Fu now immobilized. Keyboy still able to escape. What James? Not in range. He used the flicker to try to gap close, but still wasn't enough.
It was Lutfi, and now it was Keyboy who cheats death for the second time. And he just survives that long after what looked like a death sentence for him.
That's a tilter, man. It was so close yet so far. And now it's back to the drawing board. Onyx now setting up a trap once more, just waiting around. And look at Sans picking out the Primal Rat. So when it comes down to it, when they go for a long, drawn-out fight, there's a chance that Fnatic Onyx can still get the better of Team Liquid. They have solutions available, and with the gold advantage increasing more and more, you can see that it's going to be more difficult for Team Liquid to even open up the map. They're looking at more crowd control, more frontliners, but even with a Minotaur, even with an Edith, now they're always on the back foot just because of Keyboy here, just zoning with the presence alone. He's not using a lot of spells, a lot of skills when he's just trying to do this and push Team Liquid back.
And even Gugun opted for the Bloodwings, a much more defensive build in which you would expect the Julian to snowball to get that burst going on. But Fnatic Onyx just on the front foot of Team Liquid ID. This is looking from bad to worse for them. And now they're looking for Keyboy for the second time, but Keyboy just a nuisance with the Cho. He has been making plays here and there. Final slash.
You find Gugun, but he's unable to fully capitalize on that final slash there. Gugun, obviously on the Julian, still very, very flexible. He's, what's the term? Usually?
Elusive.
No, like slippery. There
Sly.
You go. Slippery.
Yeah,
He's slippery.
He is very slippery.
Elusive works there. Elusive, slippery, kind of?
I think slippery is more meme.
And you can take a look at Kabuki having that golden staff. Will this be the power spike? Because you would expect the Moskov to kind of just ramp up that attack speed, and then you could get a few spears here and there, and Moskov does get scarier as the late game goes. Are they going to bank on Moskov alone, or will Julian be rising up again on the page?
At this point, when it comes to DPS, they kind of have to. Julian, as good as the empowered basic attacks are from the passive, he's still very much burst in nature. And for Fnatic Onyx, with Keyboy rushing the Athenas, by the way, it's going to be so difficult because he's going to be negating a lot of that magical damage. So Kabuki is who I think Team Liquid has to look at to try and stop Keyboy from just being this massive problem.
Yeah, game fact like Opay, but a final slash missed before that. Team Liquid with the highest first blood rate, 59.99%. We also touted Super Ken as the first blood king, but as the team with the most first blood, you would expect Team Liquid Indonesia to kind of like have at least some sort of retaliation, but again, the zoning potential coming in from Fnatic Onyx is insane. Keyboy has been everywhere around the map, and Team Liquid ID feels like they can't really address, even with this low E, having that backline access potential. They haven't been able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad still, despite, you know, obviously the 3,700 gold lead. It's looking bleak for TLID in the mid game, but if you take a look at their structures, it's still mostly up. They've only lost some tier 1s actually, and they've actually kind of equalized in that department, getting trades around the map. So it's not as bad as it looks so far. They should still be able to look for that power spike, like you mentioned, for Kabuki and Gugun.
Yeah, the power spikes, of course, being eyed upon, eyeballs towards the items. But how long will Team Liquid ID just stand there and wait for their items to go? This Lord in the hands of Fnatic Onyx for the taking. Looks like they want to contest this. Another final flash.
Could have been his fury though. Sans still able to displace himself. Primal Rat used up. Now Retro Gugun wins it out. Yaoi gonna be caught in the back, but they've already secured a neutral objective. That's another member down to trade for the neutral objective. TLID, they get their carries out and they'll sacrifice just their frontliners.
The Retribution King. Once a prince, now a king. He steals the most important objective, which is the Lord Lutfi!
3-man final slash. Kabuki gonna be mauled out by Kyrie, and he goes under the turret to secure another. Gugun falls as well. Kyrie, in his first game back in MPL Indo, picks up a triple under the base turret.
Killer instinct from Fnatic Onyx. Out of nowhere, an explosion of action. As Team Liquid were kind of underestimating the threat. We talked about the burst damage from Fnatic Onyx, and you're seeing it there. 3 members deleted out of nowhere with the Lord walking in the top side. Team Liquid are unable to capitalize and even lost the structure in the bottom side as well. CW picked up the Holy Crystal earlier, and Kyrie now has the Sky Piercer too. It's going to get more difficult for Team Liquid if they can't maintain the front line. They have DPS available right here, but if the front line gets deleted just like that, there's no way, man. They have to find ways to draw this fight out even longer.
Talked about both these XP laners, James and Lutfi, both playmakers, both so creative, so proactive to make the plays, but it has been only Lutfi in the first 10 minutes of the game. James nowhere to be seen. This is looking bleak for Team Liquid ID, as now Fnatic Onyx just sieges forth towards that top lane, even just giving more pressure. Now going back to the build, Sky Piercer being opted as the, fifth item for the Roger, for Kyrie. You would expect the Sky Piercer to be made in the first minutes of the game as the first build, first item or second item, but to get the stacks, of course. But what is the idea of making the Sky Piercer as kind of like your last item?
Well, the longer the game goes, the more the rest of your teammates have damage as well. So the opponents get lower. Like we saw earlier, 3 members immediately nuked down. So with the Sky Piercer, it's a lot more dangerous now. Whereas earlier, if Kyrie went for the Thunderbelt earlier, right, it allows him to get a bit more slows available, a bit more tankiness as well if he wants to be all up in the front line. So I feel like it's a great choice in itemization, because for the most part, Team Liquid aren't really all that squishy either. Lutfi, though, looking for a chance to make a play once more right here. Even with Purifies, the whole team is just forced to back away.
Lutfi just walking them down, telling them to go back to the base.
Man.
But I do have a fun fact here for everybody back at home. TL ID in the last 2 seasons of MPL, they've always been able to overcome Fnatic Onyx in the first leg, and that being also 2-0 wins. It was 2-0 to Aura, then now Liquid in Season 13, and it was also the same in Season 12. First leg when Iran first joined James. The Communist Fury still there, locking up Kyrie. He's still going to be able to displace himself. King Gugun, the Communist Fury traded upon them again by Sans. Kyrie's still able to escape. Kabuki, Spear of Destruction to the back. Sans still able to escape for a bit. Goes for a bit of ground, and Lutfi tries to go for the trade. Does it in style. Kabuki claims a double still, though, and it's a win for TLID for now. 3 members taken down right as the fun fact comes around.
The late game power of Team Liquid ID in manifestation. The Moskov just riles to the backline of Fnatic Onyx, with Kabuki carrying that fight, and the Lord in their eyes now. Could this be the saving grace for Team Liquid ID?
I think it's a great play for Team Liquid to just rely on their crowd control. G-Boy makes a very bold play right there, but Team Liquid will be able to secure that Lord finally, and with their composition, relying more on being able to group as 5, to try and engage those 5 as 5 without being caught out of position. This Lord is going to be so beneficial for them. Fnatic Onyx, of course, have a lot of burst damage. They have a lot of true damage as well coming in from the Endless Battle, the Thunderbelts, the Starlium even in the hands of CW. They can clear the Lord fast, but because they're bursty in nature, if they use all their spells onto the Lord, then Team Liquid can look for a big engage. Yaoi probably won't be able to do so, but JMZ can't pull off a big engage. And looking at his own items, man, Bloodwings. Actually, no, that's King Gugun. Actually, my mistake.
Thunderbelt
got a bit too hype, but yes, Thunderbelt with the full tankiness, he is doing a lot of damage right there. And the game has been going on long enough that those Thunderbelt procs have been kind of stacked up.
We gotta talk about that bounty, man, because they were ahead by 7,000 gold Fnatic Onyx. The fact that Kyrie died gave the shutdown away, but gave the shutdown to the worst possible member you could give it to.
Yeah.
Kabuki got it off the Moscow, the late game power for TLID. He just gets online so much quicker now. And that's why, with all the structures that they've been able to keep despite the Fnatic Onyx wins in the first few neutral objectives, that's why I said for TLID, it's not over. It's not as bad as it looks.
Yeah, and JMZ doesn't really need to be that playmaker. He could just be in frontlining for the team, just tanking all the damage coming in from Fnatic Onyx and just absorbing that, soaking it all for himself. And now for Fnatic Onyx, back to the storyline, it feels like Team Liquid ID is always going to be their kryptonite in the opening legs, in the opening season of MPL ID. So now for Fnatic Onyx, they have to flip the script, they have to change this. It's Team Liquid. Take a look at their lineup as well. This is such a versatile lineup for such a late game. If you're able to drag it back to like, what, 15, 16, 20 minutes, they have the power from the Moskov, the Julian, the burst potential as well. And Richie, we haven't been able to see that, playmaking, diversion, flashy type of things that we have been expecting from him. But he's still keeping it for later, and Fnatic Onyx has to be able to, up their guard even more.
I bet Fnatic Onyx also has to avoid fights in the jungle at this point. I mean, the only reason why they were losing that fight so massively was because Yaoi was able to land a massive Minions Fury and kind of zone everyone away. It landed on Kyrie at least, that I can see, and even that was enough to kind of like slow down the damage potential from Fnatic Onyx and allow Team Liquid to try and just use these combos, right? The fact that King Gugun also came in and did a ton of damage with the Julian. If this was a more spread out fight, a more open fight, which we saw in the first few skirmishes from Fnatic Onyx, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Team Liquid to try and get their damage off. They're going to really be relying only on JMZ and Kabuki perhaps to really have that reliable DPS. So I think that's where they have to try and avoid these fights, because even before talking about the Minotaur, the Edith, the Lohi, right? When the Lohi was meta, we saw that in a fight on a thin corridor in the jungle, you almost never wanted to try and do that because the Lohi just procs so many stacks, so many passives, and does so much crowd control and damage. So I think this all relies on how well Fnatic Onyx can kind of, I don't know, draw the fight out to open areas where they can be the ones that kind of hide in the bushes, hide on the sides, and go for these crazy flanks that can catch Team Liquid off guard. But keep in mind, the diversion is still a very big factor here that Team Liquid can use to surprise Fnatic Onyx, especially because they haven't been using it for the past couple of minutes.
With the X Factor, the surprise tool for Team Liquid ID, as they take a look at the Lord, sieging it soon, and they will just kind of counter-initiate, counter-engage to the players of Fnatic Onyx because they have so much reach, so much damage now.
Hey.
One can still play with the final slash.
Not the Yowie though. Ministry gets boxed up, flickers forward. Oh, Spirit of Destruction doesn't connect in the back. Kyrie secures it. Good bit of crown with the Ministry turned around. He advising Immortality jumps into the midst of it all. Kyrie gonna be able to just scratch them down. And Kabuki, only now does he make his way towards the Lord Pit, but it's all too late. James was left alone, isolated. Gugun just trying to find a bit of compensation, something, anything. But Fnatic Onyx deny it away from him.
That's just a beautiful play from Onyx, man. To begin with, Lutpi goes for the final slash as a threat, as a, a bluff almost. And Team Liquid were kind of discouraged. They moved backwards, and that's where Fnatic Onyx immediately jumped on the Lord to try and clear it out. And because of that, you saw that Team Liquid were caught off guard. They were forced to use their spells at a less ideal moment, and that's why the Spear of Destruction also missed. It was thrown at the Lord, but the fights happened in the jungle of Team Liquid. Now with the Lord marching down, Fnatic Onyx looking for one more play to really seal the deal.
That was an insult to injury, missing that Spear of Destruction. As Fnatic Onyx crack open the base of Team Liquid ID, they have to hold their ground. Oh, a slash towards Yowie. Oh, they're engaging in front, but they have so many high ground tools to play with. The burst, the poke as well, looking towards Lutpi.
Do they have enough? That's the question. Primal Wrath used up by James, now onto the Lord. Lord making the base quite vulnerable. Fnatic Onyx decide not to go for it just yet. San's already using the Primal Wrath. Great enhanced sword to escape from the final slash there. As Kabuki marches forward. Oh, luckily for him, no final slash from Lutpi. But he calculated that well. For TLID, like you said, good wave clear, and they still will be able to see another day in this game.
Kabuki's feeling it. He's blitzing forward. He's much more confident now. The fact that he has that damage needed, and they could still hold on to their own base for so long because they have sustainable damage, they have that burst, they have that control with the Luoyi, with the Moskov, and then you have JMZ as that front line to just layer up the damage and the defenses coming in from Team Liquid ID. So Fnatic Onyx, they have to halt their movements to take down the Crystal.
And right now, we saw that Kabuki went for that aggressive play because he knew he had the Purify, worst case scenario, but he needs to try and keep in mind that it's not only about the crowd control. The way Fnatic Onyx works, it's all damage, right? If CW and Kyrie both hit him with an empowered basic attack and maybe a Lycan Pounce, one additional spell above it, that could be enough to immediately delete Kabuki off the face of the Land of Dawn. So he needs to be worried more about the real crowd control, right? Death, getting taken out of the fight completely. You can see Richie build up the Winter Crown as well, anticipated the next fight to be an absolutely messy one. With 20 seconds on the clock, with Team Liquid still having the potential to go for the diversion play, to go for the Spear of Destruction play again. It failed once already. Will they dare to try and pull it off one more time? Yowie even going for the Winter Crown. Everyone banking on having just a bit more outplay potential here to avoid the bulk of the burst damage. Because again, they know that once they survive the initial burst, they have more ways to try and fight back, especially with the Minotaur that can heal everyone up.
And now he can do what Sans has been able to do to him, right? Minion's Fury, Winter Crown. So you get the knockup, but you stay very safe.
The Winter Crown will be very, very good. Yowie kicked back though.
James walks forward. Minion's Fury now. Good Winter Crown there. Used up with the Minion's Fury too. Yowie finding a four-man there. Sans gonna be isolated. Final slash cancelled away. Lutpi still finds him. Richie takes Sans away. Kyrie in the back still trying to go forward. Kills Kabuki. Getting rid of the Immortality. The motivation roll will make it hard for Kyrie to go for it, but he'll still be able to find it all the way. Buys the Immortality just in time right there as Kabuki demolishes volleys at the back line. Kyrie is going to be taken out by Richie, who finds the yin-yang reaction despite the immortality buy from the Sky King himself.
The cavalry charges forth towards the castle of the Sky Kings, and it is Kabuki just peering down the players of Fnatic Onyx. Keyboy left to defend his kingdom. Will this work out well for him? Because Kabuki is just an absolute beast.
30 seconds on the clock. It's 20 seconds for CW. They have a cannon mini. They have a lot more waves coming down in the mid lane, but they'll have to calculate it perfectly. Sans, 7 seconds for him to respawn. Kabuki buys the immortality now. They need to go for the base straight up, and that's what he does. Kabuki on it, gets caught on the way to Dragon. Richie on it as well. This might be a little bit of a throw. Good Spear of Misery. Kabuki now doing some damage. Sounds like terrifying. Now the Spear of Destruction.
Oh,
Going forward, Kabuki throws the Spear of Destruction, but it doesn't connect. He still goes forward, tries to make a desperate play happen, but it does not happen. Fnatic Onyx, they shut down the miracle comeback.
A string of insane plays. Goes, dominoes, falls for Team Liquid ID. They lose to the durability of Fnatic Onyx with a lot of players respawning. Now it is their time to defend on the opposite side of the map. They are on the opposite side of the coin.
Unlike the previous one, though, no base turrets to help them. Look, Pig displacing James, good for the crown, but Sans pops into Primal Rat. James all but isolated. Kick with the way to Dragon. A minute Fury finds 2, but Lookby's still there, just trying to distract Gurgun as he goes to bring a hand sword, but he dies straight in towards Kyrie's claws. A triple kill for Kyrie, a winner crown, and game number 1 for the defending Indo champions.
The cavalry were charging forth, and it turns out their swords were broken. The Sky Kings, divine intervention, they deny Team Liquid ID of that first win and a comeback in game number 1.
It was so close yet so far, man. Fnatic Onyx were staring defeat in the eyes, and they said, not today. Denying Team Liquid from that amazing play, and eventually immediately going in to flip the coin, knowing that there's a 50-second, 40-second death timer on the backline members of Team Liquid. In the light of dawn, man, all it takes is one moment, and you're seeing it yet again from the first game of MPL ID Season 14.
Wow, it was insane how Kabuki was there. It was set up for him, the heroic moment. But it was so close, there weren't enough minions to just be there and help him to take down the crystal. But from the very first start of the game, Lutfi was just everywhere. He was making plays left, right, and center, just controlling and dictating the engages and the initiations coming in from Fnatic Onyx.
The Lord was up for grabs, man. And yet TLID decided to go for the risky play, and I guess that's why they call it high risk, high reward. Very high risk, almost getting it, but the death timers. And the fact that Keyboy was still there, Kabuki, if he had the Purifier, I think that would have been much less of a risk, but it was still on cooldown from the fight prior to that siege. And man, you really got to think back, calculation-wise. Was the Lord not just the better play there?
High risk.
feel like it was.
Yeah, it was. But like you said, high risk, high reward. This time, it's high risk, no reward. They had to kind of swallow that hard pill because Kabuki was online. I feel like he overestimated his damage and the fact that he had that possibility to just end the game with the attack speed and the damage. But yeah, again, you kind of have to take a look at the bigger picture. Take a helicopter view. The fact that the Lord was there, it could help them siege and tone down the pressure of Fnatic Onyx that were respawning.
To be fair, right, when the Fnatic Onyx, you never really know. When the game really feels like, oh, it's a done deal, it's all about getting this Lord, and then, you know, we win the next fight. Sometimes with Fnatic Onyx, it's just not that simple, right? You get this feeling that they're gonna pull something off, kind of find ways to make it work. And again, with Fnatic Onyx being the team with a lot of burst damage, there's a lot more risk in the heads of Team Liquid, right? If they get the Lord, who's to say that they won't be caught in the fight and then Kabuki gets taken out completely? Like, without Kabuki, even in the late game, they still lack that damage, right? Yeah. That's why their composition is better as 5, but at the same time, there's more dynamic playmaking available for the side of Fnatic Onyx. Even we saw earlier, Sans could just adjust which ultimate he takes to try and swing the fight in their favor. You can see Keyboy can change who he targets as well. So that is what makes it so difficult for Team Liquid to get a read on whether or not the next fight is just that guarantee.
Oh, that was so close. for a second, I thought that, you know, Team Liquid ID can
done it.
Get the comeback again. The Kryptonites, Fnatic Onyx, they are kind of like, you know, the Achilles heel for the Sky Kings, because they're able to just tremble down, especially in the opening legs of MPL ID. But again, this is still the first game. You know, there is still a second game to look at. But if we're talking about the conclusions coming in, Richie and James were, to be honest, nowhere to be seen. They were mostly banking on Kabuki, and the Moskov late game was coming to fruition. The fruits of his labor was there to save Team Liquid ID, but you can't just keep banking on him again and again. Sure, their winning conditions, one of them are through Kabuki, but of course you would expect for Richie, for James, sure, they are rookies, but again, you would kind of want that light to come in from them.
Yeah, I think it's still their first game ever on stage here for MPL Indonesia, so you can give them the benefit of the doubt, can give them some more ways to improve. But we were talking about the rivalry earlier before the game, from James to Lutfi, and I guess in game one, it's very clear who got the dub.
I think it's most definitely Lutfi, man. Basic Emblem Arlet with a Thunder Belt, and then straight into a full tank build. This is a very annoying Arlet that does a respectable amount of damage. We saw that earlier. I believe the fight was kind of won for Team Liquid. Then Lutfi comes in and he just got his eyes on Kabuki. Like, come here, man. If we're going to lose the fight, at least I'm taking you down with me. And there are moments like that where, again, this isn't supposed to be the enabler, the tank, the initiator, right? Who goes with the final slash, and yet he's able to actually secure the kill onto the Moskov. It's moments like this that makes it so difficult. And on the flip side, for JMZ, he's on an Edith, and he's trying to maybe counter-engage, but the final slash comes in from such a far distance that the onward, that the Earth Shatter can't really be used to cancel it. And in fact, several times we saw that JMZ is the one trying to make an engage happen, trying to make a crowd control play, and he gets hit with the final slash instead. So the range here is something that I think Lutfi calculated so well, and his synergy with Keyboy, you gotta give a shout out to Keyboy as well, because Lutfi's initiations would not have been so impactful if Keyboy wasn't the one kind of waiting in the wings, kind of almost corralling everyone to the same point, just for Lutfi to get a massive 3-man, 4-man final slash. I think it's a combo that works together very, very well.
Keyboy was just sweeping around for enemies, for foes, for Team Liquid ID, and the fact that he was able to build a relatively tanky build but still dealt so much damage was just insanity. And the fact that Final Slash wasn't kind of used in kind of like an aggressive way to initiate. He was using it mostly for a bluff, for setting up the Fnatic Onyx towards success. Mostly it was just the Arlet that was able to open up the spaces and the initiations coming in. But yeah, for Lutfi, such a great game with the Arlet. Does this kind of call a ban towards his Arlet in the next game?
And I would actually want to bring it back to the itemization there, right? Because Lutfi bought the Encourage later on in the game. So he definitely got, you know, a little bit more of the value from the roam items as well. He played as the frontliner, but also his build was very heavily targeted towards the magic damage of Liquid. And I think that's why Kabuki was such a threat to them in the later stage. No one could really tank up Kabuki's damage.
And it's, you know, a great adjustment. I mean, we saw even Keyboy, right, rush the Athenas instead of any kind of physical defense items, because they know that the Moskov, yes, it's a Moskov with Purify, with outplay potential, but in the grand scheme of things, you can still do enough damage to kind of zone the Moskov away. And look at what happens in these fights, man. Even in the backline, the fact that there's so much mobility available for the side of Fnatic Onyx, Kyrie, CW, Keyboy, everyone can dive in the backline, and even with the Purifies, you can see that Kabuki and Richie, once Onyx kind of finds the mark onto them, it's not so difficult. This fight really only went their way, I would say, because of that Winter Crown play. I don't think Fnatic Onyx were expecting 3 Winter Crowns out of nowhere, and we talked about the burst damage reliance, right, for the side of Fnatic Onyx. The Winter Crown kind of forced them to kind of switch targets multiple times without securing the deal, and that's the opportunity that Team Liquid has right there. But unfortunately, they went for their risky play. They tried to go for the end, and in the end, with 50 seconds on Kabuki, there was just so much time available for the sides of Fnatic Onyx to just immediately push down. And again, even if you want to try and clear the waves the same way that Fnatic Onyx did, look at the burst damage, man. These are the frontliners that are immediately like destroyed.
Retrospectively as well.
And the basic emblem, which also allows him to kind of stay around the map a lot more often. The fact that he was the main frontline and Keyboy was the kind of... Usually the Cho becomes the frontline, but he's not really good at doing so. But the fact that the Arlet, right, with AoE card control is the frontline, and Keyboy is that hidden factor here that can play defensively or aggressively, kind of really played well into the composition of Fnatic Onyx. And the basic emblem just allows Arlet, the Arlet on Lutpi to just stay in the map. Several times we saw him get low, get to the half HP, and he just sticks around because he doesn't really have, he doesn't really need to be forced to just go back there. And for Kyrie on the Roger, we talked about how initially he went for all these, all the utility items, the War Axe, the Thunderbelt. Afterwards, he kept the Endless Battle, the Sky Piercer, and then as a final measure, he went for the Great Dragon Spear, which I guess in a sense is a big factor here, ensuring that whenever Fnatic Onyx really want to jump on the back line, the fact that Kabuki can maybe kite back, can maybe use the Abyss Walker to get out of danger. The same thing can't be said for Richie on the Lo Yi. He's forced to stand there, try and throw out the damage again and again, but even with the passive, even with the procs of the yin-yang effect, like you said, it's just not enough to just tank the damage coming in from the Harith and the Roger, man. It's way too much.
And really, usually we expect the Lo Yi pick to make a lot of crazy plays in the mid game, especially the late game, but it was non-existent. I honestly have to say that.
Yeah.
Richie, Lo Yi felt like a Yeve. It really felt like someone that was just standing there in the mid lane, standing there in the compositions, utilizing the yin-yang reaction. And if that was the game plan, if that was what Richie wanted to do, I think the coaches should just give him something like a Lilia, should give him something like a Yeve here, because...
Or Vexana.
Did you see a single, like, amazing diversion? I don't remember one. There was one attempt with sending Yaoi.
Yep.
And even then failed. That failed.
Yes, agreed. I feel like maybe the idea initially was to try and be more aggressive, but considering the fact that they're seeing, man, all these dives coming in from Fnatic Onyx, maybe that's why they went and tried to figure out, okay, maybe we can use the Lo Yi defensively, you know, proc the passives, get the shielding, and then pick a defensive support like a Minotaur instead. So it's almost like Fnatic Onyx kind of brute forced Team Liquid to shift their game plan there, or risk getting completely annihilated. Because a lot of these fights, by the way, for Team Liquid, were only won due to the threat, the zoning of the Minion Fury. So it's a trade-off that I think Team Liquid were forced to take.
Yeah, we didn't really see that diversion plays. You would expect, you know, a TP down the rush towards the jungle, or maybe create some sort of play, but it was non-existent.
Maybe with
almost
Gugun, huh?
for Richie. But yeah, again, I mean, you would expect that the Lo Yi could just deal a lot of damage. It did.
It did.
Create a lot of burst damage, but again, so
can
passive.
all the other mid laners
Exactly.
in the game, right?
That's why, and for the fact that sometimes, you know, the Minion Free was the saving grace for TLID. Again, Sans was there with the IMU, a lot of copy ultimates that was just there to neutralize all the burst potential, all the kill threats of Team Liquid ID. So again, I feel like it's either kind of a hero misplay, or you could just draft something much more passive, much more safe for Richie in that regard.
What was it, Troy?
You know, drafting something much more safe and much more passive for Richie.
I think much more safe or much more utility heavy, right? Because again, something like a Vexana would have been so good against his composition, man, right? The fact that they were all barreling through right next to each other, imagine, right, a Terrify into an Eternal Guard. And even having the Eternal Guard just swish around, you know, in the middle of that fight, that could have added so much more damage potential.
Oh, yes, the Vexana.
Exactly.
Not joking, it's good.
Or something, again, if they want to try... We saw that something that they were struggling with is to kite back away from danger. So slows like the Yeve, like the Novaria could have worked well as well.
Yeah, and yeah, we were talking about how Richie was kind of much more faster for Yesgel, but it's an interview up on stage with Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
Seperti mendoan anget yang dimakan saat hujan. Di sini Bude Clara Mongstar menyambut kalian dengan hangat. Dan juga pastinya di sini ada Cika. Halo Cika.
Halo,
Aduh, Osunya Bude.
Aku panggilnya Bude ya.
Boleh apa aja.
Bude.
Panggil sayang juga boleh.
Sayang.
Oh, tapi menariknya di sini, Cika, selamat datang.
Halo.
Ini adalah minggu pertama untuk season 14.
Betul.
Gimana sih kamu ngelihat?
Jujur tadi aku pas baru masuk itu bener-bener vibe-nya tuh orang-orang tuh pada menggebu-gebu banget gitu ya. Terus habis itu pas gamenya dimulai juga orang-orang tuh mensupport timnya masing-masing juga. Kayak gitu vibe-nya seru banget sih Kak.
Seru banget ya?
Seru banget, megah sekali.
Game 1 aja tadi udah back and forth, tapi menurut Cika sendiri, gimana sih? Ini kan kamu ada di depan booth-nya Erigo, ini season pertama, Erigo kolaborasi sama MPL ya. Kamu sebagai BA Erigo gimana sih ngelihatnya?
Seneng banget dong, karena Erigo juga selain collab, MPL Indonesia itu sebagai BA-nya Erigo juga gitu. Ini yang baju aku pakai ini juga udah kolaborasi sama MPL Indonesia.
Keren.
Ada juga.
Benar, ini kolaborasi yang ada di sini ada apa aja sih?
Ada banyak Kak,
Kaos.
ada kaos, ada Varsity, ada kayak tas yang besar juga ada gitu.
Ini pada belanja dia. Ini bisa langsung pada belanja di MPL.
Bisa banget, setiap ada event MPL ada booth Erigo. Gitu.
Wah, jadi tinggal datang aja ke booth Erigo kalau kalian mau kembaran sama Cika. Dan juga kita bisa beli di mana lagi sih? Mungkin yang ada di luar kota, yang ada di luar negeri kepengen juga nih.
Iya, kalian bisa dapetin di e-commerce online juga. Mantap, e-commerce kesayangan kalian.
Tinggal di search aja ini Erigo X MPL berarti ya?
Betul.
Cika paling suka yang mana?
Ini, kaos.
Keren. Belakangnya apa sih ini?
Belakangnya ini.
Ini logo MPL banget ya? Ayo yang mau kembaran sama Cika langsung aja. Ada diskon nggak nih kita di sini?
Ada dong. Ada.
Diskon ada. Kaosnya keren. Kalau
Ada
apa
Varsity
jaket
juga.
lagi ya? Oh ini nih.
Ini, Kak.
Bang. Coba dong
jangan
lihat sini jadi model. Jadi model. Keren. Season ini bakal keren ya?
Keren banget. Erigo, wah ternama dah pokoknya dah.
Kamu langsung borong.
Doain ya Bude ya.
Coba disuruh beli dong, disuruh.
Cika beli dong Kak. Nanti ini tuh jangan cuma dipakai doang, bayar juga sekalian.
Iya Bude, nabung dulu.
Nabung dulu.
Kan.
Baru
pembukaan dia.
Oke, udah ada di wishlist ya di sini.
Iya.
Tapi kamu paling suka yang mana?
Sih. Ya, jadi bisa dipakai kalau kehujanan, kepanasan, bisa kan?
Masa untuk deketin boleh? Biar tambah keren kan?
Iya boleh ya.
Ya boleh. Nambah semangat juga. Tapi Cika semuanya masih berkembang. Silahkan belanja lagi, pilih-pilih dulu. Kawasan kembar sama Cika juga boleh. Tapi Cika ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih mungkin untuk semua penggemar MPL, semua super fans dan juga tentunya untuk MPL?
Aku pengen nyampein buat kalian semua. Numpung lagi ada eventnya MPL, kalian jangan lupa mampir ke booth-nya Erigo.
Pasti dong. Thank you banget Cika.
Terima kasih banyak Bude.
Dan langsung aja kita akan lemparkan kepada caster untuk melanjutkan game yang kedua.
Thank you, Bude, Clara, Mongstar, and of
BCM.
course, Mirko and Arashi.
BCS?
And
BCM?
BCL? BCS?
BCM. Bude Clara Mongstar.
Bude Clara Mongstar. Yeah, Bude Clara Mongstar. And
Official
of course, with a new season means new collaborations, new sponsors, new partners, and that was one of the partners that we have, you know, the Erigo XMPL ID Season 14 collection. It's up on sale and it looks very, very good, you know.
Definitely, you know, Erigo, one of the biggest, I think, the
Clothing.
biggest local brand.
Yeah.
I have a lot of very good t-shirts personally, a lot of the outers as well, so seeing them collaborate with MPL Indo, I'm about to go out there right after this match. I think we should all go there together, get some more drip, you know, so we can look skibbity
Riz. Maximum Riz.
We can look smacks.
Looks maxing. But of course, now for Team Liquid ID, they have to draft smacks because the draft was solid in a way, but again, did not really fit the profile of the players of Team Liquid ID. Again, so heavily banking on that Moskov to go online, and it did, but then again, when the Moskov was deleted, when it was eliminated, it was gone from the Land of Dawn. Team Liquid ID felt clueless, and they didn't know what to do, so they have to change a few things. Now, for you, in your eyes, Arashi, what do Team Liquid ID need to change?
I think it's a multifaceted approach right here, because we were talking earlier as well. Is there potential for a Gugun to go with the whole team to go for the end? But then the ways we're pushing. Is there a way they could have maybe won the fights differently? But you know, they were kind of forced to do a lot of different things. I feel like several solutions are available. If they really want to bank on the execution, and all they need to do is make sure that they have enough tools to really control the fight. Because by all means, Kabuki was doing damage, Yaoi was doing crowd control. You know, everyone was doing what they were supposed to do. It's not that anyone made a massive misplay and we're like, oh no, and they lost the game, right? It was just a execution gap technically. It's almost like Onyx were the ones that are making the plays so complex, so weird, that Team Liquid can't really keep up. So if they feel like that's the issue and they want to go with a simple approach, right, then go for there's even stronger team fights. But if they want to try and make sure and do the banana split as well, there are a lot of ways here that they can win even without going for all-out team fights. That's the problem here that I think Team Liquid are just kind of confused by.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree where Fnatic Onyx for the most part were able to outplay Liquid, but I think there were some massive mistakes made in the game, right? It's not mistakes that you would normally see. Kabuki missing Spear of Destructions, crucial Spear of Destructions around that massive throw of a decision to actually try to end the game. But most importantly, the biggest mistake of them all that doesn't get highlighted much, but is a mistake when you play Lo Yi. Playing like Eve, playing like Sicilian. Where are the diversion? Where are the diversion plays?
You're inclined, you're inclined to create plays, but then again, we were talking about it quite shortly, the brief amount of time that Richie is the contradiction of Yeskiel. This guy is a passive, stable mid laner that can really just support his teammates. So maybe just give him supportive utility mid laners, either the Zuxian, either the Lilia, or maybe other heroes that could just help and supplement his teammate.
I wonder if the idea was to just, do the usual Yi stuff and then use your ultimate because there's a shot caller, they can ask for it, right? But if that's the idea, I feel like that overloads JMZ, because by all means, man, you're a shot caller, but if you have to micro even the usage of that ultimate, I feel like it's a bit too much. I think we talked about earlier as well, the fact that maybe they were pressured to end the game due to using all that Winter Crown, using the Immortals in the previous fight. That could have played a role into it as well. I think when it comes down to it, Team Liquid just has to find a draft that kind of works better together, and maybe that's more in line with the personalities and the playstyle of Team Liquid. If they really want to go for that hard team fight style, then maybe instead of going for the Edith along with the Minotaur, go for the Minotaur with something like a Terizla, right? Go for even more ways to make sure that when you do want to fight and you know that you have the damage to win the fight, you can force Onyx into those fights. Because you saw that for Fnatic Onyx, the only time where they were really fighting and committing was when they wanted to, right?
Yeah.
There's no time where Team Liquid were the ones dictating when the fight was going to happen.
And Nolan, again, picked up by Kyrie, one of his staples. And now the Arlet taken away by Team Liquid ID from the hands of Litpi. It was such a menace. It was so disruptive for Team Liquid ID to play against. And now the question is, will JMZ be able to replicate what Litpi was able to do?
That's a good question, right? Now on the same hero, so we'll see about that matchup. He definitely has a better hero to really set up, especially after banning the Arlet. You can expect maybe for TLID to ban the Yuzhang next if they really want Litpi or to lose out on that lane up against the Arlet, or to at least set up for James with the Arlet, right? Because right now I feel like there are two main concerns for Fnatic Onyx. Number one, they need an initiator. They need
that, logic and that approach is that they will play without a heavy initiator. You would need the Terizla to open up the space for Nolan, for the Harith to deal the damage. Now, the question is that how will they be able to sustainably deal the damage if they don't have that initiator, especially in the hands of Team Liquid ID now. They have the Arlet, they have the Edith, so much control towards the front line and the back line of Fnatic Onyx. That is the question they have to answer if they really want to go for full damage, and they ban out the Luo Yi. They respect this time.
Well, it was still annoying, right? When you're just gathering food and make something happen. As called, man.
Vexana.
Hate to say I told you so, but the Luo Yi, I guess, still was a nuisance. It's not a game-changing nuisance, but it's still a nuisance nonetheless. But now they're up against the Vexana. A big value, though, for the team, for Fnatic Onyx, of going banning the Luo Yi and forcing the Vexana instead, is that once the Vexana misses most of the skill shots, the Terrify, the Eternal Guard, it's gonna be a bit too dangerous, man. There's not a lot of ways for the Vexana to survive as compared to the Luo Yi. They can have the passive, the shielding, right? And if you're talking about the lack of frontline for Fnatic Onyx, they can do what they did in game number 1. Go in and go out when they want to, and make sure that they don't get caught, right? The fact that they're up against oh man.
Yeah, there you go.
Again, the fact that they're up against an Arlet, though, might be dangerous, and they go for a Minotaur, though. Now that's peculiar.
The Minotaur, that means all initiations or all enabling duties in the hands of Keyboy. Previously in the
and Sans.
Yeah, and Sans as well with the Valentina. You could always steal the Primal Wrath or the Final Slash. Again, last game it was mostly Litpi. Keyboy was there to just zone out the players. Of course, this time different function, different duties for Keyboy. Now, how do Team Liquid answer this? Because again, it all comes to full circle that Fnatic Onyx really wants to maximize their damage maxing.
I think, yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, but I think for TLID, maybe something like an Alpha could still work for Gugun in the jungle, right? There's a lot of mobility, though, so that would actually stop the Alpha quite a bit. But if you're really going to go for the neutral objectives, maybe that's the pick. They go for a bit more skirmishing power, though, in the Joy. And Arashi, Joy's been nerfed quite a bit. You know, I think every patch since her release has been gradually nerfed. nerf, into the biggest nerf, which was the last one, where you no longer have the CC immune when you use the electrifying beats. And I think that was a great change, by the way. Just want to put that out there.
Joy is such tremendous. And I mean, you as a marksman player, me as a mage player, we are so happy that is the case, man.
Realize the marksman too, so
yeah. Oh yeah,
all
exactly.
three of us hate
We're
Joy.
shaking hands now. We're the Joy Victims Club.
but I have seen Joy mostly picked now in XP lane where she would go the glowing one and with the Vengeance as well as a pick. But now, the draft index here, Arashi, what do we look at now?
I'm looking immediately at the fact that there are no purifiers in the hands of Team Liquid, man. That is dangerous. This is a Minotaur in the hands of Keyboy, right? It might be more aggressive than you would expect. Man likes to make plays. And we talked about how the Valentina in the hands of Sans can still play make, so they gotta be really careful here without a safety net.
Here we go, the Cavalry now looking to recharge the Sky Kings. Will they be able to fight back, or will the Sky Kings conclude it with the 2-0 in the opening match of MPL ID Season 14?
That's a weakness finder on the Roger, by the way. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, if King Gugun on the Joy can try to equalize this. Now we have another Assassin versus Assassin jungle matchup. Last time it was a marksman earlier in game number 1. So Kabuki, weakness finder, by the way, yeah? Going for the weakness finder instead of the QC that we see a lot from as well.
Definitely going for something a bit more aggressive, attempting to really get the better of
super aggressive
of CW in the lane, but can topside the Vengeance already popped.
Which Vengeance? Lutpi's Vengeance or James's Vengeance?
Nobody knows, man. I mean, Richie also recognizes the danger, though. Going for the tenacity, even though he's on the mage, I think it's a wise move. I do that myself when I'm playing mages against a Harith, against a Nolan. More importantly, I think Kyrie on the Nolan here will have a lot of free reign to go up around, because who can really stop him right here? Maybe the stun from James, maybe? No way the final is actually used for a solo target. And for the Vexana, there are ways for Kyrie to outplay and dodge away from those spells, man. But look at Yaoi.
That's a flicker onward, and the Earth Shatter into the electrifying beats, and this time it's James who claims first blood. So TL still playing with what makes him special. First blood Kings.
Clean execution coming there from Team Liquid ID, reclaiming that first blood back to their own pockets, but Kyrie fishing for something for himself. Meanwhile, JMZ is able to just neutralize the lane and play and according to himself. Xiaoyi is just everywhere around the map now, just supplementing his plays. Final flash, but misses. Turtle now. It's going to be very important for Team Liquid ID.
Great damage, amazing zoning from James now, doing so much, and Luffy isn't even level 4 yet, so there's not going to be any contest for Fnatic. Onyx, a Team Liquid lead with the first turtle, but down below, this is the strong side for Fnatic. Onyx at this point of the game with CW on the Harith.
And to look at the emblems as well for Lutpi, he has that the war cry to try and augment the damage, and later on he'll be able to actually proc that on multiple people. But I guess in a way it also lowers his laning prowess, right? Compared to something a bit more direct, like a Brave Smite to win out in the 1v1s. That may be why he seems to be a bit less YOLO as of right now. The ganks though, for the side of Team Liquid, is definitely something they have to try and keep in mind, because with the Earth Shatter and the Curse Blast combo in the mid lane for Team Liquid, they can immediately clear the lane in a single second, and you're seeing Yaoi being a lot more active because of it.
Sans though under pressure, good looking for a play, and this could be another collapse coming in from Fnatic Onyx and Team Liquid ID.
Able to escape. Now he still has a Primal Wrath, decides to pop at Lutfi. Still in the midst of it all, gets caught on the Curse Blast. Now James walking forward, another Vengeance there, but is Fury gonna knock him up? No! He flickers out to safety. Kyrie with a fracture. It's not enough to take him down. King Gugun now walking down in towards the enemy jungle. Kyrie zones him away, and both teams decide to disengage for now. But now Gugun enters the enemy jungle again to steal that creep away from Kai.
This time around, Team Liquid ID, they have a lot of disengage tools, you know, the Vengeance coming in from JMZ as well, and they are much more tanky compared to Fnatic Onyx. So Kyrie so far hasn't been able to just assassinate the players of Team Liquid ID. More tanky this time.
Oh no, Zamon Force plays it into the wrong direction. Still though, CW gets out. Luckily, this is a nerf Joy.
And it's still doing that much damage, man. And for Gugun here, showing up on the Assassin once more. I think for Kyrie, the problem is, again, the only real target he has right here is Richie. Everyone else on his team can't really set up with a big amount of crowd control to guarantee the fracture. And even the gold lane, right? It's a Roger and Kabuki, so he's a lot tankier than you would expect from the usual mid laners. So I think his potential here, his threat, is kind of nerfed a bit by the drafts. But when it comes to clear speed, he still has a bit more of an advantage. But Gugan is keeping up really, really well.
Yeah. Now, could be a double take for both teams. It's Fnatic Onyx. This time around, they have enough damage, but looking for a play is Yaoi.
Or counter onward, and now they combo together with the final slash and the Eternal Guard. Tate CC. Keyboy taken down. Goku still winning the retreat battle despite it all. Good vengeance by Lippy, soaking in damage right now as Kabuki jumps in with the Lycan Pounce, steals damage and takes Lippy out, but now gets caught all alone. Tries to go with the Lycan Pounce. CW gets rid of him. Goku re-engaging, and Richie trying to get that Terrify down. It's a winning fight for Fnatic Onyx, and now they go on Richie. Fracture. Not enough to take him down. Not just yet. Gogun forcing Kyrie to back away. Fight for Fnatic Onyx. Objective for Liquid.
Gugun is relentless, and so is Kabuki, but Kabuki in too deep with that pounce, and he gets punished for that. And if you let your guard down this time around, Fnatic Onyx could just burst you down with the damage that they have all in their lane.
And Gugan already has the Starlium at this point, so even more burst available. Here's a game fact by our application GoPay though, but wait a minute.
But doesn't have the vengeance.
It's gonna be okay. Yeah, it's gonna be okay. But a game fact by the new application GoPay. This is the debut of Thamus in MPL ID Season 14 before last being used by Lanaya in MPL ID Season 12. Now talking about Thamus though, the main idea of this XP laner is to use damage, but wait a minute.
Yeah, stolen Eternal Guard Yaoi! Everything in the kitchen sink thrown! That is 4 ultimates! You can count it as 5, you know, you can kind of cheat, but fractured their Eternal Guard, catching him! Kiwi gonna be taken down, Fnatic Onyx! They got a good pick there, but they stayed so long!
This is layering that Team Liquid ID should be doing since game number 1. You have JMZ as the main initiator, and then you have Richie coming in with the Eternal Guard. So, you know, you have that utility, you have that CC layered upon Fnatic Onyx. They can't even move, and you get a pick. This is how Team Liquid ID, you know, are inclined to play.
Right now you can see from the items, growing one rush for Richie here. Gonna lower get some more damage, but also lower the regeneration coming in from the side of Fnatic Onyx. Especially they're against, because they're up against a Thamus and a Minotaur, and a Harriet technically, and a Valentina. A lot of value for this growing one pick. But that means that Richie needs to be a bit more careful with the mana management, right? Only relying on the Impure Rage here to try and get some mana sustained. Onyx make a play for the turtle once more. I think this time they have more of an edge. They're pushing Team Liquid back.
They're taking back control of the game. It's a 1,000 gold lead. Good wave push here. A shove in the mid lane from Kabuki as they set up for the neutral objective. And still it's Lippy who's holding it down. Everybody else more concerned about the setup first.
They have to set this up as well, and we're talking about how Fnatic Onyx only has one initiation tool, and that will be in Keyboy and Sans. But Sans, he needs a good ultimate. He has the primal blast, not the final flash though.
And now taking a look, gets chain CC, he has the vengeance down. Oh, Keyboy jumps in with his fury, catches them all. And now Gugan, even with electrifying beats, he can only just use it to run away. Kabuki goes in, but it's more to the Minotaur. I don't think that's worth it. Kabuki taken out. Richie's gonna be next on the chopping block. He does have the flicker, but now with the chase, Richie gets out. It's a flicker burnt down, and Fnatic Onyx have completely turned the tides around. Harry looking for it. Has the dash, jumps in, fracture! Just a pixel away from landing. Richie escaping with his life.
The slashes, the moves, and the weaves coming in from Kyrie have been excellent, and now Team Liquid ID, they evaporate in just one skirmish. That Fnatic Onyx was able to chase them down without even a proper and heavy initiation coming in from Keyboy.
It's a great play for Fnatic Onyx to really hold their cool right there. You saw that there were moments from Team Liquid that they were threatening. They were trying to force Fnatic Onyx to maybe pop an ultimate, pop a battle spell. But Ludpi being in the front, tanking the turtle, hang on to his ultimate, held on to his vengeance as well. And once they focused on it, once they committed, that's why he used it. With the bulk of the spells used onto the Thamus, with Keyboy coming in with the Minion Fury as well, that was just the perfect fight for Fnatic Onyx, and Team Liquid needs to understand that. When they were able to win the fight earlier, it's because they were able to actually focus Keyboy down before he was able to use the Minion Fury, and then they go in.
Yeah, the main initiation tool has to be discarded, eliminated. This time around, Keyboy is so good at hiding himself. just looking for a surprise play with the Mignon Fear, but the Stomps coming in. So Team Liquid ID, an extra task in their own regard, in their own pockets now. Having to just deal with B-Boy Sans. The damage is insane.
Huh? That's ridiculous damage from Sans over to James. Down to a quarter of his HP. Look, he's getting taken very, very low. So he's able to pop an ultimate Sans. I thought he stole the final slash with how far he was able to dash in, but he actually stole the Primal Wrath. He was just there to poke them down, and now Fnatic Onyx have all the resources necessary to go for the Lord.
We're talking about how Fnatic Onyx needs initiation, needs lockdown. They have it in the hands of Keyboy, but we underlook how Sans can also be the creative player to open up spaces, open up tight ropes for Fnatic Onyx. A free Lord in the hands of Fnatic Onyx. Team Liquid ID looking for a play of themselves.
Gogun comes in, carries the wins on the red tree here. Yeah, and that's going to be the knockup over to Yowie. With the Zaman Force placed down, James decides to go in with a vengeance, and he gets punished for it. Kabuki's still there, trying to deal damage onto Sans, but Fnatic Onyx, they can take as many hits as they want. Insane plays from Onyx right there. Again, it's a really great team fight, but for Team Liquid, they're just confused on how they want to play this fight out. Who are they supposed to target? Especially if they want to match the damage output. CW already with a Holy Crystal, Starly, and Power Spike, doing way too much damage. And even for Sans, we saw that Valentina damage earlier, man, onto James, who is a frontliner. Half HP in one single spell rotation. That is something that you can't really ignore, man.
Steals the Lycan form to dodge away from the final slash. That sounds alright.
God damn. Fleet footwork from Gila Sans. And he is not even stopping his crazy plays so far. Team Liquid ID internally bleeding with the sieges coming in left, right, and center. Up and down turrets fall. As Kyrie looking for an assassination towards Kabuki. Kabuki hasn't been able to just show his fang and even deal out the damage expected from him.
For now, though, with Fnatic Onyx having limited range, you can see Sans trying his best to be a nuisance, to be a deterrent. But for the most part, they're kind of zoned away from the turret. But look at this.
Oh, he finds Keyboy, even the Fury catches him. Now James gonna be knocked up again, but the turret is still alive. Lippy is caught in the midst of it all. Now and James, with a vengeance, catches him, gets knocked up and disintegrated by Sans.
Wow. It was looking so difficult for Fnatic Onyx. They're caught in the base, especially with Lutpi just stuck trying to escape. But in the midst of all the chaos, they were the ones picking up kills right now. Ruben tries to defend, but look at that first damage.
Oh my god.
Who's the assassin? Now CW with the Zaman Force jumping back and forth, taking them so low and zoning them away. And he still has a Zaman Force to jump back and forth to siege this base turret down. Yowie looking forward with the armor. Kyrie dashes out. Keyboy gets a knockup. And CW wants to go for more. Sans in the back now with a splash, and Yowie can't take it. Sans still in the midst of it all, steals the Lycan form again. This time with the Zaman Force plays down. CW will be able to burst King Gogun down. And Sans catches him again. It's a double kill for Gila Sans.
My goodness me, we have a pseudo assassin in our own hands. And that assassin is Sans. Looks like he's playing an assassin, he's playing a mage, but it's all so elusive, so fast, so quick, so bursty as well. And this is the factor that Team Liquid ID has to be able to dodge. He's just so, unstoppable with the damage given.
And Fnatic Onyx knows that Team Liquid are so reliant on just getting that big combo. You're seeing that they're not allowing it at all. We haven't seen a single massive final slash to Eternal Guard combo that really wipes out the whole roster from Fnatic Onyx. With almost a 10k gold advantage right here. It's only 13 minutes, but there's been so much action around the map. It sort of doesn't feel like it. Now with Team Liquid kind of desperately going to try and get this Lord, can they make a play happen here? Or is the spacing from Onyx a bit too much? It doesn't even matter. They burst it down.
It's all clouded in covertness for Fnatic Onyx. They get the Lord for themselves. The cavalry weakening slowly but surely. And they can't even sprint anymore. Fnatic Onyx all around the map, and we talked about how Team Liquid ID, their main pathway is to layer up the CC. You get JMZ to jump in, and then you have Richie to follow up. But how can you do that if Sans is just slithering around like a snake, untouchable?
Slithering Sans might be the new nickname given to him here with his performance. He has Lord Prot up top, and he will just get a few hits now. Yowie with the Primal Wrath doing a good amount of damage. Lippy will just siege it down in the bottom lane too. Kyrie's on it. They are able to deal with the Enhanced Lord, but they lose 2 base turrets in the process. As Sans walks forward again, steals with the Primal Wrath. James is looking for a play here, but Fnatic Onyx are just going to wait patiently for the next minion wave to come through. Sans with the splash once again. Keyboy with his Fury and the Flicker only catching James. Yaoi able to onward, backwards again. Both these teams are really just playing around. King Gugun decides to go in. Now with electrifying beats as well onto Lutpi, but it seems it only tickles Lutpi. He's the one who dealt more damage to Gugun.
Oh my goodness. Unstoppable. Fnatic Onyx, they don't lose anything. And you know, for Team Liquid ID, the pressure so constant towards them. This is looking bleak for Team Liquid ID.
There's just no solution right here. If they want to go in, the Minotaur is there. And to make things worse, the main person in the front is never the Minotaur. The weakness of that Minotaur is the fact that you have a fight with the Oasis. You kind of don't go for a full tanky build. Sometimes you're a bit more vulnerable, but when the front line is a Thamus, I mean, we saw even Gugun going in, and it was healing him. He's healing increments of 600 HP at a time. My friend, that is too much HP. Looking at his items right here. Look at that. Even the Queen's wings, man.
Oh my goodness.
Even if he was isolated, there's just so much reduction and built-in sustain. And on top of that, look at it. Oh man, it's full item builds for everyone. With the Sky Piercer for Kyrie, with the Divine Glaive on top of the Holy Crystal for CW on the Harith, man. It's just so much damage. And the main front line for the side of Team Liquid, I believe it's just, I guess it's the Arlet and the Edith, but it's just not enough at this point.
Sans is 3,500 gold ahead of Richie.
Yikes.
He's richer than Richie.
Wow. No, he's not Richie rich.
He's not.
Not yet.
Not yet. But you can take a look as well.
He's Richie middle class.
Yo!
Right now, it almost feels like Richie, no items.
Richie, no items.
Richie, no items.
From rags to Richie's. But yeah, for Lutpi now, I feel like that healing that he has isn't even supplemented by the Oracle. Usually you would go for the Oracle for that extra healing.
Exactly.
And he doesn't even need it to get that maximum healing. Now I feel like this is going to be such a late question to ask. But how do they stop Lutpi and Sans here?
Oh, I don't know. How do you stop Sans there? Oh! I can form onto Gugun! Forces the retreat to be used defensively, and Sans just looks at them. He stands there menacingly, he walks to the wall! Sans is playing around with his food!
Wow!
And today he's gonna have horse meat!
That is
Chopping
not
them
okay,
down.
bro. That is just not okay. Sans, what is this man up to, man? Team Liquid. That is some demoralizing stuff. He's still doing it. He does not care.
He was walking to the wall. He didn't even have a destination.
He was cosplaying as a disconnected player.
It's his controller disconnected.
It's just a walk in the park for Sans. What is a horse to a wolf, and is able to just feast down on the players of Team Liquid ID. This is just passive pressure now, passive dominance coming in from Fnatic Onyx. Team Liquid ID clueless on what they have to do to neutralize the threat coming in from Fnatic Onyx. A fight down bottom.
Oh, Kabuki flickering back to safety. Carry still chasing, going for the fracture, forcing Kabuki to go all the way to the fountain. Good Eternal God with the final stack, just placing him. Keyboy now pops in his Fury! Oh! Keyboy finds 5! All 5 of the cavalry!
Insanity all around. And the Sky Kings still asserting their dominance locally. This time around, a good start to open up the match. In MPL ID Season 14, they take the 2-0 against Team Liquid ID.
Man, Keyboy goes where he pleases. Keyboy smash! 5 members up in the air. How do you deal with that? He even built the fleeting time, by the way, towards the end. That man wants some action. You thought this was a defensive Minotaur? Think again, man. You're a cavalry. How do you run when you're up in the air, bro? The Sky Kings, take them out. Mid-air, airborne, airtime.
You can neigh, but what can you do up against the moon?
They can't even neigh properly. Usually you would expect that they would come running with the horsepower that they have, but it felt like they weren't even activating that horsepower. All the power was in the hands of Sans and the hands of Fnatic Onyx. Oh, wow, that is so sweet. Sweet, sweet sugar from Keyboy with that initiation.
Technically, they didn't take 5 because James is already dead.
Well, he was there in spirit. He was knocked up in spirit.
Yeah, it's like he's looking up there, up in the skies towards, you know, the players
so
down
he was
there.
also in the air.
Yeah, he was also in the air, flying, floating.
So he knocked them up all the way.
Keyboy sent everyone else to join him up there, bro.
The floating spirit of
what a generous
JMG.
god, Keyboy.
Yeah, he is.
They were having flashbacks to when they were kids playing on jumping on the bed, bro. Like, boom, wow. I guess we'll. I guess it's over.
Yeah, but this time around, their heads are banged by Fnatic Onyx.
That's brutal, man.
That's so brutal.
Hang on a minute, bro.
They were jumping and they're like, oops, the roof is Fnatic Onyx. This time around, so high. Ceilings up top. And of course, you want to hear a few words from the winners of this match. Fnatic Onyx up on stage alongside Bude, Clara, Mongstar with the winners interview. Take it away.
Dan Sonic, inilah dia kemenangan pertama bagi tim Fnatic Onyx. Wah, begitu meriahnya di hari pembukaan ini. Selamat datang tim Fnatic Onyx. Gimana match pembukaan kalian? Hadir untuk membuka season 14. Gimana Lutfi?
Alhamdulillah hasilnya memuaskan lah.
Memuaskan. Apakah cukup meyakinkan untuk melengkapi cincin UPI? Itu kurang satu tuh tadi di video.
Gimana?
Apakah cukup meyakinkan match kalian yang pertama ini langkah pertama untuk mendapatkan cincin kelima?
Yakin dong.
Yakin dong. Aduh. Tapi di sini pasti semuanya pada senang banget ya ngeliat wajah yang sama dari Fnatic Onyx. Bude penasaran apakah itu menjadi salah satu keunggulan kalian nih dengan 5 player yang masih sama plek keciplek dibandingkan mungkin kita tahu ada 2 tim yang gak berganti line up dan kalian salah satunya. Gimana tuh? Dengan wajah yang sama, apakah itu menjadi keunggulan kalian? Sans?
Kita percaya proses aja sih bahwa roster ini masih bisa dan masih kuat.
Masih bisa dan masih kuat. Ini masih bisa untuk nyabet semuanya Kak Sans?
Asal konsisten insya Allah bisa.
Insya Allah bisa, amin. Tapi kan ini ada kutipan menarik ya dari coach kalian. Coach Adi mengatakan bahwa saat MSC, kalian memang belum bisa untuk memaksimalkan gameplay dengan assassin-nya. Apakah sekarang sudah bisa? Gameplaynya sudah matang. Mungkin Kyrie, you can answer this. Are you more comfortable, udah lebih nyaman dengan gameplay Assassin Hero di MPL season 14 ini? Kalau kata Adi di MSC itu masih agak kesulitan.
Oh sorry?
Adi say that. You have you guys, Fnatic Onyx, yes, with gameplay.
Ya, lebih enak. Terus biar bisa dapat kill juga. Soalnya udah bosan sama tank kemarin.
Tapi apakah sudah matang?
Sorry?
Is it ready? Is Fnatic Onyx ready for this MPL Indonesia season 14? With the meta, the current gameplay.
Oh, siap, ready.
Sudah siap berarti ya?
Oh, kayaknya buat gameplay kita hari ini belum full potensial.
Masih berproses.
Masih ada banyak.
Masih ada banyak dan masih berproses rupanya. Dan one of your fellow friends from Filipinos, James, is here. You face him. He's only one Filipinos that is playing and coming to this season. New Filipinos. How do you see him playing?
Menurut gua masih bisa improve.
Masih bisa improve.
Ya, soalnya di match ini kelihatan banget Lutfi jagoan.
Lutfi jagoan. Apakah butuh waktu untuk beradaptasi, adaptation in this MPL ID? Does he need to adapt more in this MPL ID?
Ya mungkin.
Mungkin dengan crowd yang begitu ramai di sini. Tapi Lutfi katanya lebih jagoan kamu. Kamu merasa seperti itu gak sih tadi Lutfi di lane?
Jago.
Jago UPI?
Jago.
Yang jago-jago itu UPI apa James? UPI?
Sama-sama jago.
Sama-sama jago. Tapi apakah kamu ekspektasi bahwa Aran digantikan di match pembukaan ini? James yang bermain, bukan Aran.
Nggak tahu sih. Siapa aja lah yang main.
siapa aja yang main. Namun kalau ngeliat permainan dari Fnatic Onyx, mungkin Kiboy bisa jawab. Kiboy, Bude penasaran apakah ini Fnatic Onyx yang udah ready banget nih, gas aja Bude. Atau di sini malah tim Liquid ID yang belum siap untuk melawan kalian.
Ya, yang pertama mungkin kita juga belajar lah dari kekalahannya lumayan banyak lah. Jadi kita mau comeback stronger banget lah ini sekarang. Terus juga emang dari Liquid masih berproses banget lah. Hitungannya masih baru semua, player-player baru juga. Udah sih, paling sisanya cewek mau nambahin.
Oh, apa tuh We? Apa tuh We? Kalau itu semuanya nungguin sih cewek tambahannya apa nih?
Ya, kapten kita sekarang.
Widih, We. Kali ini kan kalian kehilangan sosok kapten kalian yang dulu-dulu. Boots sudah nggak ada di sini. Tapi gimana? Cewek sekarang jadi kapten, menanggung beban berat kah?
Enggak sih, cuman itu doang, submit.
Hah?
Cuman submit gitu doang sih.
Oh, masa We? Tapi ketika di submit itu apa nih yang berbeda ketika kamu mendapatkan title kapten?
Gak ada yang berbeda sih, kayak ya maksudnya kita sama-sama aja, cuman ya kita ada Lutfi kan sekarang. Kayak kita harus bimbing dia lah.
Widih. Sekarang tugasnya cewek yang bimbing. Sekarang tugas cewek yang bimbing Upi.
Enggak lah, kita semua lah.
Kita semua. Upi. Sekarang dibimbing mereka semua. Lebih berat?
Sama aja sih.
Boleh kedip 2 kali kok. Boleh kasih sinyal?
Katanya Lutfi mau kasih satu kata tadi.
Oke, satu kata untuk hari ini. Untuk penutupan match kalian. 2-0 dengan sangat meriah. Luar biasa. Dan inilah dia Raja Langit. Silakan kata-kata dari Fnatic Onyx. Untuk Sonic mungkin? Atau untuk siapa nih?
Gak mau nanti.
Tuh kan berantem kan? Baru menang lo udah berantem nih.
Apa? Oh.
Ayo.
Ini pertanyaannya.
Silakan kata-kata untuk Sonic atau mungkin siapa?
Sawadika. Sawadika. Terima kasih buat Sonic yang udah dateng, terus udah dukung kita. Ya jangan lupa dukung kita terus sampai kita ke playoff dan seterusnya.
Seterusnya, dan kasih tepuk tangan buat Sonic untuk Fnatic Onyx. Dan itulah dia caster kemenangan perdana yang begitu meyakinkan.
You know, my teacher once said, learning is a lifelong journey. And I feel like it also applies for the Sky Kings. They're kings of the skies.
Especially for their interviews, they gotta learn a whole lot more.
And much more. After their loss in MSC, like how Keyboy mentioned, they learned. It's a learning process. And this time, they're able to apply it properly. Just beating the hell out of Team Liquid ID 2-0. And the second game was in convincing fashion. Sans just, making it a whole circus for himself. Yeah, it was insane.
It almost like, Onyx were bullied by TLPH, and they were like, you know what? Let's do the same to their little brothers.
Yeah, it's like, you get bullied by the bigger brother, and you're bullying the smaller
Take
brother.
Take it on TLID for what TLPH did to them.
Who can I take out this frustration on, man? Anyone. It's your turn. Justice.
Justice must be served.
Retribution, literally.
And they did have the vengeance on Lutfi. So it was literally the power of vengeance that got them at least the early game.
Yeah, the power of friendship, that's old news, man. The power of vengeance. Vengeance.
Yeah, so Lutfi's vengeance is even greater than James's vengeance.
I just want to quote Robert Pattinson on that. Vengeance. Vengeance.
I love them from that movie, right?
Yeah. That one movie. I am vengeance. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Onyx is definitely back. Fnatic Onyx is definitely back with the vengeance for sure. And I think anyone coming up against them as of right now have got to be quaking in their boots right here. The MVP though, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It's your boy Lutfi on that canvas, bro. That man. Game 1 he was utility. Game 2, I don't know what the heck that was, man. He just walks.
He runs.
He's just throwing everything at him. He's like, I'm walking over here. Hey, I'm walking over here. I keep walking.
That adaptive glove that he was able to pick up. Does this signal that he's going for a Sky Piercer?
I don't know about all that.
I
Hang
think
on a minute.
Thunderbell, right?
Yeah.
Logically, it should be
Thunderbell.
Thunderbell over Skyfierce, but hey, who knows? They were so
I mean,
far
they were
ahead.
dominating so much.
Winter Crown.
Yeah, Winter Crown.
He could have gone Winter Crown.
I mean, true. He didn't even need the Oracle to get that extra healing from the photo.
I mean, look at that. Look at the highlights,
standing
man.
there.
This is the highlights presented to you by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. And man, you can see that there's just so much beefiness built in for Onyx. And by the time they're done dealing with Keyboy or Lutpi, it's just too late. They have used way too much. And they're forced to use so much on one person. Look at that. You can see that Yaoi and Gugun, they were trying to adjust. They're trying to adapt and try and find ways to maybe skip Lutpi, you know, press the skip button, get behind him. But Lutpi is just so good at it, man. The screening. He just puts himself between you and his team and makes it a difficult choice. And even when Yaoi or Gugun can go in the back, that's only them, right? Kabuki is a bit too squishy, a bit too easy to focus. Richie, for sure, can't really go in. And with everyone jumping forward to try and maybe get a pick-off, get a trade-off, I think Real said it best. Richie seemed like he wasn't allowed to play the game at all.
I think also, right, something that I definitely want to nitpick is the fact that, by the way, again, props to Keyboy for the third time here for landing that massive Minions Fury to send them all trampolining up. But yeah, Kabuki, weakness finder. I get it. When you are in a good matchup, right? When you are in a winning matchup, going for the weakness finder, up against a carry, a Claude, let's say, great, because you have more aggression. But up against a Harith, I really feel like Sustain would have helped him much more than the weakness finder. And even if he wanted to play with the weakness finder, it doesn't seem like the team played around him. Doesn't feel like the team tried to get him out of the laning phase. So in the end, I really didn't see any use of the weakness finder.
That was the issue, right? I mean, if we pick a Roger towards a Harith, the Roger does not do, like, it can't really outlane, but it just survives. It does good to survive, and you would expect him to pick up the QC for that extra sustainability, for that extra health, for that extra movement speed to just bob and weave to the Harith to survive at least the first few minutes of the laning phase. But going for the weakness finder means you have to kind of fight through the Harith, get the kill, and eliminate that Harith. But they weren't playing through Kabuki at all.
They went for the Lutpi gank, and then they just never got around to the gold lane. And this is a Roger without a Purify, by the way, so he's also so limited when it comes to moving forward aggressively. So a lot of, I think, combination problems coming in from Team Liquid. The idea is there, and I feel like they had adaptations, they had at least a plan what they were trying to do, but in the end, against the more established version coming in from Fnatic Onyx, I thought it was just a bit too much, man. Looking at the post-game stats right here, damage dealt, Onyx wins overwhelmingly. Damage to everything is just absolutely one-sided, man.
Yeah, totally one-sided, and Team Liquid ID, of course, not the debut you want, but again, a wise man once said, and this man is sitting next to me, he says, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Talking about Rashi?
Talking about you, and Arashi, and Gani as well.
Gani says a whole lot of things, you know. We got
He's a professional
worth
yapper.
of quotes.
A professional yapper he is.
If you want to quote Gani over here, but if Gani was here, he'd be like,
you know,
I mean, predicted.
NPC.
Hey, it's me, Gani. You know?
Let's go on air. Let's go on air. Let's go, lads.
Shout out to Gani, who is out and about right now. I still think he's tuning in, you know, watching his favorite team play, just like he did in the playoffs.
Exactly. In a very relaxed fashion. You know, probably has his legs up on a on a couch somewhere, you know, just breathing smooth, rhythmically.
No suspense compared to to Mirko here, you know. He watches Bigatron play with full suspense.
Oh, he watches while standing on the table, man.
It depends, right? I mean, regular season, usually full suspense.
You
like,
lay back.
It's cool.
Yeah.
But then in the playoffs, it's like,
wait a minute.
Hey, man, where's the same? This is the same team, you know, something like that. But I think for Liquid ID, it doesn't feel like. I think unfortunately they got matched up against Fnatic Onyx in their first match, and again, like we saw in the poster, this is their first match with the new lineup. So
True.
We still gotta give them time. Liquid didn't even perform that well last season in their first match. After week 1, I remember putting them in no playoffs, and then all of a sudden they found the synergy, they made that chemistry work, and then they became contenders.
Yeah.
Then they fell off again, but we won't talk about that.
And they're also yet
positive.
Yeah, they're also yet to, you know, test their limits. Maybe put in Aaron Shiki for a match, and in place of Kabuki. Of course, for Team Liquid ID, again, the burden is multiplied on them because they have to adapt with the meta, they have to adapt with the new roster compared to Fnatic Onyx, who has been able to mold this chemistry for so long. of course, comfortability is in their hands. It's just down to how they want to navigate through the meta. Team Liquid ID, of course, they have a much more heftier task in their hands compared to Fnatic Onyx.
And that's even before talking about the drafting possibilities, because again, if you change one player, you change the play style, but also the hero pool, right? Also the habits. So we have to see how they really communicate here, realize.
Yeah, of course, communication is important. So here we go. Goal moment by UBS Gold.
Gue ulti Julian guys, gue tendang Julian guys, ulti Julian guys. Jauh duluan guys, jauh duluan guys. Lihat cewek pelan-pelan ya. Awas ulti guys, dua angkat juga. Pelan-pelan awas. Editnya guys, editnya. Edit. Aman. Moskop di mana Moskop? Coba majuin aja. Kabarnya udah setengah majuin aja. Flicker deh. Di gua deh. Edit dulu guys. Gua masuk 4 ulti ya. Udah alih di gua sih dia. Bisa edit. Mati. Mau flicker. Lihat nih. Ah, iso. Roger dulu.
Ada dash dia. Goton.
Still full of communication, full of energy, and full of instincts to win and to kill as well.
Yeah, I think the main issue this was an issue that was a strength for them. Because for the most part, I think me and Arashi, we coached at one point, and for a lot of the amateur players, we said you need to have one shot caller, right? You can have someone else to help you out, and everybody can give their own input, but you need to follow one shot caller. The way that Fnatic Onyx does it is all of them shot call together, and it was great for them for the longest time. Like last year, where they were able to just consistently be at the top of the MLBB game, but this year, especially in international tournaments, we see a lot of miscoms happen, and I think it's due to that, right? And it doesn't seem like they've changed. It does feel like everybody was making calls. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like it's very interesting. I mean, if you have 5 heads sticking together with different views as well, different opinions, it's going to be hard to pull up a conclusion, Arashi.
Exactly, man. You have to actually be on the same page, right? And you know, when you're all shot call and communicate at the same time. I mean, even when we cast right here, when I'm talking right now.
No.
Exactly, we don't talk at the same time because the listeners, right, might have it overshadowed.
Yeah, but of course, we want to hear from the losers of the match. MPL ID up on stage. Here we go.
Udah bisa ngobrol-ngobrol bersama tim yang nggak bisa mendapatkan kemenangan. Sudah cukup lembut bahasanya?
Udah.
Gagal mendapatkan kemenangan.
Sakit.
Oh, oke. Tapi di sini saya Lukas, halo.
Halo Ci, ya.
Hari pertama, minggu yang pertama, match pertama juga match pembukaan. Gimana sih kamu ngeliat performa dari timmu sendiri?
Sebenarnya kalau lihat dari performanya dari game 1 udah cukup baik lah. Tapi di game 2-nya ternyata belum cukup memuaskan. Banyak tim fight yang nggak kita menangin.
Oh, rupanya memang apakah ini sudah prosesnya berapa persen sih kalau boleh tahu?
Kalau dari proses harusnya baru 20% lah kita. Ya.
Gitu seram ya. Namun ini kan menjadi pertanyaan, ngelawan Onyx langsung, Fnatic Onyx di depan mata di match pembukaan, apakah itu menjadi beban mental tersendiri nggak sih untuk mempersiapkan melawan Raja Langit?
Sebenarnya sih lawan Onyx kita punya advantage banyak lah. Karena kita udah mantau Onyx-nya banyak, tapi ya balik lagi di in-game-nya kita masih kurang bisa maksimalin semuanya.
Oke, sudah tahu banyak tapi masih belum bisa apa sih ini Onyx memang sesulit itu untuk diporak-porandakan?
Masih strong lah, masih strong.
Super strong?
Iya.
Apakah karena 5 player yang nggak berganti? Itu jadi salah satu kunci atau nggak sih?
Itu bisa jadi walaupun mereka kemarin kalah tapi masih chemistry sama semua mekaniknya masih jago-jago lah.
Masih jago-jago. Nah ini berbanding terbalik ya. Kalau kita ngelihat dari Onyx yang masih stay dengan 5 playernya. Kalian membuat gebrakan dengan satu-satunya tim di season ini membawa import dari Filipina, James, dan itu menggantikan Aran. Dan juga mid laner yang kalian ganti pula. Ada perombakan yang terjadi. Ini perombakannya gimana sih?
Sebenarnya perombakannya kayak berdasarkan trial kita yang udah dilewatin. Terus 2 orang ini lumayan cocok sama tim. Mungkin kendala di Jamesnya baru bahasa aja yang masih kurang. Jadi ya buat sekarang kita buat ngebiasain dia di stage sama biasain bahasanya lagi lah.
Memang ya, language barrier itu harus butuh waktu. Namun Saint Lucas, ini banyak yang pasti penasaran nanyain juga. Biasa kita ngeliat Aran, tapi di sini adanya James. Apa ini yang mungkin menjadi pertimbangan untuk memainkan James? Apa sih yang Aran nggak punya?
Kalau itu biar Aran tuh lebih bisa banyak lagi lah ininya, apa POV-nya. Nggak yang cuma dari in-game, tapi dia juga bisa ngelihat lebih banyak lagi kalau dia nonton sebenarnya. Jadi ya sama-sama baik lah buat mereka berdua.
Oh, memberikan pelajaran dari sisi yang berbeda berarti ini.
Iya.
Dan mungkin yang James Wing, apakah Berisi dengar katanya James itu jadi kapten. Apakah sosok kapten itu, sosok pemimpin itu yang kalian butuhkan sekarang?
Bisa jadi ya.
Jadi dia kapten beneran nih?
Iya, dia punya jiwanya lah.
Jiwa seorang kapten. Namun membawa Jamesnya ini, apakah suasana dari tim berbeda dengan mungkin kan pastinya dari Filipina sana dan sini pasti ada culture, perbedaan culture atau perbedaan dari segi komunikasi dan lain-lain.
Karena kita udah punya Yawi juga, jadi sebenarnya adaptasinya Jamesnya lebih cepat. Terus dia ngebaur sama anak-anaknya lebih cepat lah. Terus dia bisa bawa aura yang baru dari season kemarin juga kita kan dapat hasil yang jelek. Terus adanya dia jadi auranya lebih positif lagi.
Dan datangnya 2 player lagi berarti mengharapkan lebih lagi nih ya.
Angin segar.
Angin segar, pembukaan seperti ini. Tapi untuk nextnya seberapa yakin ini tim Liquid bisa persentase naik?
100% pasti naik. Ya.
100% pasti naik. Ini baru pemanasan?
Iya, pemanasan.
Ini baru pemanasan, tapi caster yang panas-panas bukan hanya di Lane of Down, tapi di meja caster pun demikian. Silahkan, monggo caster.
A new interesting segment, the losers interview. Of course, we want to hear what goes on in the heads of the ones who loses the matches.
Yeah, and if you guys didn't catch it, because if you don't speak Indonesian, St. Lucas said that was just a warm-up, right? Because obviously it's their first match, and they will get better, 100%. He's very confident in that, and I'll have to say I think all of us are also very confident in Liquid's ways to actually improve in the middle of the season, because we've actually already seen this many times before.
Yeah, it feels like it's rinse and repeat for Team Liquid ID back then last season when they were still Aura Esports. They were still kind of like trying to grasp on what goes well with their synergy, especially now they have 2 rookies coming in. For JMZ, he hasn't been able to show his full potential, but then again, like you said, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt because they have that extra burden to kind of just mesh and glue themselves into this new roster that they are trying to create.
Especially because the best way of dealing with that issue is time, right? Time will, in theory, allow them to have that synergy, that communication, and in some ways, even the team fights, right? We saw that sometimes in their team fights, when it gets messy, they kind of get overwhelmed. I think it's fair to say that, right? We saw some of their players literally just, whoa, where now? Like, on it just everywhere, right? So I feel like with time, right? If you play with those same guys with time, eventually even in those team fights, you're gonna build that kind of peace of mind, that kind of calmness that you really need. Because remember, for Fnatic Onyx, part of why they were able to get such a dominant position is because Ludpi in the front, we said he was a rookie, right? We said he has experience now because of time. He was up there giving Chunk to half HP. No sweat, no ultimate pop, no vengeance pop. He knows exactly when to do it because he's calm with it, right? And if Team Liquid can develop the same kind of calmness, I feel like that could be a dangerous version of Team Liquid.
Maturity is the name of the game, especially for most of the players. So interesting to see. But of course, what is much more interesting is the Galaxy S24 series from Samsung, because the Galaxy AI as well is here. You could purchase this
right
beautiful phone right here. We want to grab it, but we can't because this is for the show. And Arashi will punish me if I kind of run away with this phone, especially with the features it has, the Galaxy AI. You can be a winner of the game with the Samsung Galaxy S24 series with epic gaming performance. Including the Snapdragon 8 Generation 3 for Galaxy processor that keeps your phone lag-free. And a large vapor chamber to prevent overheating, because you don't want to play on an overheating phone.
Of course not. You have to get the right phone so you can sharpen your gaming skills to a pro level. And plus, the AI now translates to Korean immediately. And there are many more other features powered by the Galaxy AI. I mean, look at this, right? See this?
Okay, I see it. I see it.
Technology.
Wait,
technology.
Are you going to translate what you're going to say to a different language?
Well, let's see if we can get it working here.
Well, why are you talking about we? We don't have the phone. You have the phone.
It's a group effort. Come here. Lean in over here real quick.
You know where it is?
Because this is brand new.
I got you, brother.
We have to navigate.
I got you.
They want to show you the best, the real deal, what you're going to get.
Yeah.
This is brand new, man. They got it just for you guys. So we got to Here
Try
it
this.
is.
Yeah, try it. Here you go.
Speak
Arashi.
into it in Indonesian, and then
We do the usual.
Yeah.
No, you just tap it, right?
Yeah.
you tap it and tap it again once you're done.
Saya suka main game.
Put it on the mic.
Wait.
You gotta max out the volume, Arashi.
Yeah, the volume. It's just so advanced.
It's so advanced. It's so brand new that Arashi's still trying to figure out because
Bro, the sound waves, bro.
he's used to, toy phones.
Yeah.
This time, this is the real deal.
Exactly.
This is the real phone.
How would you give it a crack, bro?
Yeah.
Give it a try. So
Me?
You press that, say something, and then boom.
Sure. Let's give it to Mirko. I think Mirko knows better.
It's a group effort, guys.
Kalian bisa mendapatkan promosi. It's not coming out. The audio's not coming out. It's okay, but you
It's
guys
okay.
can go
It's too
and check it
advanced.
out with the cashbacks there. It still works. It just the audio didn't come out because the volume was muted actually.
Yeah.
Too advanced, bro. It
Yeah,
doesn't pick
Rashi
it up.
skipped it. But of course, talking about cashbacks is the new application by GoPay. You can download the GoPay app, the new GoPay app, the gamer's wallet that packs a punch. With GoPay, you can vote for the winner of each MPL Season 14 match and guarantees you to get GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token with every vote.
Oof. With every vote, 1 token?
1 whole token.
That's a lot of tokens, man. You
One
can collect those and exchange this for free
goodies
perks
coming in
the app, man. So
Yeah,
make sure you
exactly.
just take full advantage of it. Because why not? We know you use it.
Yeah.
Why not, bro? What are you doing, right? And while you're on that app, you can also go and buy some skins because, hey, there's going to be a lot of cool collaborations coming in very, very soon in this month. And you guys can all get it for very, very low prices with the GoPay app.
Yeah, and with the GoPay app as well, you can make 100 transfers, which most of them are free transfers you can create. You can also buy skins, like how Mirko mentioned, because there has been a lot of skins going out, as well as the aspirants, like Gacha. I've been trying to get the Ruby skin. That Ruby skin is so fire.
Really?
Yeah.
Unfair.
I got all 4.
Wow.
I think I'm only lacking 1 more. I forgot which one.
Life is so unfair. But of course, to
It
make
can be
things
fair.
fair,
Use GoPay.
yeah, you can use GoPay to make it even more fair.
It's the equalizer.
Equalizer. And you should also be fair with your friends when you split the bills.
Oh,
and you can
man,
do that
no.
with the GoPay app.
Okay,
It's easier
we
and
should start
faster.
doing that, bro. Because we spend so much time after doing something like,
Yeah.
So how much is my order?
How much is my hot pot?
This is my tactic, right? You still pay with GoPay, but I can just be like, thank you, realize?
Wow. A trickery. But of course, we welcome you to Kiria, the official destination of gaming and esports. For more information, you can drop into the Kiria Discord for all things gaming, and also at the URL fandx.io/Kiria. Now we play at Kiria Games.
Take
Right
a look at
there.
this, man. I mean,
Right
the,
there.
the first ever. It really feels like just a city
Yeah.
built for esports,
Wow.
for gaming.
Yep.
And we've never seen anything of this scope before for gaming and esports, so it's really, really cool that we get to see Kadia. We technically got to see like a little bit of it at EWC.
Yeah.
But that wasn't even Kadia, but we got to see at least a place where it was just all games, all esports, multiple titles. It almost felt like a multiverse of esports.
Yeah, feels like it's a dreamland for most of the esports fans. But of course, another dream is to win the Epic Collaboration Limited Series UBS Gold X MPL Season 14, available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce as well. You can get a free skin with every purchase of the limited edition of the UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 14 collaboration. I mean,
we get the ring.
Yeah, you can get the Mythic Warrior ring and the Benedetta Katana with the Electro Katana. I kind of want this.
I like how subtle it is, though. Because you think it's gonna be massive, right? It's gonna hang down like a tie, like that big. No, it kind of hangs right there subtly. And if you don't really take a closer look, you don't even know that it's a katana.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's kind of nice.
It is very nice. And I got to see it firsthand because Moreno, most improved player and also second team, he got the award. I mean, he got the award and also the gift. I saw it. It's really cool. Like you said, subtle, cool, and you're a Benedetta fan, W.
I need that. But of course, next up is EVOS against Dewa United. They need the W's, and the W's will come right after the break. So stay tuned. An MPL ID Season 14.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Akan berseru. Dan Supervisor udah gak sabar untuk menantikan match kedua. Kita sudah melihat match pembukaan di hari ini. Hari yang pertama, dua tim sudah berada di panggung. Dan kali ini dua tim lagi untuk match kedua akan dihadirkan masih dalam Best of 3 Series. Dengan adanya kita sudah melihat ada EVOS Fams di belakang Bude. Berarti EVOS akan bermain dan juga anak Dewa sudah berkumpul. Dewa United pun akan hadir. Untuk match yang kedua kita melihat bahwa histori dari kedua tim ini tentu tidaklah baik. Dengan Dewa United yang gagal masuk ke dalam babak playoff season 13, proses seperti apa yang mereka sudah lakukan untuk season 14 ini. Dan kalau dari pasukan Macan sendiri, mereka memang benar-benar bisa membuat kita terkejut di babak playoff. Mereka adalah top 2, mereka adalah runner up, namun di pertarungan terakhir mereka, di laga terakhir mereka, di babak MSC, hasil baik tidak bisa didapatkan. Lagi dan lagi, tentu saja semua tim berproses. Kita harus menantikan seperti apa proses yang sudah mereka lakukan dan akan berikan untuk season 14 ini. Namun keramaian hari ini tentu saja karena ada super fans yang begitu meriah di MPL Arena. Dan dan juga yang ada di rumah. Dan Bude juga ingin berterima kasih kepada semua pendukung MPL Indonesia Season 14. Powered by Munton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia. Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, lalu Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan juga Games Max. Serta suppliers Eriko dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Bude Clara ingin sekali menyaksikan tayangan perdana dan juga seperti apa gameplay yang mungkin sudah dipoles oleh kedua tim ini. Seperti apa pertarungan? Jadi kita akan coba cek sound ya. Untuk dari ini fans dulu nih ya. Kita mau dengar suara dari EVOS fans. Wow. Super fans begitu meriah. Gimana halnya dengan anak dewa? Genderum sudah siap. Semua sudah bersorak-sorai. Saatnya caster. Silahkan.
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14. Still week 1, day number 1. We will be going to move on to match number 2, where we will see an encounter between the gods that has to tame the White Tigers. With me, Realize, and my two amazing partners, Mirko and Arashi. Now, of course, this is going to be an interesting match because there has been changes and a few of the departments coming in for these teams. So how are you feeling going to the second match?
I mean, after the first match, it definitely set us up for exactly the same that we've seen from Season 13.
Yeah.
Nothing really has changed. You know, Fnatic Onyx still at the top of their game. And if it is anything like match number 1, then it should be EVOS finding a whole lot of success here, because obviously EVOS were our MPL ID representatives to MSC.
Yeah.
We don't talk about their performance in the group stage, though.
Yeah. We don't talk about that. You know, you gotta focus on the positives, right?
Exactly.
Positive energy, positive vibes here on the desk. No excuses, of course. Just say it. But I think you have to keep in mind that aside from the same data, there's no change. Who's to say that both teams haven't had their own developments, haven't developed new strategies that can swing tides in their favor? What's for sure is that our fan base is still very, very loud. I don't know if I'm yelling at you guys right now. I can barely hear you.
They're banging the drums, and it feels like it's a call to war. The war song or war cry for these fans. Of course, they're expecting higher ceilings for EVOS Esports, or rather EVOS Glory, because back in the Velodrome, they were creating that emotional comeback against GeekFam. That was one of the best matches that I have been able to cast, and I cried at that scenario. So of course, they are expecting EVOS Glory to even reach higher heights. But as we take a look at today's schedule, we have seen Team Liquid falter to the hands of Fnatic Onyx still. The Sky Kings reign supreme. Now, second match, EVOS Glory against Dewa United. We want to expect new things, new creations coming in from both teams, especially when their game plans has to change coming into the new season.
I think they've had changes in their roster as well. So I think that's the most interesting part of this, because we saw that even for a team as promising as Team Liquid ID, a change in roster can just make such a big difference right here. And considering that EVOS is at least a bit more, I don't know, a bit more same from last season, I would say there's a lot more. The deck is kind of stacked in favor of EVOS for sure.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the standings already, in which we have seen Fnatic Onyx grab that win. So, of course, they're up in the skies already this time. But yeah, still the first match to be played in MPL ID Season 14. And we will get a second team that will trail them from behind if one of these teams pick up a win, either EVOS Glory or Dewa United Esports.
Last season, it was Alter Ego and Dewa who were actually up top together with Fnatic Onyx, and then Big Turn Alpha obviously as well. But for Team Liquid, it's unfortunate that we get to see them at 9th place. Again, their first match was Fnatic Onyx. with the new roster that they kind of needed to adapt with as well. And we saw in the losers interview with St. Lucas that this is just a warm-up. This is still just a glimpse of what's to come for Liquid ID, because obviously new lineup comes with a whole lot of problems and a lot of the players still adapting together. And if you give them time, I have no doubt that they were probably going to perform the way they did last season. After a horrible first week, they came back and they were actually able to get all the way to almost #1.
Yeah, and now we shift our focus to the new EVOS Glory lineup, of course, with the addition of Panzer and Doma as well into the lineup. They need a new game plan, but sometimes people say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But what makes EVOS needs a new game plan, in your opinion, Arashi?
I think it's because they don't really adapt that well. They usually have a very straightforward composition, but at the same time, you need more than just that if you're to compete on the highest level. I mean, even to a degree, maybe that's enough for the regional level, for your local MPL. But when you're going international, sending for Dewa right here, you need to try and find different dimensions, right? Different layers of gameplay. When you go with the same strategy again and again, these top-tier teams right now in MPL are going to find a winning solution. And if that happens, you need to find something else, a different angle to approach from.
Yeah, the issue, the elephant in the room for Dewa United was that they were so one-dimensional. Their winning condition was merely through Drian and his flexibility and his hero pool, or so we say, hero ocean, because he's able to play so much heroes. Yeah, but then, you know, teams that are way more experienced, they're able to counter it. So of course, for Dewa United, they're in urgent matters on how to create and, you know, conceive a new game plan. But of course, we want to show you a video playing right after this.
It does seem like we're going to have to wait on that here. We're just going to take a look at the players. Ah, they're just, I think this is the ping check.
Ah, it's a ping check. Okay, so yeah, this is a video. Of course, literally is a video, but yeah, so take a look at the players just marching out. I mean, for Dewa United, aside from that one-dimensional approach that they have to the games, of course, now with the addition of Mueza as well in the roster, does this mean they won't be funneling through that Drian type of play again anymore, maybe?
Yeah, there's no way they'll still utilize that, right, with Drian out of the roster. And with I would say, a normal roamer now in the midst. Because as good as Drian was, he was not a normal roamer. He was Drian. The way he played, it's something you don't see from any other roamer in MPL Indonesia, right? He's a guy that can play the Masha, Valentina role. We can go on and on with this hero. Like you said, ocean of heroes. But for Mueza, he's more of the normal, you know, the literally... I think when you think of roamer, you think of Mueza's picks. You know, with the Edith, the Minotaur, also the Kufras, and he has been phenomenal in the MPL. He was part of the roster for GeekFam Jr. that actually reverse swept RRQ Senna. 3-0 it was for RRQ in the grand finals, and then for some reason, Mueza and all the others that we will see in GeekFam later said, nah, I'd win.
Nah, they would prefer to win, of course, but now for the prodigies coming in, we can talk about Doma as well, who has arrived in EVOS. That's Miracle's boy. Miracle has been glazing on Doma.
Yes,
sir. Will he be able to give extra competition for Brands? Because I feel like Brands was kind of the key player to lock in EVOS, that MSC spot, with that clutch play, with the Claude, kind of just rattling through the backline of GeekFam in that final fight we saw. But now Brands kind of faces competition internally with Doma. What will Doma bring, especially when he's a prodigy? Will EVOS Glory, rightfully so, just put him in the starting lineup?
I feel like we've talked about Doma for a long time at this point.
Since
and it's
SPS last year.
It's kind of unfortunate he hasn't really seen as much airtime.
Yeah.
But when this dynamic here for EVOS in a competition with Brands, I feel like Brands is a lot more seasoned, a lot more experienced, and he's shown, he's proven, right? Battle-tested. Whereas Doma is a bit more of a potential type deal.
Yeah.
But at the same time, right, there's a chance that changing something like that, changing the one key player of your team could be the key to really revamping your whole strategy and finally getting a winning solution.
Yeah, they need that winning solution, but for Dewa United, it will be Mueza starting up in place of Drian. Chorizo as well, the new addition from Bigatron Alpha with Ray, Hijume, and Watt. Hijume, of course, he was overshadowing Clocken as the starting mid laner for that ISF campaign, but will he still be in the shadows this time?
The Dewas look new, but don't be fooled. Only Mueza is a new player. Only he is the rookie. Chorizo from Bigatron, Ray from his conquest with Geek, Watts the ever so bright veteran, and a man himself who was part of the team that they will be facing off against. Hijume is back in MPL. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dewa United Esports.
The gods that have bled so much in Season 13 didn't make the cut towards playoff, but this time they're looking to even revamp their roster further. And this time for EVOS, Fluffy, NFL Clocken, Panzer, and Doma. No dreams, no brands. Will this be a new chapter for EVOS Glory?
A new combination there, potentially the gold lane. Panzer and Doma out of nowhere here, replacing the iconic season members of EVOS.
They've been relying on that coin flip. Is it going to be Mr. Fantastic or Bombastic is the question you ask every single game when EVOS plays. But today, we won't see dreams, we won't see brands. What we will see is a new form of EVOS Glory. With Panzer and Doma, it's EVOS Glory!
The White Tigers looking to sharpen their fangs and even quicken their claws, with Clocken standing, looking at his former shadow in place, which was Hijume. He was overshadowed by Hijume, and now he was one of the key factors for EVOS Glory on reclaiming that MSC spot. This is going to be a battle of the ages, Hijume against Clocken. But of course, the coaching staff from both respective teams, Strategy and Naito Miya, up at Billin alongside.
He's going with against Ryzen here. A bit of a new phase. We were caught off guard ourselves seeing him. But man, we have to see if he can stand up to Strategy, because for the longest time, EVOS weren't finding a lot of success. But with the arrival of Coach Strategy, we've seen that they've been able to improve so much. It's literally called Strateg, right? So we have to see if Ryzen can find a winning strategy to try and take Strategy down.
Yeah, of course, the rival showdown, we have been talking about this, Clocken and Hijume, battle of the blue-blooded mid laners again. One is a former shadow of the past self, ISF WEC 2022 champion, but Clocken wasn't really playing that much. Hijume was taking the spotlight, but it feels like there has been a kind of like a swap of fates. Clocken making it so far with EVOS Glory, with the playoffs, and then going to MSC. How will the battle look like this time?
I think it'll be a lot different to what we expect before, right? I mean, in 2022, Hijume was on top of the Mobile Legends World, at least in Indonesia, winning ISF WEC 2022, and everybody was talking about Hijume being the next big thing. But the man who sat in the shadows of Hijume, the man who also won with the same EVOS lineup, with the Indonesian lineup at ISF WEC 2022, never got any spotlight. It continued even this year, or actually last year, with EVOS Holy winning WCG. Yeah. Clockhood was a sub, that was Krite in. Yet, now we see Clockhood, I would say, overshadowing and taking the spotlight away from Hijume and even Krite.
Well, their kids a victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S24 series is a new game plan. Give Dome a winning matchup potentially. Let him show what he's got in that lane. Don't let him get pressured down by power picks and getting locked down and playing defensively. You want to see the man show his potential, make those crazy aggressive moves. Whereas on the other side, for Dewa, move on from the gold-centric play and allow Hijume, the new X Factor here, to try and play dynamically. Make the plays happen, start the rotations, make the team as a whole active, and give Sorizo comfort heroes to enable the team. With a strong setup in the mid lane and a strong setup in the EXP lane, that can lead to the whole team just having better rotations and better performances all together. All depends on how the fights really begin. We saw a bit of that in game number 1, but in match number 2 right here, between EVOS and Dewa, I think how the fights go is going to be even more important than match number 1.
Yeah, and that one-dimensional play, aside from playing through Rian, was playing to the seasoned veteran, Watt. They were showcasing gold-centric plays through Watt, and this time they have to shift their focus. Now, of course, for the side of Dewa United, they have that experienced player in the hands of Watt. Now for EVOS Glory, Doma, this is the prodigy up and coming that has to kind of fill in the shoes of Brands and face that tall giant, which is Watt. How will he be able to fare against Watt in the lane later on?
I think for Doma, it's all about just understanding and adapting to the pressure. Because the first time he joined MPL, yes, he wasn't able to get a victory, but in the end, it's all about adaptation. He was also not given enough time to adapt. Now, the fact that he is starting together with Panzer, It's already a good sign for Evo's Glory. We'll see if you can actually take the time to eat up that pressure up against a veteran that was molded by pressure.
Yeah. And now it all starts here. The drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Again, Zuxin and Zask, the double Zs, under heavy bans. And it has been proven, you know, strongly that these two mid laners are the subject of heavy, you know, picks coming in from teams, just exposing and exploiting the two strong picks coming in from Zuxin and Zask both.
I think we've seen that these two heroes have always been priored and banned in recent times. They're just really good at that mid lane clearing, the crowd control game, and also the survivability to survive in the chaotic fights like we saw in match number 1. It all comes down to who can actually survive for that much longer and get off that much more damage and one more spell perhaps. They can really sweep the fight in favor of one team. Now for Dewa though, they start off with that Valentina, the same strat that Fnatic Onyx were doing in match number 1. They're trying to be more adaptive right here. So far in history, it hasn't really been their strong suit, but maybe this is the change that they need to really come up against Evos.
We've seen this many times, you know, when you get picked up by a team and you're up against your ex-team, there's obviously going to be that fire that burns deep in yourself. And I think for Hijume, we get to see that fire here. Already very excited to face off against his old team that demoted him to MDL. All right, maybe some personal vendettas here going on as well from Hijume towards Evos.
Yeah, vendettas and vengeance. But this time around, they pick up the Kufra and the Moscow.
Wow,
now we didn't really talk about the Valentina, and if we talk about the Valentina, this has been a hero that is so much finessed by both Hijume and Clocken. They're both good at these heroes, but this time around, Hijume gets his hands and claims the Valentina for herself. Now, of course, the Moskov and Kufra is going to be a very, very good pick for Evos, one of the picks that can really just give them that dueling potential, that skirmish, you know, ceiling that they can just exploit. But this time around for Dewa, they pick up the Edith and the Claude.
Edith and Claude, decent lane, and the Valentina Edith will allow, if this Edith does go to the roaming position, it can clear the waves really well with the Valentina in the mid lane, ensuring great rotations. On top of that, it can be used to use the onward on the Edith to counter the Kufra mid dash, right? So there's a bit of a skill matchup here. A bit of Vexana showing up here. I feel like Evos has good wave clear of their own. So not the jungle gets called into question. Which jungler can clear faster? Which jungle can be more resilient when being invaded by the opponents and still maintain a healthy amount of HP and a healthy amount of farm?
Yeah, the Vexana underlooked in game number 1. It was picked second game for Richie this time around. No, it's for Clocken to pick up. But then again, it raises the question on how Dewa will have an extra CC, extra kind of like mini load that they could play through the IMU, kind of stealing that Eternal Guard. That will kind of give a pesky task for Evos to deal with, as they ban out the Minotaur, kind of like just disables Mueza on that initiation tool, potentially.
The thing on the Kufra, right, is it's really good that you already ban out the Minotaur here. All the reactive picks is definitely a good option to go for up against the Kufra. You want to try to dive here, and you definitely want to take away anything that can stop that dive. But the thing is, for Dewa, they've already picked up the Edith relatively early, and this is why the Edith is so important to pick up in the first phase. It's so prio. You have that flexibility, and it actually adds to so much for this composition, because even if Evo's ban out the Minotaur, that Edith could be just used in the roam position. And we know for a fact Mueza can play that from MPL. That's another Carmilla ban as well, so another roam ban towards Mueza. But I think for Dewa, they're definitely just going to start targeting Anavel down, right? He is definitely a lethal assassin. One of the most lethal assassins, I think, in MPL Indo. Just last season, he was probably the best Ling.
Yeah.
So the fact that Ling gets banned out by Evo shows you just how much respect they also have towards Ray, who also proved a lot of people wrong in the playoffs.
Yeah, played Ling spectacularly in that regard. And now we want to touch a bit about the Kufra. The Kufra in and of itself is a good counter initiator, but then again, it can't really initiate in and of itself. It needs some sort of you know, setup that could really just maximize the Tyrant's Rage. Now, of course, for Evos, how do they deal with this? Because they do have the Vexana, but they still need one more initiator maybe to just round out the draft.
practically. I mean, if they want to have multiple ways of engaging, that could serve well. But if they want to just rely on the Eternal Guard being their secondary engage tool, that could be an option as well. If they really want Fluffy to have something a bit more aggressive, that's a bit more divey towards the back line.
Yeah, and the history, of course, for Mueza, the newcomer here in MPL ID Season 14. Third and fourth place for MDL ID Season 7 with OPI Pegasus. And still the same place for Season 8 for MDL, and then was able to clinch that first place in MDL ID Season 9. So of course, you see that improvement coming in from Mueza, and now he has to fill the shoes of Rian, who is known to be the last Kage, as they pick up the Julian that will most likely go to the jungle. This also sets up Ray with a good pick.
Big shoes to fill. Someone like Drian, right, coming in to replace him. But hey, Mueza has been an amazing jungler for both OP Pegasus in MDL and winning the championship with Big Fam Jr. obviously here. And we get to see the Hylos. I was about to say that, you know, the Edith, we'll get to see if it's going to be Flex, but even now, we don't know where the Edith is going. We don't know where the Hylos is going. Yep. Me personally, I like the Hylos more in XP. Shout out to White Horse, or otherwise known as White Chicken, because he has been playing a whole lot of the Horseman himself.
Yeah. Well, I feel like when it comes to engage though, the Edith is a lot more dynamic. So if they want to be a bit more aggressive, I feel like the Edith can be more surprising. But if they don't, and they just want that annoying, pesky frontline member with good sustain, they can just walk around and be so difficult to punish. There's nothing wrong with putting the highlights in that roam position as well. It all depends on how they want to play this out. And finally, rounding out this draft with the Nolan here for the side of Evos. A lot of assassins, but not a lot of targets available for the side from the side of Dewa. So this Nolan is going to be facing the same issue that Kyrie was, although we saw that Fnatic Onyx were able to beat the odds in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, the Valentina is hard to catch, so will be the Edith. Tanky in its own regard, as well as the Hylos, who is just quick, unkillable, and also very fast. So now, the draft index here, Rashi.
Well, if you look at the draft index, lineup rating and counter index, both favor the side of Evos. I feel like they do have the more well-rounded composition. They have an assassin, they can go for big team fights, or they can go for pickoffs as well. So that usually means that they can be a bit more confusing in the Land of Dawn, but we'll have to see for Dewa, man. There are ways that they can use this draft in creative ways as well.
Here we go, the gods seeking out to tame the White Tigers. Will their fangs and their claws stay the same, as sharp as ever, or will the gods still reign over them? It is the match number 2 of MPL ID Season 14, Dewa United against EVOS Glory.
A whole lot of green, by the way, for Dewa. Almost like they're sending a message. Go green, ladies and gentlemen. Go purify and revitalize, right? 2 purifies and 1 big revitalize for the Horseman himself. And it'll be in the XP, by the way. As we see Panzer actually walk up very early on. It might be first blood. Heejumi gonna fall. Panzer flickers forward to give the final smack.
Well, that came out of nowhere. We weren't ready for that, but Hejume already taken out, already forced to use the Purify as well. What was that about, man? Evos immediately bit down on that, and now Ray tries his best to try and get the steal. He does, actually.
Great combo together with the Terrify. Mueza still able to flicker backwards. Earth Shadow coming down. Hejume respawning and clapping back. Able to find a trade, and that has to be worth it. Now immobilized into the enhanced sight. Ray equalizes the kills on the board. We are back to 2-2.
EVOS forces the issue, and this time around, it becomes an issue for themselves. They were overextending their stay, but as we take a look at the emblems here, Arashi, what is something that you can pick up with the emblems they pick?
Well, this is a Kufra with a Quantum Charge on Panzer, so he wants a bit more of the sustain of the movement speed, more utility-based, so he won't be too concerned with the clearing, with the concussive blast. Well, as for Mueza, being the main frontline here, aside from Sorizu, of course, he just goes in for the Permanent Tenacity combo. All he wants to do is survive long enough to get 1 extra Earth Shatter off, like we saw in the previous engagement. And that could be all that the team needs to try and find a winning play. But look at this.
But onward into the Earth Shatter. Panzer can't be moving right now. Got bouncing ball to try to escape. The enhanced chain will knock him up, but it's not going to be enough damage to take him down. Setup definitely favorable for Dewa United right now. Fluffy not even level 4 just yet.
Panzer needs to sprint back because this turtle now on the hands of Dewa United. They hug it close, they hold it tight. The free turtle now for Dewa United. So of course, all things considered, the fact that Hejume had to die early and then there was another kill as well towards Mueza, this is a good equalizer coming in from Dewa United. They're able to tone on the pressure, neutralize all of EVOS' early lead. And Annabelle not yet able to kind of like show his bangs that much. As we take a look at the talent prediction by the new application GoPay. A few Dewas this time around, much more kind of like favoring Dewa United.
More Dewas on the Indonesian side for sure, but Mirko here, again, it's so early in the season, we have to wait and see, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to be a curse or is it going to be a bless? You never really know when Mirko is involved.
It has been blesses so far this year.
Well, that doesn't, you know, you never know. But looking at the situation right here, the fact that Ray on the Julian is able to outfarm the Nolan, you know, part of the why the Nolan is just so oppressive and so difficult to deal with is that clear speed as well. And yet, he's still matching up and even able to pick up a kill right here, even though Annabelle was able to do the same at the cost of his own life. So they're keeping up, they're making sure that they do have the goal advantage. From here though, this is where it gets sketchy, right? This is where a team with more experience can kind of get the better of Dewa United. They have to make sure that they set up all of their plays and plan up ahead. It's 30 minutes right now, but they have to plan for minute 4 already to try and figure out how they want to push and how they want to rotate around the map. And more importantly, who do they want to get ahead, right? To carry them in the mid to late game.
Dewa has been investing a lot of these members to just drag out the resources and maybe look for a collapse towards EVOS Glory. Doma already has his corrosive Skype, able to just survive the lane and maybe, just maybe, join in the team fight a little bit more early because that item kind of supplements that approach. So, opting for the Revitalize compared to the Vengeance, what raises that choice over there, Rashi?
Just wants to get a bit more healing, and usually we've seen this. Usually you see the Hylas with a Revitalize combo with a healing hero, and it's an obscene amount of healing, man. But even solo with the Glorious Pathway, you still get an extra bit of value from your ultimate, and it's on a relatively short-ish cooldown. So for Sorizo here, he can just be the oppressive frontline and let Moeza be the creative one to just hide in the sides, look for these weird flanks just like this to investigate and maybe find something.
Charged up, Tower's Bench, that one's gonna rage as well. Gonna be able to lock them down. Eternal Guard with the Glorious Pathway, but Panzer is gonna be caught in the Glorious Pathway. They've got all the movement speed he needs to run him down with a blazing duet, and it's a win for Dewa.
Panzer again having to bite the bullet. This time around, Dewa. It's so insane how they're able to stitch up and bandage all the injuries that they were able to receive in the first minutes of the game. Hajume back in line as well with that turtle take. They're even inching further as Annabelle and Ray just playing a game of cat and mouse down bottom.
Ray is still getting the better of him though. They were able to get the red tree still there onto the objective, and they're still able to win it out. It's a difference in burst damage, even though in theory, for EVOS, they have all the AoE, all the burst damage available from that Vexana. If they landed a big engage with I'm Offended into a Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge, into Eternal Guard, that could be disaster for Dewa, but they're able to really find and pick and choose the right moment to really go aggressive here.
Now Fluffy, even everybody's really struggling in their own lanes. So for me, Dewa, it really felt like in the draft they just had EVO's Glory's number. Even a Nolan pick, it definitely felt like it was a very forced pick to go for, right? There's no targets here. And Nolan, his strong point, like suit, is his mobility on top of the crazy clear. So the fact that Dewa can actually match that and chase him down with the Glorious Pathway, with all the lockdown here, it's going to be definitely very tough. What? Able to space out. Panzer not able to find the blazing duet now, but now gets caught in the fracture. Still Moeza popping the Earth Shadow Ray, go over the hash chain. Eternal Guard to disengage, and it seems for EVOs they'll be able to walk away from this one as Hijume just tries to push them back even further.
A trade of resources. EVOS Glory were the ones pulling the trigger, and they were the ones who had to back off because Dewa United have so much, you know, damage this early stage of the game, especially with the blazing duet, and then you have Chorizo just coming in with the Glorious Pathway. So it's going to be very, very annoying for EVOS to deal with as it comes to like the 6th minute and even the 7th minute later on.
It's a great move for EVOs there. They know that right now Sorizo is just way too tanky to be taken out in the lane. They send him to just cut the wave and get the prio to really go for that neutral objective. So they get the turtle, but they also get the turret on the bottom side. That's where Annabelle is trying to equalize. But look at the play already for the side of Dewa. Immediately going into the jungle, trying to find a bit more. I think they're really planning on letting go of this bottom turret, which is acceptable because they're going to trade on top side too. They're zoning EVOs from even getting to their structures.
Yeah, Annabelle looking for a cross-map play, but what matches it as well. So all in all, it's such a profitable margin for Dewa United to pull up against. Meanwhile, for EVOS Glory, they're still yet caged in their own jungle, in their own areas. Not able to maximize the use of this Kufra with the Tyrant's Rage. Again, you need someone who can really set up the Kufra to get the stuns. And you can't really bank up with the Eternal Guard. You can't really, you know, hope Clockun will be the main initiator again. So for Kufra, it'll kind of get harder as the game progresses.
That's the problem of first picking the Kufra and then not picking a secondary or the real initiator, because the Kufra is a secondary initiator. You can't be the one engaging on the Kufra. You need someone to engage, and then in the midst of a fight, you find a capitalization. At least that's the optimal route for a Kufra to make plays. And here, Panzer is forced to make initiations all the time.
Yeah, and he will just go away most of the time. An ultimate coming from Chorizo.
Walking him down right now. Spirit Destruction thrown away. What? Wait. Finds a kill and has chain as well. Doma's going to be taken down too. Both the carries, the backliners, have been found in the front lines of battle.
Doma taken out and down. The Moskov you would expect to be so mobile. This time around, Ray smells blood and just cuts down the carries of EVOS. Glory.
It's a crazy bait and switch right there. They saw the glorious pathway and they're like, wow, the advance is coming. But before they know it, it's a bait, right? The danger comes from the side lanes. And this is what's so difficult right here for EVOS. Usually, like you said, you want your roamer to have the freedom to just hide around and go for the big pickoff, the big engages on the right members. But the fact that they have Fluffy on a Ruby that's, you know, sustainable, but not exactly tanky for the burst damage coming in from the side of Dewa, now they're just forced to kind of use Panzer to be that main front line because they can't lose Fluffy and have him fall behind. So for now, Panzer's going to take the brunt of the aggression, and Fluffy immediately goes for the Radiant Armor because he knows that the Julian damage, that the Edith damage, and the Valentina damage as well, all are it's the exact factor that's allowing Dewa to be a lot more fearsome when it comes to the pickoff game.
Yeah, and Fluffy hasn't even been existent in most of the skirmishes and the collapses coming in from EVOS Glory. He could be the kind of like the main engager, the main initiator, but then again, Fluffy has to really deal with the damage coming in from Ray, from Hijume, again, like how Arashi mentioned. So for EVOS Glory, it's going from bad to worse. Dewa is able to rack up a 5k gold lead as the Lord marches up top. EVOS, they're playing a defensive game this time around.
Again, that I'm offended, trying to go for the catch, but Panzer wasn't ready to really go for it. Anvil walks up the fracture. Hijume takes it up, doesn't care about that damage, and they take a tier 2. As EVOS, it's really getting frustrating, definitely for them. They can't really look for anything around the map, and Doma at this point, he's just going to try to clear out the waves, but even then, what? Can still siege the tier 2 down. That's a 6,000 gold lead. All of the tier 2s.
Yeah, we talked about game plans as well, pre-game. But this time around, EVOS looks like they're kind of lost in their own draft. So how do they kind of call back against Dewa United?
They have to make for a big engage. Not on Mueza though, but they go for it. 2 ultimate twos already.
So I'm offended now. Panzer's all alone. Mueza with the Primal Wrath. They shoot some damage back. Panzer able to escape still. And for Dewa, I like that decision. Shows you that they're actually just really, really disciplined too, despite, you know, obviously having those issues in the past. They have a 6,000 gold lead. They could have definitely forced the fight, but they said, nah, why? We have a 6,000 gold lead. We have a Lord spawning in 60.
Just wait for the next objective, the next fight to be that's just that much more decisive. And look at the itemization though. Immediately a blade armor built up by Chorizo. He knows that being a Hylas, for the most part, the only really way you can deal with him, being a horse, being a big horse, the only way you can deal with him is to melt him down with basic attacks, with a marksman. But building that blade armor means that Doma, of course, can still do it. It's just going to take a lot more time, and it's going to force Doma to take a lot more damage, and that means that there's a chance for Ray or Hijume to just go forward and secure the kill onto Doma. Because it's not card control that Chorizo is inflicting onto him, it's damage.
Yeah, but all things considered, the fact that EVOS are down in the dumps now, at least for Doma, I think he has the time to kind of like farm up his items and be the main damage dealer. When you have Clockun, basically a Lord that spawns in front of you, and then you have Luffy, the main initiator, and then Panzer, the counter engager. Basically, Doma is all protected, but the problem is that you have Hijume that could just come up into your own face, and Ray as well. You saw how he was able to kill and take down Doma this time around. Lord taking Fluffy though.
I'm offended, but then returned back by Hijume as I'm offended. Hijume showing the emote as well of his ex-team. This has got to be personal. It's a Spear of Destruction from Doma to try to steal it away. But man, Dewa United are just looking clean.
Jume's on a mission to make a statement that exiling him from the White Tigers pack has been a bad decision, but this time around, game's not done yet. EVOS Glory. I don't know, they're just trying to clear up the wave at least. The good point, or positive point that you can pick up is that the waves are pushing towards EVOS. They can farm these waves, but the pressure coming from Dewa United is just way too huge for them to deal with.
They do have high ground technically, and there's no ways for them to really engage in a big fight. So I think Dewa needs to be a little careful though.
Great turn of card into the Earth Shattering down. Ray just takes him out. Now the waves into it with the Glorious Pathway gets them so much maneuverability. Hands are forced back. Enhanced Chain. Sucker clock good up. Mueza with a flicker forward. Annabelle goes in with a fracture, but Mueza will be taken down. Annabelle finding the kill. Watt now still there with the Wind of Nature. There's no minions there. And Nova's still gonna be hitting down. It doesn't even matter. Dewa brute forces their way to a Game 1 victory.
Wow. A revamped and refreshed Dewa United secures the game. The first game, 1-0 against the White Tigers. This time around, it looks like Dewa United are no longer their past self, no longer one-dimensional, no longer undisciplined. They are an opposite of that. They're disciplined, they have a clear game plan, and it feels like this is a new Dewa United on MPL ID Season 14.
It's an all-new discipline, an all-new flexible Dewa United. And on the flip side, for EVOS, an EVOS with no brands, with no dreams, stuck in a nightmare right now. What can they do, man? At every single aspect in the game, they were beat. The control, the rotations, even the fight engagements. This is a team with 3 massive teamfight ultimates, and even in the team fights, they were just completely outmatched.
With no brands, with no dreams, and in Game 1, with no plan. The drafts, I think they were completely outdrafted there. There was no way for them to respond against the high loss.
Yeah.
There was no way for them to respond to almost all of the picks. Dewa held them from the draft, all the way from the drafts.
Yeah. Nolan wasn't even an answer. I mean, you can't really burst down tanky members like Cerrito, like Mueza. Yeah, the Nolan was non-existent as well. I mean, yeah, it was getting cross-map plays. It was trying to push up the lanes, create a segue play, as well as trying to take down the turrets up, top, down, bottom. But again, it's just not good enough for the team fight potential that Dewa United does have. So the burst power and that Nolan pick isn't really the answer. No one addressed that high loss. No one was able to address that high loss.
It really felt like at that point it's a bit of just a power pick. You know, oh, it's Annabelle, right? It's always the Nolan, the Ling, the Alpha. And for the side of Dewa, man, I think it was so smart for them to ban out initially the Hayabusa, because again, you have invulnerability, right? And it can be a lot more difficult to deal with. In a team fight, you can kind of be a distraction that in a way that the Nolan can't really compare to. And on the other side, they ban the Alpha as well. A hero can do true damage, they can do a lot of damage, provide some kind of utility, and still be sustainable. It's almost like the exact thing you kind of need to deal with a hero that's just like a big piece of rock, like the Hylas, like the Baksha back then too. So the fact that Dewa banned it out, right, I think shows again like how much more mature they are all the way from the drafting phase, right? This is a great draft with so many possibilities, and they seem to know how to play it, how to play around it, right? They want to make sure they have a strong mid lane. They want to make Ray active as a jungler with all the damage potential, and at the same time, they know exactly who to send forward as the main front line and when they have to swap out, when the Hylas is staying in the front, and when Mueza out of nowhere shows up and front lines, you know, at those specific situations.
Yeah, it feels like it was an all-rounded draft, perfect execution, good spacing as well coming in from Dewa United. Again, like I said, it feels like this is a refreshed, a revamped, a reset Dewa United, unlike their past self in Season 13. Sure, Watt was still on fire again, the seasoned veteran, but this time around it feels like all lanes were active and no longer trying to funnel their gameplay into a specific member. I mean, they weren't even playing for the high loss. They weren't even playing for Watt. Ray was able to operate himself as well. So yeah, they're firing on all cylinders, and this time around I would also say it's near flawless the way they executed the draft.
I think so too. I mean, even in the XP lane, you know, the Ruby pick, when you have someone like a Kufra, because you usually want someone else to be the main initiator. We kind of touched on this in the game itself, but I think it's very, very evident that when Panzer is on a Kufra, when a Kufra is the main initiator, that the Kufra just doesn't work. It really doesn't work. And especially because they already have a reactive pick in the Edith, right?
Yeah. Just a whole different situation. Like we said, there was even a potential for the Kufra to be completely cancelled out and denied. So definitely not the way to go. But for the side of Dewa though, this is the player of the game, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Ray on the Julian, man. Going with the Season Hunter as well, getting that clear, matching a Nolan when it comes to the jungle clear, and always in the right place at the right time. And I must say, the usage of the enhanced skill as well. You see him go for the enhanced sides when he knows that everyone's sticking down, hunkering down for a big fight. But when he knows that utility is what he needs, he just goes in straight for the enhanced chain as well, which really disrupts the movements coming in from the side of Evos. Initially, it was looking really, really sketchy, man, with the fact that Hijume got taken out of nowhere. But from here, we're seeing a bit of a different mindset in how they were skirmishing, right? They're able to move backwards until they know that their skills are up, the synergy is there, they're moving together as one, as a cohesive unit. And look at the positioning. They're never grouping up together to really get comboed. They all come in from different angles right here. And they have two main front lines they can use to do so. And even later on, Hijume becomes an engaged tool as well after stealing away the I'm Offended.
Felt like, you know, Dewa United were the ones drafting that counter initiation, but it was EVOS Glory that had to play the counter initiation as well. They had to be the one who reacted to the plays made by Dewa United. I mean, they were looking for plays of themselves, but then again, the Kufra can't really be the main initiator. Again and again, like how we mentioned, and even, you know, backing on the late game of Doma, of Moskov, didn't even really help EVOS Glory to kind of conquer the players of Dewa United.
Because when you have so much tenacity and when you have the, you know, the green strategy with the two Purifies and the Revitalize, the whole strength of the Vexana being that, you know, you can disengage just isn't there anymore. The Glorious Pathway gets them wherever they need to be, right? When they want to dive, the Glorious Pathway gets placed down. Yeah, sure, you get the Terrified down onto Hijume, but then he purifies out. Watt can jump in with the Blazing Duet and he can purify preemptively. And then he won't be CC'd by the Eternal Guard, by any of the CCs coming in from Evo's Glory here. And obviously, Panzer, again, the sole initiator. Like, Ruby isn't an initiator. Like, he's more of a pick-off hero. So, really? Kufra, initiator?
See, I feel like in a different situation here, like if you put this draft in the hands of a team that's more experienced when you're playing without a front line, right? I feel like maybe they could have gone better, but it really seemed really uncomfortable with that idea of putting Fluffy, because for the longest time, okay, Fluffy is the one that wants to be hidden in the sides and make a play, right? Now he's forced to front line, he's forced to stand in the front, get I'm Offended by, you know, he gets pulled in by his own skill, whereas Panzer is the one that's kind of hiding in the sides. And I gotta say, man, off the one game here, it really feels like Fluffy does a better job at it than Panzer, right? And maybe for EVO's Glory right now, an adaptation could be to get Panzer on a frontline hero and then go back to what got them such a dominant rotation, right? Putting Fluffy in the playmaking hero that can kind of take over that kind of role.
Still, I mean, Clocken was able to dish out the damage needed, the carry with 34,200 damage dealt as the Vexana, but then again, you can't really keep on relying on the Vexana to open up the space, open up the team fights. I mean, yeah, Fluffy, like how Arashi mentioned, he's notorious and renowned for making the plays, for carrying the team. But when you put him in a pick like Ruby, who has to kind of just wait for a timing, play on the momentum, look for a pick, it's something that is so uncharacteristic of himself. So, of course, yeah, it looked like he wasn't really comfortable with the Ruby pick, nor was it, you know, able to contribute a lot of the pick-offs, because EVOS weren't really looking for a pick as well. They were mostly just waiting in the wings, looking for a reactive play towards Dewa United. So, again, EVOS Gloria, I felt like that was a draft diff.
Yeah, I agree. I think they got completely out-drafted there. And for the Ruby itself, right, fundamentally, you do really well when you are placed in a winning matchup. So the fact that they got a bad matchup because of the Hylos last pick, that's not on them technically, right? They already picked the Ruby before. Yeah. It kind of neutralized the Ruby. And it made Fluffy, it just gave him so many problems, because usually for Fluffy, the way he plays the game is he wants to mirror the enemy XP lane. Yeah. But here you can't really mirror the Hylos, because you're not going to be as impactful as someone who can soak in all the damage. Yeah. Pop in Glorious Pathway, stun whoever he wants, and do whatever he basically can do whatever he wants. And he also clears really quick. So like Ruby just loses out there.
And to top it off, right? There are not a lot of ways for them to try and shut down that Hylas. It's a bit of a prio pick, so by all means, maybe they should have maybe predicted the Hylas might show up. As a last pick, it was surprising, but at the same time, yeah, it's so difficult when you're up against a Hylas, you're a Ruby, and your jungle is a Nolan, right? Even with ganks, how exactly are you supposed to take out this Hylas, man? It's just way too tanky.
Yeah.
You add the Vexana to it, even then, maybe not enough.
The way I do it when I play with my friends, right? You bring the whole team. No, when you see a Hylos, pick Harry, because seriously, the only way is like if he uses Vengeance, then okay, bye-bye. Like, it doesn't matter if you use Harry, but if you use Revitalize, you can actually still get him. So you need someone that can lock the Hylos down and then someone to shred him down. But even then, it's hard. It's difficult still. Like even the carry, my friend, and even when I was on the carry, it's difficult to shred him down. So maybe just take some notes from Fnatic Onic, or was it well, one of the teams in match number 1 actually banned out the Hylos. Oh, it was TLID.
Yeah, TLID.
On red side, game number 2.
Ooh. We have, like we said,
CITB.
New features, CITB. And of course, hair cam by Head and Shoulders, one of our new partners here. I kind of want to have hair as sleek as this woman right there.
I mean, for those who are not familiar, man, what does CITB stand for?
Cheffin's in the building. Whenever the head
He was literally in the building.
He was literally here. You know,
that's why.
And Mirko was so tuned in. He was right next to Mirko going, bro. And Mirko was like, I'm going to prepare for the next match.
Mirko didn't even fist bump him.
I did not see him.
You rejected him.
I'm sorry. You know, I'm not as aware as CITB, especially when the head cam comes in. That's usually when Cheffin locks in as well. Yeah.
The hair cam.
No, the head cam. Because it's head and shoulders.
Ah.
It's not a shoulder cam.
Tomorrow.
Oh,
we gotta go step by step here, Rashi.
Yeah. Okay. I see you. All right.
Hair is on the head, is it not?
I think it's everywhere, technically. But I ain't a biologist, so I wouldn't know.
No. Okay. But of course, everywhere is ice cream. And ice cream is so versatile, you can enjoy it.
Full Campina, shout outs to Campina. W Campina.
Campina. It was actually in our talent room as well.
Exactly.
With their newest flavor, the Tropicana Double Crunch. The ice cream for gamers. It was so good, so crunchy, so creamy as well. It can as well as double your energy to God level.
God level.
So they had Campina.
They had Campina as well.
I feel like this is an unfair advantage for the people who do take Campina and consume Campina. So maybe this time around, right? Maybe Evos could also eat Campina before the game, and maybe this could be fair.
Is that the winning solution?
It is.
Get some Campina in you?
It is a winning
solution. Are you a Campinian?
Campinian.
Do you consume Campina?
I do.
Are you a head and shoulderian?
I do have head, and I have shoulders.
I have made that joke all season ago, 2 seasons ago.
Really?
Yeah, every single time Head and Shoulders comes up, he says, I have head, I have shoulders.
Man, what a throwback. 2 seasons ago.
If you want to keep your head and your shoulders clean, then use Head and Shoulders. It's just right there, and you can be as clean as Gatot Kacha. Back in the day, we had Tigreal and even Eudora.
So
and I think you can still find it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like a hefty task to kind of clean up the dandruffs that drops in your phone. It's disgusting as well, right?
Yeah, well, I can't relate.
Whoa.
I use Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, you know, no
dandruff.
dandruff.
With the program, bro.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Of course, with Head and Shoulders, lemon fresh, like Gatot Kacha. For 100% dandruff and itchiness, wiped out, and protection from itchiness as well. Because I don't like to, you know, when I'm making plays with the Nolan or like I'm working with the marksman, I don't want to scratch my head.
Yeah,
of course not.
Out of frustration, out of that itchiness, that all gets sorted out by Head and Shoulders.
So you got food, you got Campina, you got Head and Shoulders,
yeah,
right? So what you need next is a proper draft, I think, for Evo's Glory, and some good drip, bro.
Proper drip.
They gotta look fresh.
And that drip is acquirable through Erigo, because Erigo, wherever you go.
Oh, is that what Erigo stands for? Wherever you go?
Erigo.
Where's the W?
Wherever you go. I don't know.
Erigo.
Erigo.
There we go.
Also,
look at this.
An intermezzo. Most of the crews we have, the cameraman, the producer, and everyone in this building, their crew attire and their merch. It's all sponsored by Erigo.
Yeah.
They have that kind of like trademark behind Erigo. Everywhere you go.
All right. With drip though, we have to get back into the game.
Yeah.
Right. Still relying on heavy crowd control. What is Evo's solution for game number 2? Because again, heavy CC. I feel that's an understatement. We saw that I agree. There's a massive abundance of crowd control, but then they lack damage. They lack mobility, right? The glorious pathway is basically a death sentence to one person. So I think they have to try and expand, right? The same way Erigo will allow you to expand your drip. If you use the same outfit every day, right? It's cool the first time.
Yeah.
After a week, people are like, bro, take a shower. What the heck? Using the same outfit again?
Take a shower with Head and Shoulders as well.
Exactly, bro. No, Arashi loves Erigo and Realize loves Head and Shoulders so much, they continue with it even though we're not in the segment anymore.
I love our sponsors, man.
Hey, me too. Samsung.
GoPay.
Samsung. Because if you want to be if you want to be a pro, look at them. What are they wearing? What are they using?
They're using a Samsung phone.
They're wearing Samsung and they're using Samsung.
Wow, wearing Samsung.
Wearing Samsung. Because Samsung, when you use that phone, you basically wear it. It's part of your body.
Yeah, it's part of your life.
It's part of your life.
It's essential.
It's a way of life.
When you use a Samsung, you don't put it in your pocket when you walk. You just hold it in your hand and people just see the aura, bro.
Yeah.
Plus 10,000 aura.
Depends on the variants of Samsung, right? True. Right? If you flip out the Z series, maybe you get a bit additional aura there.
It's over. It's over.
Wow.
It's just too good.
So it's pretty...
The ladies be passing out when they see you do that.
Absolutely. They took selfies on the Samsung phone.
We saw that. Right? It's so cool, man. Because you technically use your front camera to take the selfie. Hidden benefits. But now, let's see if there are any hidden benefits in the drafting phase. We're already down to the first 6 bans already.
They stay red.
Yeah, they stay on the red side. And now the question is, was that Valentina a problem for EVOS Glory now that they are able to just let it go again for the second time around?
I feel like it was a problem technically because of the way the fights were going on. It was kind of skirmish heavy.
Yes.
But now look at this, man.
They let it go.
It's Zask. It's been a long time since we've seen the Zask. He's always been respected. Zask and Roger though. So we were talking about the lane dominance, the lane bullying. Now EVOS has something to work with right here. The Valentina, of course, can kind of match that somehow. 2 picks right here, and the Edith already banned away. That, again, the early game skirmishing seems to be something that EVOS really were struggling with, and they've taken away a lot of good solutions here.
Yeah, and the Moskov, this time in the hands of Watt, has been very, very finesse with the Moskov as well, but the Zask given away with the Roger as well. I mean, the Roger can really survive lane. If it goes to the gold lane, again, can be flexed to the jungle. But the Zask will be a problem for Dewa. I mean, they do have Valentina, but then again, it's not as impactful as the Zask itself. Now the Arlet in the hands of Cerrito, or rather Mueza, because again, flex picks all over the board.
Yeah. I think going for... this is really tough. Dewa, I think they've drafted really well here too, right? Picking up the Arlet, the Valentina. Arlet's a great flex. The Moskov too does quite well actually against the Roger. You still lose out in the lane, but you have ways to outplay. You have ways to actually just stay back and clear out these waves. What do you think EVOS are going to go for here, Rashi?
Man, at this point, I feel like if they want to go for some kind of tanky hero to stay in the front, I was thinking, right, the highlights is open. It was such a big problem in game number 1. In game 2, I mean, for EVOS right here, if they really have a lot of damage here from the Roger, from the Zaz. If they had the highlights on top of that, at least the damage output and the damage receiving for their composition is kind of rounded out already. Now for Dewa, the Moskov can of course deal with the highlights given enough time, but I wonder if they're thinking of other solutions, right? Other ways to really help out, to try and melt down this highlights, this massive wall walking straight at you.
Yeah, and feels like EVOS, they're able to find a counter to the high loss, which is by picking it for themselves. They ban out the Fanny and the Joy as well. One of the two of the best heroes for Ray to pick up as well. Very, very apt with the Assassin. They ban out the Hanzo as well.
Julian pick should be, right? They need to take it away
in their hands. I mean, it's still up for grabs, so a lot of options for EVOS to figure out. They do need an XP laner and a jungler. But again, this Roger can still be flexed, but the Julian would be the icing on top.
I agree. I think the Julian would also be a way for Dewa to actually try to shred down the Hylos, right? If you use the Enhanced Scythe and you lock him down together with the Moskov's damage, that should be enough to take the Hylos down. Depends on how ahead he is, obviously, right? Hylos is quite unkillable. There are memes circulating around the world right now. I saw one on Reddit. Like, it was a picture of just Hylos, and then the description was, Hylos after getting shot at for like 5 minutes. He just stands there, nothing changes.
Yeah, the Zero is unkillable.
They go win.
It's so tanky, and they pick up the Guinevere. What is the thought process of this Guinevere, Rush?
Well, they have a lot of single target damage. I guess they want just more playmaking because the Hylos can of course engage, but against this composition from the side of Dewa here, with the stuns, with the Terrifier from Valentina, the knockback with the Spear of Misery from the Moskov as well, they want to have something that can engage almost directly. But the X-Borg I was about to get to, against tanky heroes, the X-Borg has always been a great solution. It does true damage, so it can be a solution for the Hylos, but I feel like this can only really work out if Dewa can kind of keep the fight at bay. If they start to get overrun completely, then the X-Borg can just get ignored in the back. And it does damage, but over time. Never really burst damage.
Yeah, there was a comment from Jume as well in the halftime.
Oh, wow.
He was still confident with the win against EVOS, but that was still the first game because he said that EVOS still has that quality as they round out the draft with the Claude as well to close out the drafting phase. Initial thoughts on this pick, of course, for the Claude against the Moskov. I feel like that's kind of like a 50-50 lane, but for the Roger will be flexed into the jungle, but Ray again will be able to get that Julian in his own hands in the jungle.
Look, it's funny how it kind of flipped over. Right now it's a Claude against the Moskov, but with different players. So we'll see if Doma, I mean, man, if Doma loses in this matchup time, that's the bad luck, man. I know it's the first game and all for EVOs in the season, but still, it has to be a bit of a mental blow. Looking at the index, I believe earlier it was still also EVOs who actually has the advantage. So if we're working with patterns right here, you gotta be a bit more concerned for EVOs for sure.
Will the White Tigers bite back? Or will the gods once again smite them down? Back on game number 2. The Land of Dawn, it is EVO's Glory against Dewa United.
To start things off, ladies and gentlemen, here in game number 2, it definitely feels like, for EVOs at least, they have a better grasp on their game plan. They have a better grasp on the draft as well. They've got some solid win conditions to try to work around with. And meanwhile, for Dewa, I would say it's not bad either, right? I think for both of the compositions, this is way more 50-50 compared to game number 1, and this will truly rely on the execution.
Well, looking at the composition for Dewa, though, they have a great way of setting up for a fight right here. They can just really send Chorizo in the front. He's really hard to pick off with the Firaga armor, and there's always that last final slash playmaking that we saw being done by Lutfi. And look at the Litho, still secured by Dewa somehow in that engagement. So Annabelle made his way painstakingly to the Litho, but then he didn't get it. This means that Ray will have a bit of an advantage here in the clearing game, but look at Chorizo.
Oh, forced to flicker out. Proper respect, though, from Chorizo as he walks up here. Then, of course, Annabelle to use that retribution. He might not be able to. Chorizo steals it away. Annabelle.
The pain. Losing on so much. The Litho, and then that jungle creep.
The gold
crab. Yeah, that XP crab. That XP crab. The hands of Chorizo, of course, it's going to help him get into higher levels quite faster. But again, up top, how would you describe the matchup of that X-Borg against the Hylos? Will it be able to kill the Hylos, or will it have to wait? But we have to wait.
Exactly. I mean, right on cue, realize with we have to wait. We will wait for a bit of a pause, but now there's more time to talk about this, right? Like you were asking about. And the laning phase, I feel like the X-Borg against the Hylos, the fact that you're both kind of reliant on slow damage per second, right? The Hylos with the second skill, the X-Borg with the burn, looking for the true damage. The range difference becomes, once again, a key factor here. The fact that the X-Borg can do all that while still staying out of range from the Hylos, I feel like the X-Borg will have a lot more to do, which is why I think EVOS is sending a lot more help to the EXP lane to try and get their guy ahead here. Because we talked about Fluffy, right? He wants to be the playmaker, he wants to win his lane, cut waves, and be around the map. In order to do so, he needs to be able to stabilize in the lane first.
Yeah, but you would argue that Hylos is kind of a good weak side XP laner, I'd say.
It could be both, but he's amazing on strong side too, right? It really doesn't matter. That's why Hylos is so good right now. Put him on strong side, weak side. But the Claude is definitely better at weak side, right? You just don't really need to care that much about the Claude until he actually gets shut down. If he loses out on the 1v1, then that's where you want to try to rotate over, give some of the resources to Claude so that he can get back to neutral. But once, if there's not much of a gold difference amongst like the gold lanes for Claude, he does pretty okay by himself. Very independent.
Yeah, independent laners, of course. going to be bestowed upon Doma. I mean, again, he's playing on the opposite side of the coin this time with that Claude against the Moskov. So I feel like for what he has been playing a lot of Moskov as well back in season 13. He's so apt as well with that hero.
Yeah.
So the question is, if this Moskov is able to just outlane the Claude and get his items, I feel like that's going to spell trouble for EVOS because, again, Dewa hasn't really been able to activate their cards from Season 13, which was playing through that gold lane. Now they're much more flexible, playing on all sides of the map.
Exactly here. I guess this is a great time for this technical break with Campina.
Yes, sir.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
If you guys are at home and you have a Campina with you right now, it's gonna feel so good, man.
Yeah. Ice cream, ice cream.
The game has been fire, bro. It's been so heated, full of excitement. But yes, I feel like Doma has a lot to do right here. But I feel like more than anything, my eyes are on the Guinevere, right? With the composition from Dewa being so up close and personal right there, there's a chance that they're gonna get too close to each other, and that's where a massive Violet Requiem can really spin things around, especially if it's followed up by the Zask, the Claude Blazing duet as well. So I feel like in this early stage, aside from winning the lane, the help from the roamers are also going to be very important. And the Guinevere has always been that really pesky type of roam. You can have decent damage, decent sustainability, and decent utility as well. That's not really based on your ultimate, so you can just threaten and engage or pretend you're engaging and kind of waste a lot of time.
It's a good counter initiator as well to just get the games going. Hey! Whoa! The camera flipped, but it kind of shows that we're back in the game after quite some wait. As we flip back to Chorizo, Hijume already able to control the jungle and the turtle in the hands of Ray. So Dewa with that early advantage, 500, 600 gold.
Despite this though, right? I mean, they have the Hylos, but still, they're actually losing out in levels. This was the main problem as to why they weren't able to contest for the first turtle in game number 1, and it is still the same problem here. Even with the Hylos pick, with the Zask in the mid lane, Hijume is out-leveling Clockun, and Moeza got level 4 first. Panzer, amazing pick. This should be them on the board here. Clockun picks up first blood, and finally we see a response from Evo's Glory.
Oh, that first blood going into the Zask will be very troublesome for Dewa United. They're able to move proactively with Panzer, and this is what you want with the Guinevere, actively seeking for picks, actively roaming around the map to get other laners ahead.
Wow. It did require them two ultimates though, but game fact here by our new application GoPay.
Yeah, this marks Zask's debut in MPL ID Season 14, after last being used by Watt in MPL ID Season 7 when Genflix lost to EVOS. That was a long time ago, and the fact that he's going to pick it against Watt's former team kind of spells poetry.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely poetic there. Season 7 was a wild time for the gold lane, man. We saw Yu Zhong in the gold lane, Farsa, Zeta. We saw Lunox, Harith, Hayabusa.
Farsa as well.
Farsa, and obviously we saw the Zas too. Didn't work out for them, but hey, we did see it. A wild time for the gold lane. And then Marksman came about. I think it's Season 8.
What a throwback for Mirko there. It was your first season casting as well.
Yeah,
So
yours first season too.
I got it at the tail end of Season 7, so it's not really as memorable for me, Mirko. I bet for you there's a lot more to think about, but look at Panzer going for a play.
Great pick again, man, with a spatial migration, but Hijume still, the Go Green meta really loves the environment.
Go Green means go home because it's able to run back to his house, or rather the base, into that Purify, just giving him that extra anti-CC, but now a total siege going towards the hands of Dewa United.
Chorizo, Fortune Roll is trapping now, pops in the Last Insanity 2, blows up, Ruffy in the back still with a Revitalize, still able to survive for so long, ready to be caught in half sword though! But Annabelle wins out the Red Tree battle. Even with the Dominus Ascent, it's not gonna be enough. Moeza taken down. Look at the Johnny boys going at it. Whose Johnny is better? Okay, Clockun wins it.
The spawn duel there coming through. Finally for Evos, they're showing the utility of that Hylos. Dewa there, I feel like they were really overcommitting to really try and find a way to shut down that Hylos so early on when they can really go for the other heroes, right? Because we've seen that being a real good strategy for the neutral objective take. Maybe let go the turtle or the Lord, but make sure that your opponents pay for it. Despite the fact that they don't really have a lot of healing reduction already available in the inventory slots of Dewa United, they went for that Hylos with the Glorious Pathway, with the Revitalize, and it really costed them
they're gonna definitely adjust from there and maybe try and get a lot more earlier healing reduction as well. But for the side of Evos, man, I think you can already see that the power spikes for Doma is not quite there just yet. Still waiting in on the Demon Hunter Sword, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do against that high loss, right? Do you ignore it?
Depends. I mean, if the backline is kind of vulnerable, maybe you can, but otherwise, you just have to painstakingly like, chunk him down and make sure that when you're dealing damage to him, everyone else isn't dealing damage to you. I think that's like the main problem here of trying to deal with Hylos. If you're hitting the Hylos alone and his team isn't hitting you, then you're still okay. But usually when the Hylos is moving forward, the whole team is like, yeah, hit that guy. Hit that guy. And like, they'll try and get pot shots at you, you know, like the school bully.
Oh, Doma. No BMI. Now he does use the battle barrier, but Ray's gonna chase him down! And with the wolf, he spawns, he finds the kill. Annabelle finds a train in the bottom side of the map, though. Doma on the weak side, not respecting being on the weak side.
Yeah, did not respect the kill threat coming in from Dewa United. He's on the weak side, didn't even pop the BMI quite late on it, as Fluffy will just march. I mean, take a look at how much resources, how many resources the Dewa had to expend to take down Fluffy. So that's going to be a plus point for EVOS to just prolong the fights, prolong the skirmishes. But Turtle now in their eyes, Cerrito looking to crash the party!
Spatial migration from Panzer into the Pilot Requiem now with a collapse as well as Annabelle guns them down. As the Lycan form decides to go for it now, jumps onto Moeza, but not able to fully dive in that tier 2. EVO's Glory winning out in the skirmish and getting the neutral objective.
Now immediately Evo's looking for more pushing on 2 lanes at the same time. The Nightmare spawn makes it so difficult. It can tank turret shots, it can zone out defenders off the turrets, and they're taking full advantage of it. One more falls down on the top side, and now officially I think Dewa is on the back foot. They're kind of lacking resources to try and melt on the Hylos, and they're going to lose their purple buff as well.
Oh, just taking everything that they can get. Crash and grab for EVOS Glory. Dewa United now on the opposite side, on the back foot, in comparison of game number 1. So now they have to tone down the pressure. But what is the winning condition coming in from Dewa United, Arashi?
They have to make sure that they get their damage out, and they have to make sure, I think, that they are the ones who make the first move. The issue is right here, is that Cerrito's moving forward, but he's always so fixated on dealing with the Hylos that he's not really opening the rest of the map, and that allows Panzer to finally have a chance to hide around. But look at this!
Good stun down. CC, you know, with the Pilot Requiem, Panzer very low, gonna be taken down. Moeza finds the vengeance as Fluffy rotates forward with the glorious pathway. Doma pops in the blazing door, but is unable to find anything. Good zone with the chain now. Dominators descend, munching down to the HP bars. Moeza still with a desperate attempt to find a kill, jumps in forward. And he will be taken down. It'll be the roamer for the roamer. Traded out.
Whoa, so many layers from EVOS Glory. You have the glorious pathway. A Hylos charging at you. And then you have Doma in the back just popping the blazing door. And then you have Clocker with the ultimate. Who do you even target as Dewa United?
I think right now you have to target Clocker, right? I mean, at the very least, even if you don't really get him out of the fight, you can kind of take down the Domineer's Descent. And that kind of lowers his damage potential. And maybe you can just play the split push game, but considering how well EVOS is controlling the pace right now and how tanky Fluffy is, they're going straight for the Lord. And I think Dewa will be forced to respond if they really want to contest this. There's no time to split push.
I second that. I mean, split push-wise, Dewa United does have that side lane potential, especially with Watt. He's pushing up, pushing down bottom, trying to get a turret for himself, and then he can rejoin the fight with the Spear Destruction.
Ooh.
Oh, this Lord, just a taunt coming in from EVOS Glory. They're yet to set their sights on this. Just the game of ping pong, push and pull, tug of war for both teams, as Watt is able to get that bottom turret for himself.
Oh, conceal Moeza. Trying to go for Clocker, jumps over the Dominance Descent. Cerrito gonna be caught still. Losing to Farago, armor, Moeza. Able to dodge away from the spatial migration. The final slash connects onto 3, including the clone. The chain plays down. Cerrito able to flicker out to safety. Meanwhile, on the back line, it's gonna be chased down. Hydra will be able to trade it out. It's 1 for 1. Both mid laners taken down. But with the Zask down, this gives Dewa a window of opportunity. One in the mid lane, clearing it out. Oh, as now it's going to be Fluffy engaged on. Good match in and knock him up. Moeza jumps with the vengeance that has been resetted with the CC that was placed. But still, Doma handling the waves in the mid lane. Dewa, they have 4, and it's a 4v4 currently. No one wants to come in on the Lord.
Prolonged skirmish and a team fight as well, but they lost Clockun, but Clockun is back on the line of Dawn now, as well as Hijume. They'll sprint towards the Lord, still wanting to grab this huge objective. But for Dewa United, they're just waiting in the wings, not wanting to make the first or initial engage coming in towards EVOS Glory.
I feel like this slow Lord Dance situation really favors Dewa, because we talked about this. EVOS can really do a lot of damage with the X-Work, but only if EVOS are willing to stand there and take it. As of right now, there's not really enough ways for them to really make the move. But look at that! No, they're going Oi, Spatial Migration and the Bella Requiem just for the Faraga armor. Spear, the destruction connecting onto the back line. Now the final stocks, Mueza unable to displace anyone. It's Annabelle, who's as consistent as ever on the Retribution. Ray gets the chain to disengage and to give Watts an opening to escape. EVOS Glory finding the neutral objective and 2 members on the board.
Watt wasn't able to gun down the damage needed to get through the players of EVOS Glory. They go home with all eyes on the Lord, getting that Lord, getting 2 kills. And now they can work on the side lanes, just even push Dewa United far off the cliff.
You know, a big factor right here is the fact that Sorizo is actually relatively behind. He only has 2 items completed. He went for the War Axe first to get some more damage, some more utility, and then he went for the Brute Force Breastplate for the tankiness. So he hasn't really got any other items to help with the utility, like let's say the Ice Queen's Wand, to try and slow down the members of EVOS Glory, which is why they can just move forward here without really being bothered by quite anything. With the Lord marching in right now, with the Hyla still being that pesky front line, not a lot of ways for Dewa to defend this without at least losing several structures in the process.
Annabelle having that endless battle in his hands gives even much more tankier approach, more sustain. Ooh, Purify.
Forced out. Another tier 2 in the mid lane and another tier 2 in the bottom lane just through the minions alone. Watson Sorizo really trying to stop this Lord from actually crashing down, from baiting out the Holy Defense, but I think it's already been used up there. Still though, they will still be able to survive with just that first Lord. Again, with the changes of the Lord, it does make it easier to clear the first spawn Lord. They keep, but still, I think it's a lot of value for EVOS, right? They got all the tier 2s.
Yeah, but I mean, still, in a base defense, I feel like Dewa does have the resources to clear out the waves. You have, you know, a Watt with the passive from the Moskov, as well as Hijume, who could just run around, steal the ultimates. But still, it's going to be a very, very difficult task to deal with EVOS if they crash together all 3 lanes.
They can try and go for that, but I think for Dewa, the issue is still the same thing. They have a lot of burst damage technically, but they can't really target anyone just because of Fluffy. So they tried to go for a bit of a flank earlier, but considering, again, the same factor, everyone's so tanky, the Clockhood can go in on the Diminished Descent and kind of avoid death. Doma even already has the Wind of Nature, so there's not a lot of ways for them to really go for a pickoff. So they're really forced to play the front to back. But being 5k goals behind, it's a bit too difficult as of right now. If they want to just play defense and just wait for the game to go even longer, then maybe that could be a play they can attempt. But I feel like EVOS won't allow them to do so without at least giving up several more structures, right? Because they have a 6k gold lead, and the last thing they want to do is just kind of sit around and allow this game to drag on until the gold advantage becomes less of a factor.
And Doma with the defensive build, the Rose Gold gives him that extra sustainability because he has mostly been on the back line for EVOS Glory, fishing out for Blazing Duets to come through, but now EVOS setting their sights on the Lord once again.
Year of Destruction connecting on the Clockhood. First pathway already used up to Rizzo. No what? Doesn't miss it at all. Annabelle just takes it for free. Moez is going to be caught. The last Insanity gets used up defensively. And for EVOS, great discipline there. They do not decide to even go on to Moeza despite him already, you know, overextending a bit. They have the Lord and they'll spawn instantly, so they might just go, they choose to go to set it up.
The only solution from Dewa United to address this leading coming in from the EVOS Glory is to play the side lanes from Watt. But then again, how do you time the Spear of Destruction? When are you going to jump in? And if it misses, there is no chance that you will be there to the fight. So it's going to be 4v5 when they march through the base.
Great wave manipulation. Panther jumps in with the face migration. The final stack brings them back, and Panther's going to be taken away. Last Insanity by Sorizo. Defensively, as Hijume walks forward onto Fluffy, but he's a tanky horse right there. They deal with the Lord, and Hand Chain dodged away from by the BMI placed defensively by Doma in the back. And for now, Dewa will be able to defend, but they lose 2 massive structures.
That was a close one for Dewa, man. EVOS just go in with the Glorious Pathway, and Panzer once again tries to make a play happen, but something caught him. he got stuck, and immediately the burst damage is very much apparent. This is why Fluffy has been the main front line. If Panzer is the one in Fluffy's shoes, they would have lost a lot of kills all the way from the beginning. Now with 1 more second until Panzer is up, they will try to find a play, an advantage with one man more compared to Evo's, but Evo just immediately go on the defense. Let's take a look at the replay here by our official tournament smartphones. That was a Galaxy S24 series. Look at this play here. The final slash that kind of stopped everything in its tracks. And because of that, Fluffy, after using Glorious Pathway only for himself, not for the rest of his team, is just forced to back away from it. But you can see that he didn't even get cut down below half HP.
So much defense coming in. And it is once again proven that killing a high loss is nigh impossible for the players of Dewa United. Oh, what?
Whoa.
A drop from what?
That's aggressive right there. Watts able to displace his ball. Formation migration pops into nature, baits out Panzer. What? Violent Requiem, Flicker, Panzer on Spear of Misery to help him out. Muesa blazing Annabelle very low. Now the dominance is set. She has so much damage. Doma with a blazing duet. But now Fluffy with the flank. It'll be Watt taken down. Ray is next to the chopping block. Annabelle is back in the Lycan form, and Evo's Glory are marching down the base with an 8,000 gold lead. Chorizo with Hijime left to defend with Last Insanity. Now Annabelle marching forward as a winter crowd to try to stay alive, but even then it's not going to be enough. The horse stops on Hijime as Evos equalize on the board.
If that was a mistake by Watt, that is a costly mistake. TP into the Spear of Destruction and bring the fight to himself. He gets corralled, the gods back towards the wall. And Evos Glory, they bite back. They're able to equalize the score 1-all.
1-1 for the Tigers here, showing that they have the adaptability, they have the skills required if they have the right tools. It also was set in place from the drafting phase, and they had a respectable attempt, but in the end I think they went for a last-ditch effort, a risky play to try and find something there from a game that looked so lost, but Evos denies it. And it's down to the final one, a full best-of-3 to end the day off.
Wow. They're still able to fight back. I mean, from the get-go, it was proven to be so apparent that this high loss would spell trouble for Dewa United. Not once did we see that they're able to turn it around. Sure that there were fights happening, skirmishes happening all over the map for Dewa United, but still Evos Glory come out on top. And that final TP with the Spear of Destruction felt like they were forcing something.
Yeah, I mean, I think here it was already pretty good, right? They got Panzer very low. They could have just set up again. Okay, so what, at least that play wasn't the mistake, right? The mistake was them making the mistake, recovering, and then deciding, you know what, let's go again.
Exactly. I mean, they really could have backed away and maybe focused on Fluffy, who was kind of left behind. And with the advantage, with the HP bar advantage, there's no reason why they can't just stick around, and go for the slow game. Like we said, the issue was whenever Hylas is involved, right? Everyone just running right over you, stampeding through. Yeah. If they're able to just bait out all the skills, the Glorious Pathway, and everything else, they can just wait around, and even if someone gets too far, that's where the Spear of Destruction kind of comes in, right? That back and forth, we've seen that is where the Moskov shines. Not in a full-on all-in the way Dewa was doing in day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of apparent as well that the Moskov was trying to work his way onto the side lanes and then spearing into the team fight, but if it fails, if it doesn't get timed right, it becomes a 4v5 most of the times for Evos Glory to win. And the fact they had so much layers, either CC, either damage, and then you have the Zask just putting out the ultimate, it makes it very hard for Dewa to hunt down a specific target in the hands of Evos Glory. So yeah, all in all, it was such a dominating win. Almost a mirror of what happened in game number 1. This time around, you know, the high loss is in the hands of Evos Glory and in the hands of Fluffy.
All right, I mean, I think we should discuss this a bit, but like, what do you really think can really be a counter to this high loss, man? Because I thought that maybe the Export could have done it, but in the grand scheme of things, especially with the pressure that this Hylas has, the amount of effort that he kind of garners towards himself, it's just too difficult. It allowed Panzer to just have a free game right here to do whatever he wants. Not a single time was he pressured, was he denied at all. He just goes in whenever he finds an opportunity and goes for the play. I'm thinking of something more aggressive, but what would do a max HP damage, right? It can really shred down a Hylos like this. Like, will the Masha kind of somewhat make sense? You know,
True damage, maybe?
Basic attack does true damage X-Borg.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true, that's true. I think on paper it does make sense for the X-Borg, right? But you need a lot of time
Exactly.
with the X-Borg. I think the real way
Time is money.
is try to ignore the high lows. It's because the way we're thinking about it right now is we're thinking about it, how do we tackle the high lows front to back? The way you fight against a front to back composition is you just dive towards the enemy backline. So try to take the high lows out of the equation, right? Go for the Yuzongs, go for people that can actually just go in the back and make it chaotic. Don't let it be a full front to back.
Well, player of the game, though, for game number 2 is the Hylos, the horseman himself, Fluffy, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Wow, the horseman.
Horseman.
I think, again, I would also think that diving past, ignoring the Hylos, we brought that out a bit in game number, in the discussion earlier. The issue is the backline is a Zask. Right?
That's the thing. That's why they had
the backline is a Claude. So it's so good that everyone is just moving forward at the same time. And by all means, it's still a risky play because if you ignore the Hylos, he is constantly slowing and dealing damage to everyone by default, right? With the second skill. He just leaves it on right there and it adds up. I wish we can really see the exact amount of damage dealt by Fluffy in this game because he wasn't really being aggressive. He was just being the horse.
Yeah. It was so hard to tackle down the Hylos. But then again, if you want to avoid it, it comes charging towards you. So you kind of really ignore it full-fledged. You can't let it run to your backline and then force you to fight it. Because, yeah, it was so insane the fact that you have Hylos in the front line and then Panseer just comes in with the Violent Requiem. So much layering coming from EVO's Glory that just kind of stops their way in their own tracks.
And then the combo as well. Just big AoE from the Zask, from the Hylos, from the Guinevere even, right? The Violent Requiem. And then having a jungler like a Roger, right? That can just chase everyone down. I mean, that's part of the reason why it was so difficult. Some fights were still kind of somewhat even, but the thought in the back of your head that the Roger is about to come out of nowhere, right? From the woods, from the bushes, to just take you out. He was have to play once more. Initially, that was looking kind of okay, but then they overcommitted. Then they're cut off from the base, and at that point, it's GG, man. That was just so difficult. The chase game from EVOs. And I think like the chase compositions these days with a lot of slows, with a lot of movement speed, really has been seeing a lot of success. I mean, technically, even for Fnatic Onyx earlier in match number 1, they were having so much success because they were able to move in and out at will. Right? They weren't the ones kind of stuck in position. I feel like that is just so good right now, especially as teams are wisening up to how to play these team fights, how to avoid the damage, where to, when exactly to go in, and when to kind of back away, wait for cooldowns, and re-engage.
Yeah. So good from EVO's Glory. I feel like that push and pull that they have, the composition that they kind of drafted here. The fact that they can force Dewa United to get out their resources just to take down and eliminate this Hylos, and then they re-engage for the second time. They still have Panseer to do so. They have Annabelle that can jump towards the backline. And the fact that when that happens, Dewa United, they don't have any more resources left with. So yeah, it was a very, very hard pill to swallow for Dewa. The fact that when this Hylos was left open, it was climbing towards the hill for them.
Every single time, right? I mean, how annoying is the Glorious Pathway? Not only does it slow you, but it gives the enemy team so much movement speed, right? At that point, you have to try to push the horse back. You gotta try to make the horse, run back because, oh, look at this. Damage taken 165k. It almost feels like he just marches down with no care in the world. And with everyone hitting him, he's like, aha, stop. Please. That tickles.
Tickles.
Stop it. Stop it, you. Man, cut it out. Hey, stop it.
And he pops Revitalize.
That's
oh
me.
my god.
That's me when I'm boxing with the kids at Sunday school, man. Like, they're just
Wait, you box with kids?
No, I'm play boxing, right? But they're
you punch him, in the face.
No, they're punching my legs. I'm like, oh, I'm hurt. Not really, though. But I don't hit back, obviously.
Whoa.
We don't condone that kind of behavior.
If
Fluffy,
you do,
Fluffy did.
I'd be very disappointed at you.
Fluffy did, guys.
Yeah, Fluffy did.
Fluffy did.
That's the difference between me and Fluffy.
He didn't punch Dewa. He kicked them. Stomped them.
He ran over them.
With a spear? Does he hold a spear? Like a glaive?
I think the spear is also there in his head. The horn that he has.
Oh man, is he a unicorn? What is Hylos?
He's some kind of centaur.
It's a Pegasus.
He's a centaur.
It's a Pegasus.
Well, he flies.
Yeah, he does. He has wings.
Does
has
he
wings,
fly though?
But he doesn't. It's there for the aesthetics.
I feel like the biological definition, mythological definition of a Pegasus is that it flies. So if it has wings but it doesn't fly.
He was able to fly through Dewa though.
So he's some kind of centaur chicken is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Centaur. Oh, chicken.
It's a chicken because he has wings but it doesn't fly.
Centaur.
Centaur chicken.
With a unicorn horn?
I don't think centaurs have unicorns. Horns in them.
Hylos is just a horse. I think we'll just call him a horse.
Hylos is a creature.
Whatever it is, dude. Whatever Hylos is.
Evos were really like into that, by the way. Like the animal kingdom, right? They had Roger, they have Hylos, they have Zas, and their white tigers.
Wait, what animal is Zask though?
It's
some kind of eel.
It's
I guess, you know?
Alienoid.
Alienoid.
Is that an animal though?
It's almost as creative as the Galaxy AI.
Wow.
Right.
Hey, with the Galaxy AI.
Is it time for round 2? That's the question here.
Yes, sir, it is.
We tried it earlier, but then the volume wasn't up.
Yeah.
All right, let's check it out. We go with something very basic. Saya suka main game.
Oh.
Can you ask, what is Hylos?
I feel like we can ask that.
We don't have time though.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I don't
Next
think,
time. Next
time. Next time we'll ask the Samsung interpreter what Hylos is. But this time around, I feel like we have an interview upstage with Bude Clara Mongstar. We're still waiting for her to prepare her, her topics to ask a few of our audiences and maybe players later on. She's still somewhere behind the stage, still looking for her microphone, it seems.
I wonder if she will ask, right? Like, so what exactly is Hylos?
Can we ask her what Hylos is?
Explain.
Maybe.
Yeah, let's just ask her now.
What is
so
Hylos?
Bude Clara Mongstar, what is Hylos? Wait, no, not yet. No, I don't think she has the... Yeah, she doesn't want to answer. Yeah, she doesn't want to answer it.
Classic Bude, bro.
Yeah.
BCM.
Maybe we'll find our answers in the land of esports and gaming.
Wow. Wait, land of esports and gaming?
Land of esports?
What is that?
That's Kiria.
Exactly.
Oh.
If you want to know more, you can drop into the Discord for all things gaming. You can scan the QR code or drop in to fandx.io/Kiria. Now we play at Kiria Gaming. This is the official destination for gaming and esports of MPL ID Season 14.
Scan the QR code. That's all you need to do to try and explore.
Technology,
Kiria.
man.
Technology. Knowledge.
Buy yourself a house.
Knowledge, you know?
Knowledge. Integrity.
I really wonder if she now knows what Hylos is.
I think...
Has she Googled?
Maybe. We have to ask BCH. Bude Clara Hylos.
BCH?
Bude Clara Hylos. That might be the new technology. If Hylos keeps on...
Somebody make it happen, bro.
Yeah, let's just ask her. Bude Clara, what is a Hylos?
Yes, di sini Bude Clara menanti seperti apa hasil untuk match kedua di game yang ketiga. Dari kedua tim semakin memanas dan mereka nggak ada yang mau kalah pastinya. Ini adalah match point terpenting untuk mereka. Game point yang mereka butuhkan untuk mengamankan kemenangan. Namun kita melihat EVOS, mereka benar-benar membawa angin segar, membawa line up baru, membawa gameplay baru, dan juga tentu saja semangat baru. Game ketiga akan seperti apa, tapi Bude penasaran. EVOS fans, kalian punya apa yang baru? Wow! Oh wow! Rach is back! Yes, hello Rachel! Kita langsung panggilkan Rachel Cia.
Hai guys, hai MPL, apa kabar?
Baik. Anak macan yang telah hilang akhirnya kembali pulang. Inilah dia, Rachel Cia. Berapa lama kamu udah aduh ya ampun.
2 tahun sih.
Berseason-season.
Betul, 2 tahun berpetualang di luar, sekarang pulang ke rumah.
Pulang ke rumah. Dan gimana rumahnya nih?
Kangen banget, mana rumah aku? EVOS fam semakin solid ternyata.
Semakin solid ternyata?
Semakin solid.
Kamu balik kaget dong?
Kaget banget. Ini muka-muka lama dan muka-muka baru juga sih. Wow.
Wajah lama tetap stay, wajah baru juga memperamai. Namun, kamu kan mungkin di sini hadir di momen-momen kayaknya crucial banget ya untuk EVOS.
Ya.
Gimana sih kamu mungkin ngeliat perjalanannya EVOS sampai mungkin titik ini?
Aku selama 2 tahun pastinya masih tetap pantengin EVOS dari jauh gitu kan.
Asik.
Tetap hati aku masih biru. Sekali biru tetap biru gitu. Tapi aku percaya EVOS udah lebih baik daripada sebelumnya. Kita percaya proses aja dan waktu ya. Tetap dukung EVOS.
Percaya proses dan dia terus mendukung dan mengajak semuanya pulang. Namun kita ngeliat juga ya, kalau flashback ke belakang waktu Chelsea ya, itu masa jaya-jayanya nggak sih?
Iya kan?
Masa jaya, angkat piala, mendominasi di MPL.
Betul, itu masaku kan. Sekarang aku balik lagi berarti harus kembali jaya ya. Harus.
Ini ada lucky charm-nya nih kayaknya. Membawa angin segar baru buat EVOS. Dan ada nggak sih mungkin sekarang kan komunitas juga udah semakin besar untuk EVOS fans dan juga semua super fans di MPL. Ada nggak sih yang ingin mungkin kamu sampaikan ke semuanya?
Buat EVOS fans yang masih bertahan, thank you banget. Thank you for staying with us. Buat yang mau baru dukung EVOS, kita di sini open banget ya. Tetap dukung EVOS selalu guys.
Semua super fan udah denger, tapi mungkin juga ada yang butuh semangat dari Acel nih. Selain dari fansnya, para player, mungkin ada yang belum ngerasain semangat-semangat berkobar dari Acel nih. Coba dong semangatin para playernya, Acel.
EVOS Glory, semangat! Ayo dong, EVOS Glory! EVOS Glory!
EVOS Glory! Woohoo, semangat dari EVOS fans, dari Acel juga welcome back Acel.
Thank
Tapi
you.
ada yang mau kembali nih Cel, kedua tim yang akan beradu di game ketiga. Mari kita saksikan bersama Cel.
Let's go.
Kita let's go!
Not only players returning back to their former teams, also brand ambassadors and talents like Rachel Shia back there. She used to be an EVOS brand ambassador talent, and then she was wandering around, like she said, for 2 years, and then she's back again. So yeah, that kind of injects that spirit and support for EVOS glory.
Yeah, you can definitely see that the fans have already embraced her back. You know, they already have signs for her.
Yeah.
Rachel signs.
Nice.
And they were getting really hyped right there. Even as she was exiting the whole scene, there were some people just making some really feral noises, man.
Yeah. I mean, we said Animal Kingdom, right? And maybe for, hey, EVOS roar, right? So roar.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. How do you really roar, though? I mean, you can obviously roar, but you have to do it the way the man does it. You know who I'm talking about.
Who?
The real EVOS fan.
Ah, the guy that crawls into the camera.
Exactly. That's how he does it.
Wow.
We have no idea what his name is, huh?
I
do.
As the roar guy. I am so
Yeah.
sorry, but I know his name.
We gotta hear roars in HD and also in high quality. With that, you can acquire with Araimo, our partner in esports, with the Airbuds 4. You can also be amazed by the LED power display.
His
that
name is
very
Guntur.
epic. Guntur?
Guntur?
Wow, Guntur.
Well, if you want to feel the Guntur in your ears, man,
So,
you have to experience the power of hero
basically-
sound and LED digital display visualization in collaboration with MLBB with that Airbuds 4, man.
Wow. Of course, HD quality sound and all that. But for Guntur, for most people that don't know what Guntur means,
okay?
Guntur basically means lightning.
No, it means thunder.
And what does
Thunder.
lightning means thunder? And what does thunder sound like?
Wait, lightning does not mean thunder. Hello.
Roar.
Lightning is thunder.
Brother, that is not the case.
It's the same, no?
Roar.
It is not the case, no.
It is the same.
Lightning is what you see, the flash.
Okay, so
thunder is the sound.
Oh, that's what you call onomatopoeia. Do you know what that is?
No.
Onomatopoeia, basically, that is a word that is derived through sounds. Like a roar.
Like a roar.
It's called a roar because tigers create that roar sound.
That's some good connection you have, you know, to a lot of different things. And I think if
Yeah,
viewers
I'm
want
lagging
that
behind.
connection,
I'm a king of...
they can go and use GamesMax Booster.
Yeah, of course. GamesMax Booster. You can watch your favorite team compete in MPL Season 14. And you'll truly want to play too. Because I've been seeing this high loss pick and I want to play as well.
Absolutely.
But of course, with the glorious pathway that kind of speeds you up, you don't want to get slowed down and ruined by the lag. So you can now buy the GamesMax Booster at tsellor.id/GM Booster.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
No lag as well, mate.
No lag, no nothing. That's how you get to play like a pros.
Exactly.
You have to get good connection. That's Games Max. We have look maxing.
Yeah.
For all the brain rot people out there, you know, who don't know what Games Max is. It's looks max, but for games.
Yeah. It's games maxing.
you can start games maxing, and then you can start skibbitying on your non-Sigma opponents.
And rizzing them down.
Rizzing them down?
With Erigo.
With Erigo.
That's the first time I've heard that. Rizzing them down.
Rizzing them down. So
it's like an attack.
But so far, they do not, like both Evos and Dewa have had no Riz. Why? They banned out the Rizla. Both games, Arashi.
Wow.
Cool. The Rizla
I can't
himself.
spell it again.
The Rizla himself.
Wait, my projection towards the Rizla now is not the same anymore. Thank you for that, Miracle.
Now he's the Rizzler.
So
what do you think the penalty zone pulls people back in? It's the Riz, bro.
Don't let him get in. Don't let him get in his zone.
And I thought I was the king of yapping.
Hey, we're certified fact yappers.
Exactly.
Yap facts.
Get in line, bro. Everyone's a yapper here.
My bad, my bad.
Literally professional yappers, but let's yap about the previous game recap for just a little bit. Damage dealt to Hero, 47,000 for Sorizo alone. It's not like he wasn't doing damage. It just isn't enough damage, man. And on the other side, you're seeing why that Zas is just such a nuisance, man. 56, was it? He was doing a ton of damage in relative safety. The Zask wasn't forced to do anything too crazy, wasn't taking unnecessary risks, and still was able to do the most damage in a game where Evos were basically dominating. That's the power of the Zask, man. And I don't think Dewa would want to let go of that Zask again.
And we also underlooked the...
Underlooked?
Underlooked. We underlooked the thorn in the middle of the players of EVOS, which was Anavel. Anavel didn't really get that much of an airtime, but, you know, quietly, he was prowling and pouncing and getting the gold and the damage. And once he was there, apparent existent in the team fights, he was shredding the players of Dewa United down. So basically, you know, he was also the guarantee. It was also the insurance for EVOS to dish out the damage. And yeah, that was a good game from Anavel. The fact that he was able to roar as a wolf, even though he is a tiger, but yeah, still the same family.
Animal Kingdom. It's the way it is, man.
The AK.
You have to get that killer instinct in you, man. The wildness. I think it's what EVOS has at their disposal. But can they bring it out once more in the drafting phase of Game 3? Or will it be stifled once more? Because for Dewa, they've taken away the Tushin, they've taken away the Rizla, and they've taken away the Zask as well. The Hylas, though, is up for grabs. Is EVOS gonna risk it? Do they have a solution?
Oh man, too. They're gonna let it go to Dewa United if they do first pick it, because we haven't really seen it being first picked. It's either going to be a Valentina first pick most of the time since game 1, and it is going to again be a Valentina first pick. So a huge opportunity for EVOS Glory to snatch it from their clutches with the Hylos.
Do we even see the Hylos here? Because in both games, it was picked in the last phase. Oh, sorry, last pick in first phase, right?
Game 2, yeah, last pick of first phase.
First
Exactly.
phase.
Yes.
So again, for EVOS, do they even want to pick it up here? They went for the Roger and the Zask earlier. Now no Zask, I think it does fit, right? Now, if you do want to go for it, I think the Roger together with the Hylos would be a solid choice to go for, because then you have Flex and you have a very strong hero. But they decide not to use the Roger as Flex instantly. Usually you pick up a Roger so that you have Flex.
Yeah.
Now it's Roger Jungle confirmed with a Harith, and honestly, I feel like for Dewa, they could just pick up the Hylos. And they could go for the Julian, yeah, but I think it might be a bit too risky to leave because, you know, they need a gold lane pick here. It's definitely going to be taken out away from them if they leave it towards the second phase, because again, EVOS have already picked 2 possible gold laners. They've denied 2 possible gold laners away from Dewa.
Yeah, Moskov Claude all up in the cards for Dewa United, but EVOS Glory opening up their cards that quick, and there you go. Prepare for another ride, because this horse will pounce and charge at you. And the Moskov as well being picked up by Watt. How would you describe the matchup of Moskov and Harith?
Moskov and Harith?
Yeah.
I think Harith very much still has the advantage right there. Better poke, better sustainability as well. EVOS though now, they try to match that same solution, the Hylas with the X-Borg. We'll see if Fluffy, a very adept X-Borg player, right, has a better time dealing with this Hylas, or is it actually just that much more inevitable in the current patch, the Hylas?
I love the answer from Fluffy, right? He basically he's saying, the Hylos isn't a problem, Sorizo, you are, brother. I'm gonna show you how to get it done on the X-Borg, because Fluffy, he was able to do exactly that last season when Sorizo wasn't Bigatron. Fluffy on the X-Borg, that was his signature pick. He always plays X-Borg, and when he does, man, all the health bars gets absolutely obliterated. And for Evos, they're the ones to ban out the Hayabusa this time around because they already have the Roger picked up for themselves.
Hayabusa banned out. Just trying to thin down the options for Ray to pick up the assassins, as well as the Ling taken out of the fray. And now Dewa United, what do they want to ban here? Maybe a mid laner for Clocken? I mean, the Zask is taken out already, so maybe a Vexana, but again, if you let it go, you still have the Valentina to kind of counter the Vexana with the IMU. So yeah, a lot of thought process going in Dewa United's head, but they will take out the Minotaur.
Okay, well, seems like for Dewa, they want to be the one moving forward right here. They're banning away a lot of the crowd control. I wonder if the Evos are going to go for something with a lot of more slows, right? The combo, let's say the X-Borg, get him ahead, get him an Ice Queen's one or something like that, and then they go for another slow hero. I feel like they can make the Hylos just that much more ineffective when he's just trying to move forward and getting bogged down.
Arashi, how good is the Valier up against the Hylos?
Really good, I think.
Right?
I think I played that matchup myself like 2 or 3 times, and every single time, I never felt the Hylos was a problem because of how spammable your spells are, right?
Yeah.
The resets on the fireballs when you do hit them on a hero, and a hero that wants to just walk up to you, plus the pushback.
Okay. You also have that kind of like gap, not necessarily gap closer. How would I describe it? Gap further?
Yeah, you have
pushback, right?
You have a
The
pushback.
yeah,
you have
basically.
a good way to disengage.
Yeah, you have a peel, a self peel that you can create. You can pick up for yourself if
And
the
you have a
Hylos
free
comes
Purify as
charging.
well.
Yeah, free Purify with ultimate. So a very interesting pickup if they do go for the Valor. But the Julian now for Ray, he has been very likable of this hero. Interesting to see how they'll wrap up their draft. As we see Panzer, I think once more will use that Guinevere.
Look for Dewa now, they get a beefy hero with some damage. That would be so good right here, but I don't know what kind of qualifies for that.
You're thinking about Grok?
Grok,
Paquito, yeah.
Paquito,
Hylos
okay.
roam. Okay. So a bit of a change in the roles. They'll actually go for the Paquito, and this is solid for Dewa. Like, this is a comfort pick for Chorizo, and it is up against the X-Borg. X-Borg, very easy to beat with the Paquito. Your Faraga armor is not really armor anymore.
It's paper.
Paquito,
Faraga paper.
It's a
Faraga cardboard.
It's a Faraga
paper. What do you call it?
Why am I blanking out here?
What is it? What is it?
What is it?
What do boxers punch?
Oh, Faraga sandbag.
Sandbag, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a damage taken line. How did I forget sandbag? They go for the Varia here, though. So not the Valier. They're actually going to try to outrange.
Outscout, by the way, because again, there's a combo as well with the Novaria and the Guinevere. And we've seen that Panzer has been making great engages for his team. So now they win out in the scout, they win out in the slow as well, because the Hylos will have to walk through the Astral Meteor. So overall, it's not a bad idea. But with the Paquito, I think it depends on the Paquito right here. If he can get out of control, if he can kind of be ahead enough to really one-shot the Harriet or the Novaria, this could be a troublesome game for Evos, man.
Oh, look at the lineup raining.
Lines up for Dewa right here, but in game 2, it lined up for Evo. It lined up for
Evos. Both game 1 and game 2.
So whoever won in the lineup wins?
Game 2 broke that pattern.
Yeah, game 2 broke the pattern.
Here we go, down to the wire. Game number 3 against the Gods and the White Tigers. Who will reign supreme? Back to the land of Dawn we go for game number 3. It's Dewa United against Evos Glory.
It's time to see Chorizo getting burnt down already there. And it's a good maneuvers from Fluffy, really trying to stop an invade from happening early on, trying to provide Annabelle with enough space to actually clear his own jungle.
Yeah. Talking about maneuvers, how does the Hylos operate as a roamer? Will it be much different compared to the XP?
It's kind of the same deal, but now you're in the row position, so you have... I think the big issue is that you have less gold. With less gold, you have less items. With less items, you're less tanky. But the same idea still persists. You slow people down, you do a lot of damage with the second skill, and you have the glorious pathway to start things off. And once you get a Thunderbelt, just the way that the Hylos operates means that you can get a lot of stacks for yourself. You can see for the emblems right here, Moeza also went with the Tenacity, emblems by Games Max. Doma, though, going with the Inspire here. He wants to have the outplay potential. And for Panzer, it's all about the movement speed.
Early Purify blown by Hijume again. Take a look at how the spatial migration gives you that extra I don't know, kill potential, kill threat that can just create a blow of spells out by the players of Dewa United, and Hijume not without that protection this time around. He's subject to ganks now.
Yeah, and this is classic Chorizo comfort on the Paquito. Usually we see, I think, more flickers, way more flickers compared to sprint for Paquito, but Chorizo really likes just having a little bit more maneuverability when it comes to these team fights to find angles to flank his opponents.
Or to get away from a split push kind of scenario, making the Paquito a bit more flexible, not only locked into aggressive maneuvers like fights and skirmishes or flanks. And you have to remember, he has an extra buff in this game, man, because he's running the Power Wave.
Oh man, the spammable almost emote, because every ability you go for, you hear that Power Wave.
Power Wave. And Omawa is on duty today too, so I'm just saying. It's a day for the Power Wave, but look at this, Panzer.
Really very low. Chorizo actually looking for the flank right now as he goes for the spatial migration, but gets cancelled out. Now knockout strike. Boom and the bang. That's a 1-2 to the face.
Oof. Panzer knocked out of nowhere. There you go, man, with the scouting. More in line. Oh, Doma.
Getting brought back to destruction to chase him down, and Hijume will claim that kill, flashing that emote again.
That Harith just shut down. You usually want the Harith to bully your opponent. This time around, he will get bullied. And Mueza just all around the map, maneuvering with the high loss.
Look at the mid lane, though. Dewa lost a lot of minions there in the mid lane in favor of the rotation, so they can clean it up a bit more. Minions dying without a hero nearby is a bit of a waste in gold and EXP, and they do have a lead right here, but Evos can catch up purely by good farming. We've seen a lot of teams able to pull it off. Now he has the Astral Echo though, so there's not really a lot of combos. Maybe with the enhanced chain, that could be something they can look for later on.
Yeah, I mean, Anavel is also quite good in that farming department. He was able to just creep from the shadows, get a gold lead, get the damage items going on, especially as the Roger could be the late game carry for EVOS. But now it's all coming up roses for Dewa United. They're all around the map again. So much in threat with the high loss, with Julian as well, just hiding in the shadows now, wanting to shadow Chorizo down bottom. But Anavel kind of stops on his tracks. And yeah, a stolen Astral Echo as well. So Dewa also has that scout potential, Arashi.
If they really want to, right? And that depends on how they want to play this out. A glorious pathway into an Astral Echo sounds absolutely horrible to deal with.
Disgusting.
But look at Clockun, right? He has this clear advantage because Novaria, 2 skills, instant clear, very easy. This is allowing Panzer to just be a lot more scouty around the map here. He's just waiting in the bushes and he's spending a lot of time. It's great for the engage potential, but it's also leading him to kind of lose out in EXP in theory. But, I mean, Mueza right now is still on the same level, so they're both just trying to be active, trying to scout out more than anything, right?
Turtle under siege. Dewa this time. EVOS trying to expend at least 4 players coming down bottom. And Chorizo just running around. Fluffy trying to zone him. Panzer could make a play, but they're still yet to pull the trigger. So yeah, it all comes down to the wire, how they will approach this turtle now.
Yeah, good control by Chorizo there, still able to actually maneuver out. He knows definitely some people are waiting there in that bush, and it's going to be too scary for him to actually walk up to even get that cannon minion. So Dewa, they're doing a good job at stopping Evos from taking this, while also giving Valentina time to shove. Now Mueza walks up forward, Chorizo jumps in with a knockout strike, taking away a little bit of that Firaga armor. Last insanity used up Mueza with the revitalizing him with the glorious pathway too, and the Astral Echo grants them enough space for Chorizo to knock them out. Still on the chase, Anavel in the human form running away, now the Lycan form, but Chorizo, he's a boxer. I don't know why that, connects with him chasing, but I don't know how he was able to chase a wolf away just with his fists.
He's boxing with them, but Mueza took so long to just fall. Was that a glowing one coming in from Clockun that took him down?
Oh, not quite sure at this point, but Chorizo 1v2.
Dangerous play here. Oh, goes over the knockout strike, the 2-man, and he gets out. As Nice would say, bobbing and weaving.
Bobbing and weaving, getting away from all the danger. Chorizo, man, even with the sprint right there, allows him to chase so much more. He's going with the hunting strike for his item, though. That's where the damage is coming from. Doma, though, has the Starlium. He's going head to seize. Oh, man. What a Chad. Absolute Chad. He has Clockun in his sights, man. No one else, most likely. But for now, I think for the biggest thing to pick up right here is the fact that the glowing one is completed for Clockun, so he rushed it out even before his boots. He wants to get that healing reduction to try and deal with the Hylas, but again, with the Revitalize, we saw that Moeza lived for way too long right there. That should not be okay.
Yeah, he's just stacking all the damage, absorbing, soaking it again and again. Even with the glowing one, it had to take him quite a few seconds to finally fall down an initiation, but it's all going to be good. No, it's going to be a fight.
There's the destruction one now pushing Doma back into the pathway, and Ray just claims all the kills. It's a double for Mr. Ray and a win for Dewa. Chorizo on the bottom side of the map though. Now goes for the knockout strike onto Annabelle, who's still able to shot so much damage. Chorizo bobbing and weaving. Astral Echo. Nah, he has that sprint. He's a sprinter on top of a boxer.
He's got that stamina conditioning, man. He's been jogging 4 hours a day.
He's a lightweight.
Gets out of there. Man, he's still trying to go here to try and clear the wave. Annabelle might want to be a bit careful here.
Whew. Some damage. Fluffy's gonna lose out the Faraga armor now. With Hijume, enough to take away the Faraga armor. So it's not just the boxer that can use the Faraga armor as a boxing bag, as a punching bag, but even Moeza and Hijume. Chorizo's walking back again. Moeza gets a sundown onto Annabelle. And who takes it? It's still Annabelle, but with the retribution, Chorizo knockout strike. The Spear of Misery all that time. Ray used that as a diversion to go for the turtle. 3,000 gold lead, and you can see where Ray is placed. He is there. He has the retribution, or should I say, Ray-tribution.
He sets his eyes on the bigger picture, and that is the turtle. You know, for Dewa, they were creating a commotion down bottom of the jungle, and they're pushing up down bottom. Fluffy under pressure.
Oh wow, Moeza. I guess this is just the things you can do, the crimes you can commit when you're a horse panzer. Fadeaway kill from Hijume.
Absolute war cry, man. Just walks up like that. They were able to save the turret, but man, this is Dewa taking full control. This is the Rome Hylos, and it doesn't even matter, man. He does not need items. It's just the horse effect. He just stands there menacingly, and look at the control in the jungle. Evas cannot get in. They're locked out.
Glorious pathway. You can hear him neigh, and it's all just it's just a path. It's a card that Doma taking low. Ray scratching him down and picking him up now. It's a dive into the back. Annabelle with a double. Ray forced back with the cast sword. What? That's him. It's a built in his name. Sometimes the what is positive. Sometimes you see it like that. Chorizo walking up, trying to claim some more stuff. You know, compensation at least for what making that play. But hey, that's why he's called what?
How did he even get there? Yeah, I mean, like, why did he even be there? Like, yeah, okay, he teleported, but then again, what happened right there, Rashi?
Yeah, exactly. What happened? Right? He happened. He just made the plays happen as always. That was not necessary at all, man. It was looking so good, but now Evo's got a bit more of an advantage. They're getting some control back, but it's only a matter of time before Moeza walks up again. They gotta be careful about Annabelle, because he is the only real guy that is a real big threat. And technically, the combos are still available for the side of Evos, right? They have Panzer, they have Fluffy. A big wombo combo into Annabelle, just hunting him down, can work. Looking at the player head-to-head earlier, I think Ray really surprised all of us, right? For the longest time, he hasn't really been having the reputation for being like the best of junglers. But now it's back to the waiting game, and look at where Chorizo is, man. Man is active.
At least now for Dewa United, they have two side lane pressures. With the Moskov, with the Paquito, the Moskov can join the fight anytime soon. Oh, here we go, they're running.
Lord pathway into the back. Annabelle gonna be stunned up, and the Lord knocks him off. What takes him down? But Blockton is still able to recover for the team, and now it's Chorizo rotating as well. Watt claiming the double. Chorizo to knockout strike 2 times to knock Fluffy up. But it's just a reminder to stay back.
My goodness, the Lord was a con man. The Lord was there to assist Dewa United with the knock-up, and they're able to get the Lord in now. Even greater side lane pressure coming in. But at least Evos, they're able to throw down the pressure. Oh, what?
Spear of Destruction, now Common Last Insanity, but it does no damage because the Faraga armor was dealt with. Clockun gets a shot down, and now the Astral Echo, but there's no way you can go for the chase, not that far.
I like how Moeza was at below a quarter of his HP. He just stands there and takes an Astral Sphere from Clockun. It doesn't even matter. It tickles, man. That's the kind of front line that Evos are dealing with right now. It has to be demoralizing. They lost all 3 of their turrets, only leaving the ones in the base. This means that Dewa has a lot more control, and they still haven't solved the Sorizo problem.
He's a Sigma horse, Mueza.
A
So
skibbity
strong,
horse?
Skibbity Sigma horse. He's able to just get the meteors, the spheres coming into him without even any form of hesitation. In a blink of an eye, he just stands there, runs to the backline of EVOS, even in the Lord, even in the mid lane, and every other part of the map. And now, for EVOS Glory, what are they waiting for? What are their timers now, Arashi?
For Evos? I don't know, man, because I don't know when are they going to have enough damage to really be a threat to Mueza, to the Hylas in general. And to top things off, Dewa right now are going with a very burst-heavy kind of composition. So if Evos even spend a slight bit of time over-committing towards the Hylas, that's where the Enchanted Scythe comes through. That's where, you know, the knockout strike ×2 comes through and Panzer gets stunned up.
Facial migration, Hijume with the chase again. Panzer is 1-6. Doma is 0-4. The substitutions haven't worked out, not for Evos.
This is going from bad to worse. The gold lane, the roam, all just deteriorating for EVOS Glory. Is it the stage jitters? Is it the nervousness? I don't know, but for Dewa United, they're playing a very solid game. Almost a reflection, almost a semblance of game one.
Well, exactly. It's just, I dare say it might just be the Hylas difference, man. Because initially for Evos, things were going fine. Then the Hylas happened. And that was the same kind of story for Dewa in game number 2. I don't know if it's that prio, if it's that strong, but it's sure, this match certainly makes it seem like it's just that much more impactful than we would expect.
I think it is more impactful than Roger Harith first pick, you know? The Hylos
can't even bank on the Harith now that he's 0-4. And Annabelle as well, so hard to access the backline because you have Mueza standing in front of you. So Risa just running down at you. And now the Lord low HP.
We're gonna go for it. Ray wins out the Retribution. Mueza still in the midst of it all. Pops in Revitalize and it's just tanking everything. Mueza is unkillable. And he marches forward despite getting picked up.